To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Good evening and welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council on Tuesday, February 11th, 2025. I know we're starting a little later than usual, about half an hour. We appreciate all of your patience in the audience and those of you watching at home. We had a pretty long closed session this evening, and we got a lot done, but your council's been here since 4 and we're ready to keep going. So thank you for joining us. So please join me for a moment of reflection. And this moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. All right, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good evening, Madam City Clerk.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Are you still terrific?
Terrific.
Great, good to hear it.
Hope you're terrific too.
I'm doing great. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony.
Here.
Councilmember Mullins.
Here.
Councilmember Rosati.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Here.
And Mayor Perez.
I'm also here.
Thank you.
All right. There will be 4 periods of public comment tonight, and members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and must submit cards or call before the comment period begins. The first public comment period is for general comment on any matter that concerns city business and or any of the agenda items. But please note, if you speak on one of the agenda items during the public comment, you cannot then speak on that same item during the public comment for each agenda item. If you're here in person and wish to speak, you should have submitted a yellow public comment card. And if you would like to participate over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. An additional public comment period will be available following each report to council this evening, and we do have Spanish language interpreter in the audience. Can you raise your hand if you need any assistance? If we don't have anyone ask him by the time of the general public comment for assistance, I will be letting him go home. All right, we have 5 announcements this evening.
The following are announcements for February 11th, 2025. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is currently accepting applications for a vacancy on the Infrastructure Oversight Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Friday, February 14th at 5 p.m. If interested, please apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The Parks and Recreation Department invites all residents to Play Beyond Limits at its second annual Burbank Adaptive Sports Expo on Saturday, February 15th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at McCambridge Park. This free event features a variety of adaptive sports such as wheelchair rugby, adaptive tennis, and more, plus a resource fair, open to all ages and abilities. See you there. Volunteers are needed for the homeless count in Burbank at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, February 18th. Facilitated by the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, this point-in-time count is a visual snapshot of the number of people experiencing homelessness in Burbank. Volunteers may register by visiting theycountwillyou.org. For more information, contact the Burbank Homeless Team at 818-238-5182. Sign up for the city's emergency response system, Alert Burbank, at readyburbank.org and receive timely notifications in the event of an emergency and critical information. Stay safe, Burbank. The City of Burbank has launched a webpage for information on rights for community members residing in Burbank, including details about City Council actions, available community resources, and any ongoing updates to ensure residents are informed about their rights. Learn more by visiting burbankca.gov/know_your_rights. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right. Miss Patchett, thank you for filling in for our city attorney this evening.
City attorney, city manager?
Or city manager.
Well, Joe's
Fill
not
them
here, so
all.
maybe
You're
I'm
filling
doing
in for both
I
of
don't
them.
know.
Well, thank you for filling in. We are in good hands. And do you have anything to report to us in Mr. Hess's absence?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my honor. Yes, I do have one item. I'd like to introduce Lieutenant Derek Green with the Police Department. He's going to introduce some new team members with the Police Department's mental health evaluation team.
Great. We're happy to hear it. And welcome, Lieutenant.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, Council Members Rosati, Anthony, and Mullins, and City staff. I'm Derek Green. I am assigned to the Community Outreach and Personnel Services Bureau, and one of my responsibilities is to oversee our mental health evaluation team. At the end of last year, we did have some staffing changes, so we wanted to take a minute to introduce some new faces. If you recall, Veronica Mealy, she accepted a new position with the county and moved on at the end of the year, and has been replaced by Estela Magana. And Estela comes to us with over 5 years of experience working as a member of the Intensive Services Foster Care Administration team. She is a licensed clinical social worker. She holds a master's degree in social work from Cal State LA, and also has previous experience working in hospital psychiatric units, outpatient therapy, and with at-risk youth as part of a gang reduction program. So she brings really great energy. We're happy to have Estela here, so welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for those who have worked with Officer Anisha Kiles, she is now Detective Kiles and has moved on to the Investigations Bureau and has been replaced with Officer Ashley Sudbrook. Ashley has been with the police department for over 16 years. I was actually one of her field training officers, and it's hard to believe it's been that long. She has over 10 years of experience on our crisis negotiations team. She served as a field training officer herself for 6 years, and she's cross-trained as a jailer and a communications operator dispatcher. So welcome, Officer Sudbrook. And lastly, I want to mention Kelly Bravo Cuevas, who could not be here tonight. She's actually completing an internship working with at-risk elementary school students who have been affected by homelessness, and that's where she is tonight. Kelly's actually been with the MET team for over 3 years. She really does a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to the administrative work, case management, and statistical data that's driven by our service call responses by the MET team. So we do want to recognize Kelly. She's been an important part of the MET team for a long time, and she's just invaluable. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lieutenant, and welcome to both of you. We're lucky to have you. Thank you. All right. Anything else to report?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Mr. City Attorney, you're back. Ms. Padgett, you can go back to just being the city manager
Try to give
now.
your job away, Joe.
Well, as long as you get double pay, I suppose that's okay.
Anything to report on closed session?
Yes. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met this afternoon at 4 p.m. to discuss 4 items in closed session. The first item was one case of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 with the city as the potential defendant. The second item was a matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the case of Tremblay versus City of Burbank, a personal injury trip and fall case. The third item was also existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the case of Sonia Elias versus City of Burbank. That was a trip and fall case. And the final item was conference with the city's labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with Ms. Betsy McClinton, Management Services Director, concerning negotiations with the Burbank City Employees Association. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. All right, now is the time for general public comment. I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak in order to keep public comment moving in a timely fashion. We have a designated seat in the front row for speakers who are next up to the podium, and a timer is also available on the podium so you all can know how much time you have left. This is the final call for anybody who needs an interpreter this evening. Seeing none, we will let our interpreter go home. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on this again following this segment. Please state your name for the record, correct me if I get it wrong, and Madam City Clerk, how many commenters do we have this evening?
We have 13 in-person cards, and we have 4 callers on the line.
So 17 total. Everybody gets 3 minutes. All right. All right, let's get started. Saw those jazz hands. Our first speaker is Paul Dorigo, followed by Edward Brotherton. Welcome, Mr. Dorigo. You got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Point of order for the city attorney, before we start. What is the process for addressing a city council member who is in violation of their oath or ethical violation?
We'll have to discuss that after. This
Sidebar.
is your opportunity for public comment.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. So a couple of things. I've come here several times now and asked about the alley cleanup. How are we doing on that? We need teams to do better jobs on that. They're understaffed. And we've also asked about town halls. I don't know how we're doing on that. Also, the time shouldn't have started until, on a point of order, the time doesn't start. And the last time I was here, I pointed out that my concern with one of our council members, that they were telling young adults that capitalism was evil. And then we had a healthcare CEO who was shot and killed. And this was exactly my concern. Is that a hate crime, city attorney, when somebody does that from our board? I worry about that because I don't want our reps propagating hateful ideas to our young adults in our community. Okay, is that just like capitulating to the mob for item number 7, allowing illegal aliens in our community? You know, I'm glad Burbank posted the Know Your Rights, Knowing Your Law. That's good because you should know the law, because knowing the law makes you not fear the law. Because what you do when you hide people is you create a subclass of citizens. People hide in the shadows and they don't feel like they can integrate with society. And that's why they have to hide. We should be instead offering people to become citizens, to help them integrate. But they shouldn't cut in line. They shouldn't invalidate the people who do wait in line, because you dishonor them and their integrity. See, you shame those people by supporting the people who jump the line. And if you're so gung-ho about the sanctuary, then Burbank should capture its own rainwater, right? That's one of the least things that we have to worry about, is capturing our own rainwater. And separation of church and state, by the way, Constantine, is that's not religion. The creator's in our Declaration of Independence. It's okay. They did that so we could express our religious right. And by the way, look at the Laken Riley case. A gangbanger from another country had come. Laken Riley, 18 minutes of fending off somebody who pulled her off her hiking trail. And we just had a group here defending women's rights. She was beaten, raped, choked, and her head crushed in with a rock. What binds us together is subscribing to the ideals and principles of the country. That's what we need to propagate. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Edward Brotherton, followed by Ron Bax.
Thank you. Just state my name for the record, Edward Brotherton. All right. I'm going to stand in opposition to the agenda item number 7 regarding the City Council's commitment for welcoming safe, inclusive community for all, regardless of immigration status. I know it sounds kind of strange to reject such a warm and fuzzy sounding statement, but this is regarding the immigration status language. This policy is actually designed to protect those who come into the country illegally. And the phrase immigration status does not incorporate illegal aliens. 8 U.S.C. Section 1101, subsection A, paragraph 15, tells us what a immigration status is. Illegal alien is not one of them. They're here illegally. They don't have a presence here in this country under the law. And furthermore, I have a real concern. We have several million illegal aliens who come into the country. We have no idea who they are or where they went, all gotaways, so to speak. We have people who were caught who were connected to terrorist organizations. And then we have those who we don't know, some of the gotaways, we have no idea who is or who is not connected to terrorist organizations. So now we have this policy stating that law enforcement officers will not basically cooperate with federal law enforcement agencies with respect to a major national security issue we now have, where federal law enforcement has to go all over the country and round up all these gotaways and try to find them. And then we have local law enforcement putting out policies actively stating, no, we're not going to participate with you. And we have no idea if any of those people are connected to terrorism. We had the folks at 9/11, 2 of those terrorists were hanging out in Venice, just down the street. So I have no idea what in the world you guys are thinking with respect to even proposing such a preposterous thing. This is a major national security issue. We have people in this country, we don't know who they are. We have no idea where they're at. We don't know if they're connected to terrorism. And if an incident happens in the city of Burbank, are you going to be liable with respect to an illegal alien who commits a terrorist attack in the city? Or what about just a simple crime? An illegal alien commits a crime, a violent crime, murders somebody in the city. Are you going to be liable? Because of your actual policies that denied the law enforcement the ability to vet out who might be in this country legally or illegally. And it's absolutely appalling. I come from a military background, law enforcement background, military. I was trained in terrorism, anti-terrorism, and I'll tell you right now, this is an absolutely abhorrent policy. Now, if somebody wants to stand on the corner of Burbank and wear a panda suit and give legal status folks here a big hug when they enter, I have no problem with that. But let's not kid ourselves with respect to what this policy is really about. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Bax, followed by Alexandra Camacho Platas.
Bear with me, there's a lot tonight, so I gotta make sure I get the right paperwork out and keep my copy. Good evening, Council. I'm Ron Bax. I would like to repeat what I shared last week. Housing providing income is not earned income. It is investment income. It does not contribute nor reap Social Security benefits. Therefore, the income stream of a housing provider creates replacement what Social Security would provide if the income had been earned. No one would dare take away Social Security benefits that had been earned. Don't take away a form of income that is private Social Security. Now, episode 4. I probably won't be able to create this. I'll go through as far as I can and pick it up again next week, or I'm sorry, on the 28th, because I'd like to finish my mini-series by the end of the year. And I have something for episode 7 this tonight. I'll get to that. My father-in-law lived an austere life, preparing for his twilight years. He and my mother-in-law were generous in helping family members when needed. He is currently under memory care, which most of us know is very expensive. His pension is fixed, his Social Security is essentially fixed, in that adjustments are inadequate, especially in Southern California, to keep up with inflation. Similarly, his housing provider financials share of his living expense have not kept up with increases in the cost of care. You are being asked to institute measures that will cause additional financial hardship, further disrupting what he and my mother-in-law spent a lifetime preparing to be responsible for their needs. As is, it is possible my wife and I will have to step in to supplement his funds his estate will have to cover his care. I am sure many of the resident and absentee Burbank mom and pop housing providers are encountering or will encounter their own life-changing events. They have spent or will spend years preparing for unknown future in order to not be a burden to society. Please keep in mind what I said last week. I can't, you can't, and nobody can predict the future. Any suppressive action you take may prove devastating to everyone who has chosen providing housing as a vehicle to fund their retirement years. My concluding statement this week, looks like I'm going to make it. What is the morality of leveling a hardship on one sector of society to benefit another without justification? Your childhood memories of the tale of Robin Hood are poetic, but are not moral justification. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment, and we look forward to episode 8. Our next speaker is Alexandria Camacho Platas, followed by David Donahue.
Hi. I'd just like to say, immigrants make America great. Our communities are stronger, our schools are more vibrant, our economy thrives thanks to immigrants. A diverse and culturally rich community is such a gift, and we must protect each other at a time when dangerous bills are being passed to try and tear us apart. We must stand strong against these destructive acts and make Burbank a sanctuary city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is David Donahue, followed by Mikkel Simmons.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Donahue, resident business owner. It's wonderful to see your bright, smiling faces, and good evening to our talented staff. A couple things. It's not on the agenda, but Councilmember Anthony worked very hard and diligent on RC, rent control, several years ago. You ran on it. You won on it. Congratulations. It was put on the ballot, and it was voted down. It was then most recently put on the ballot again in the state, and the state voted it down, and Burbank also voted it down if you looked at the number of people that voted on it. So this is my comment to you. That's the data. Those are the statistics. Rent control is not something that Burbank wants. In fact, it was put out to the people that are registered voters. It was not, well, and the reason I bring that up is that for you to consider that there are very active individuals that are in this chamber. There are very active individuals who have participated in this debate for 2 years, along with myself and others, Mr. Bax included. We are all a small microcosm of Burbank, but the greater, larger percentage of people voted. And that's what they did. And as Mr. Bax, who is very eloquently speaking, has said, do not harm a small group. And I will talk at the agenda item specifically about the numbers that are represented there. But I ask you to keep that in mind. This chamber is a small chamber. When I was doing work for campaigns for council and you ask people about certain issues, they don't know. I was at an event and somebody who lives in Burbank says, do we have a Hindu council member? And I'm like, not yet, but I would welcome it. But even if you're in Burbank, people just aren't really that involved until you put the vote out. You put the ballot, and there's the issue. So I'd ask you to keep that in mind when it comes to data. Thank you very much for your work for the city, and I will see you in a minute.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mikkel Simmons, followed by Jason Lewis. Sorry.
Mikkel Simons. It's okay, happens all the time. The last time I was here, we talked a lot about feeling safe. And even though on a federal level, a sanctuary city status doesn't necessarily protect someone from entities like ICE, what it does do is tell our community, as well as the current presidential administration, who we are as people. Making people feel safe is one thing, but frankly, under this new presidential administration, probably the only demographic feeling safe is the straight, white, cis, male demographic. I rest my case. Making Burbank a sanctuary city is about sending a message. The last time I was here, I talked about human and civil rights are like dominoes lined up in a row. Once one falls, we all fall. Marco Rubio has already talked to the president of El Salvador about putting migrants, undocumented folks, and even U.S. citizens in El Salvadorian prisons. We see how the dominoes start to fall. This is not hyperbole, and it can't be degraded as such. This MAGA movement, this white Christian nationalist movement, tends to say the quiet part out loud. It's not, I don't fear undocumented immigrants, but I do fear the white men who tell me not to fear them. I rest my case. So where's the line? It can't happen here, or the connection between, I don't see the connection between the 1940s and now. All due respect is willful ignorance. The reality is there are tent cities happening in Guantanamo Bay. And if people don't see that this is starting to echo the horrors of the 1940s, then I fear those people will never see it or simply do not care to. The last time I was here, we talked about worry of losing federal funding. Well, the current presidential administration already threatens to take away our federal funding during natural disasters. Yeah, that happened 2020 and just a couple weeks ago. So making Burbank a sanctuary city isn't necessarily going to make people safe from entities like ICE, like I said, but it's sending a message to the people of the community that we are by the people and for the people. This presidential administration has shown blatant disregard for the structure of our three branches of the government. I cite the BS with Musk, Doge, the rolling back of DEI, bodily autonomy of women, and the SAVE Act, which threatens women's rights to vote. This is not a normal presidential administration, and we can't treat it as such. To end, I'll quote Edmund Burke. All tyranny needs to gain a foothold is for people of good conscience to remain silent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jason Lewis, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Jason Lewis, and I'm a transportation commissioner, but I'm here tonight as a private citizen to lend my endorsement of the consent calendar item 7. Firstly, I want to thank the city manager, who's here in his stead, and on the staff for the report. It is factual and does not minimize the issue, and nor does it expound past the legal requirements. And to be blunt, the only terrorists we need to fear are those from the January 6th asking for pardons, not those seeking jobs in our country. Immigrants are less likely to be involved in crime of any kind than an average citizen, as the statistics will bear out. Secondly, I want to emphasize that we as a city need to continue to provide resources that put this practice into resolution. Words are hollow without actions. I implore our police department to enforce the spirit and not just the letter of the resolution. Thirdly, I want to point out the fact that immoral laws have a tendency to change. When my great-grandparents came over here from Europe in the late 1800s, there were no immigration laws to break. But when my father's parents moved into a triplex on the west side of Burbank near the airport before he was born, there was a mini internment camp for Japanese Americans on the other side of Hollywood Way. Only a couple of decades after that were covenants restricting interracial marriage removed from the United States. Oh, and it's been 30 years since Prop 187 was passed by California voters, and it destroyed the career of Pete Wilson. Some of you may not know who that is. And it solidified California as a state that fights its racist past. And as a former sundown town, Burbank needs to lead on this issue, not just uphold the law. I ask you to continue what we've begun, in tandem with Burbank Unified School District, showing our neighbors we stand with them as they continue dropping off their kids and going to work. And that goes for all vulnerable groups among us. We protect them because it's the right thing to do, not just because they're our neighbors. And in closing, I will appeal again to history. We are a city in a state with a diverse past, from the native Tongva and Tatavayam to Spanish, European American, Armenian American, African American, and to our newest immigrants moving from conflict. Don't forget that demographics is destiny. You don't need an MBA to understand that a shrinking population will have trouble maintaining an expanding economy to support the largest retiring generation in American history. Yes, the boomers need the immigrants. And artificial intelligence won't fix this. The United States will need immigrants to continue to grow, and history will not be kind to those who don't treat them with the dignity they deserve and the support they need. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mark Scroggs, followed by Mike Stage.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Scroggs. First, I want to say I believe the resolution, as I read it, was very well written. It really helps people feel more secure. Even though we have security here, it makes people feel more secure. The ICE guidelines that you guys did too, the city did, were really well written. I've shared them with people who were really impressed. I'll come back to something a little later. I wanted to say on the entertainment side, I've created a Facebook page, some website. I'm starting to get people talking. We're trying to create like a Reddit. I went on Nextdoor, which there's a lot of crazy people on Nextdoor about my car. I heard a car blow up and things like that. What's going on in the 134? But I'm getting some information from people like that too. I'm going to have a couple Zoom test run sessions, like brainstorming sessions next week, and I'll record them so you can see them if you want. So we can just have a few people see what ideas work. There's been some good ideas already. So if people want to go and find out more, you can go to the Facebook is My 2 Cents Burbank, and the email is my2centsburbank@gmail. And the Reddit, I got to figure out how to change my Reddit and do all that. And then I want to say on the entertainment side, I got a lot of time. Usually February is the busiest month for us in the talent world. It's not. Before the meeting, I only had 3 projects in LA out of a possible 35 to submit on. One was a prostitute on General Hospital. One was a kid on Abbott Elementary. What was the other one? The other one was a wife on Euphoria. There's a couple others since then, but this is not normal. I have a friend who's a caterer who's thought they were going to be really busy starting this month. They've been told that. It's not. So any ideas people have, anything they can do, great. Especially, I know with the animation world, which is a whole other situation. But yeah, so we're going to create a Reddit. We're going to have a Google Doc probably to keep ideas running so people can have it. Because there's some good ones. There's been a couple crazy ones, but some good ones. So that's what I want to say. And then last on the immigration front, I was looking through stuff, and I'm Irish, if you can't tell. And there are tens of thousands of illegal or undocumented Irish workers here too. So it can affect everyone. So just keep that in mind. Your neighbors could be next and you might not realize it. So, that's all I'm going to say tonight.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mike Stage, followed by Laura Stropel.
Hi, I'm Mike Stage. I'm a former resident of Burbank and a long-time visitor, in and out all the time. My family and I consider this our second home, frankly. We're here all the time, and I would like to commend you all really on the resolution. It sounds really good. It's not enough, but it does sound good. But you're going to have to go further. This needs to become a sanctuary city. There is no other way that this is going to work. This is not a normal administration, as some of these people have already told you. This is a fascist administration on steroids. They are coming for all of us. And they're coming for the weakest part, the people who don't have enough legal backing, enough cultural backing from the rest of us. They're going to come for them first, and a resolution, they're going to spit on it, and they're just going to come and take everybody away. They may try and do it anyways with a sanctuary city, but a sanctuary city will show that you have the courage, the guts to stand up to them and say, you're not going to do it. We are here for you. We're here for all of you, and we are not here for Donald Trump, Rubio, and the Gestapo known as ICE. These people are dangerous, and they are dangerous to all of us, because when they get done, if they get done, if we don't stop them from taking care of the migrants, they're going to come for the rest of us. What they want is to ethnically cleanse the United States of anybody that doesn't fit their white male fashion. And they are very, very dangerous. And a sanctuary city is the best way to stand up to them and say, we are not going to allow this. And we have to do this. And I would hope that while I commend you on this resolution, really I do, you've got to go further. And if you can't go further tonight, then you need to go further tomorrow. But it's going to come sooner or later. You need to be a sanctuary city and stand up to these people. Because otherwise, they're going to roll right over you. They don't care. They don't care about resolutions. They don't care about the laws. Trump doesn't care about anything but Trump. And the rest of them are just like that. And we have to stand against them together, all of us together. White, black, red, brown, trans, it doesn't matter. We are all in this together. And the best way to start is as a sanctuary city. And I hope, I really do, that you will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Laura Strobel, followed by Daniel.
Hello. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Laura Strobel, and I'm a member of the board for the Burbank Human Relations Council. And I'm here tonight to speak on their behalf on Agenda Item 7, to adopt the resolution by the Council of the City of Burbank strengthening and expanding the city's commitment to a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community for all, regardless of immigration status. The Burbank Human Relations Council is a community-based organization that was founded in 1958, and our group has a long history. We continuously seek to foster good human relations by promoting a culture of fair treatment, inclusion, and promoting universal respect for human rights, civil liberties, and fundamental freedom. We began a campaign a few years ago to distribute "Hate Has No Home" signs to the community. Our hope was and is that these signs allow our community members to publicly display their commitment to a shared vision for the city of Burbank. That it can be a beloved community in which all people can live in peace, free from fear, oppression, hunger, and hate. This is our vision. We believe this vision is for all people, regardless of their immigration status. Our board voted unanimously to support the proposed resolution. We hope that City Council votes to affirm the city's support to this vision by strengthening and expanding its commitment to ensure that Burbank is a place that is welcoming, to ensure that Burbank is a place that is safe, and that it is a place that is inclusive to everyone in our community, regardless of their immigration status. Let's stand together in support of all our neighbors, our families, and friends, because together we are stronger, and that is Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Daniel, followed by Kat Kosmala.
Good evening, City Council, City staff, and fellow Burbank residents. I love our Burbank community, and I love our immigrant community, and they are welcome here, and I fully support the resolution in Agenda Item 7. To create a resolution letting them know that they're welcome and they're safe here, and I fully support that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kat Kosmala, followed by Emiko S.
Hello. I'm a Burbank homeowner, and I stand in solidarity with the Burbank Tenants Union. Since I bought my home more than 15 years ago, its value has more than doubled. But I don't want to own a home that's worth more than twice what I paid, because I didn't buy it to be an investment. I bought it to be a place to live. Now the city I've come to love has become unaffordable for most of my friends, coworkers, and even me. We need to find ways to make the cost of living more accessible, specifically to renters. Rosati and Mullins. I've been watching the recordings of the council meetings regularly, but tonight I am here in person, and I'll be listening closely to make sure that neither of you makes the mistake of drawing a false equivalency between renters and landlords by giving them the same amount of weight or consideration in this matter. To do so is to misunderstand the difference between equality and equity. And to make a point to Mr. Donahue's comment, equity is not about the group size, but understanding disparities in power, not size, but power. Renters are a vastly larger constituency with vastly less power and vastly less time and money to defend themselves. Yes, everyone is capable of suffering, including landlords. Everyone is deserving of empathy, including landlords. But anyone who owns more than one piece of property in Southern California is not in the same position of need as someone who owns none. You need to prioritize making life easier for the renters first, the true local mom and pop landlords second, and the corporate landlords and investment speculators not at all. And if you're going to make an exemption for small landlords, I'm for it. I would love for them to be allies in the city as well. But if you're going to do so, the city needs to pay the cost to the renters so they're not left out in the cold. Finally, with my 1 minute remaining, I'll speak on something I wasn't prepared to do tonight, but item 7, I stand fully in support of. There have been some wonderful words here, and I'm so proud that this agenda item was introduced a week ago, the Sanctuary City Ordinance. Fantastic. We need to do that. We need to go as strong as we can with the language, because it's not about making the city safe. It's about sending the right message that everyone is welcome here and everyone should feel safe, that that's the world we want to create. I love my neighbors. I don't care where they come from. I want them to feel welcome. I want them to feel safe in my neighborhood. And to the first 2 speakers here, no, they're humans too. I hope that when you see someone walking down the street and they don't look like you and you don't know where they come from, that the first thing that crosses through your mind is not suspicion, but a recognition of humanity, and that you can find a way to love strangers instead. It feels way better than what you might be carrying around instead now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amiko S., and that is my last comment card.
Good evening, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, council members, staff, and my fellow community members. My name is Amiko Sawanabori, and I would like to comment on 2 issues. 1, or actually 3 if I have time. 1 is the dire situation of the entertainment industry, animation in specific. At the last city council meeting, I believe there was a mention of creating an entertainment industry task force in Burbank. I ask that the members of said task force please keep animation and VFX artists in mind when they discuss the plights of the entertainment industry. Despite creating some of the most popular shows and films, animation and VFX do not receive any benefits from Governor Gavin Newsom's proposed tax incentive plans. Many of my friends and colleagues have left the city, the state, and some have even left the industry altogether because they have not been able to find work in animation. We are losing decades' worth of irreplaceable skills and experience at an alarming rate because the city has become unaffordable. This leads me to my next concern. Please implement the rent registry program and seriously consider a 4% rent cap. Our union fights for months to get an incremental increase in pay to keep up with inflation, but that hard-won increase in pay disappears in the dust of 8 to 10% rent increases year over year. This is unsustainable, and I believe that programs like the rent registry and rent cap can at least stop some of the bleeding. And since I have a little bit of time, I am in full support for the adoption of the resolution on agenda item 7. I do not fear immigrants, documented or otherwise. I fear oligarchs who pit us against each other through hateful rhetoric and fear-mongering. Thank you very much, and I hope everybody has a wonderful Valentine's Day.
Thank you for your comment.
Mayor, point of order, question, please.
Mr. City Attorney?
There was the person who just spoke addressed a member of the chamber. It is my understanding that people who speak at the lectern only address the people on the dais.
I believe you can speak to the city attorney about that. I, as the chair, did not see anything that was above an issue, but if the city attorney...
It's the chair's discretion to manage the meeting.
Thank you. And I have said this before, and I will, if the meeting gets out of order. We have had instances where we have members of the public yell or harass other folks. And it's come from different folks with different points of view. And to my knowledge, you were not yelling, you were not out of order, so I did not stop you. I can't keep taking questions from the audience. I can't keep going like this, sir. Even that was out of line, quite frankly, so I'm just explaining it. Sir, I'm sorry. The time for public comment was allotted, and you had 3 minutes. That's, you know, that is, you can take that up individually with this person if you have a concern. And, okay, I will have order in this chamber. The time for public comment is over. That is how this works, and I have the prerogative.
If you cannot abide by the mayor's ruling, you can leave the chambers.
It's up with you. If you don't like to follow your own rules, it's up with you. If you don't address the point of order, it's up to you.
Sir, you need to stop talking.
Thank you. I do want to remind folks that we have decorum here, and by, let's see, if I have to name the jurisdiction, then I will. By Government Code Section 54957.95, I'm authorized to restore order to the meetings in the event of actual disruptions that are disrupting, impeding, or rendering the conduct of the meeting to continue in its fashion. Folks have come to hear the meeting on the agenda items listed. You have 3 minutes to talk, and we will continue the meeting as scheduled. Thank you. All right. We have, and Mr. Donahue, if you have questions about the rest of that, feel free to ask the city attorney or myself following the meeting. I do appreciate your question. I hear you. That is my understanding of the policy and code. All right. We have completed in-person general public comment, and we're going to move on to the phones. Madam City Clerk, how many callers are on the line?
We have 4 callers.
Thank you. The first caller, you will have 3 minutes.
The first caller is Martha Urell.
Hi, Martha, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening once again. Martha Urell. I'm here also representing the Maui apartments that are still with their troubles and stripes. And also I want to advocate for seniors and those with disabilities that I believe rent caps would help, because base rent to afford these days for this class of generation is not available. We've had this eviction problem since 2019, and I don't think the city has thought ahead to accommodate by building or reusing buildings that are just vacant to supply some kind of place to live. Mr. Richard Cartwright, which I'm sure you are familiar with his emails and his situation, is being asked by his lawyer, what does he want to do? He wants to stay in Burbank. His doctors are here. His friends are here. There are people at Maui that are helping him out because he has no one. He's half blind, like I've said before, half deaf, and he's already made it to his 81st birthday, and I pray to God he makes it even more. I am so happy for the registry that's going to be put for the rentals, because we need to know what is available, who is profiting over people, instead of thinking of what's going on. And we are in a crisis with homelessness, with natural disasters, and our own problems here in the city where there's no place to go. So I'm hoping that something happens, and that we're all people. We all bleed red. And God bless America. Good night.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Gigi.
Hi, Gigi. You're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes. I'm calling in regards to a carve-out for mom-and-pop landlords.
It can't be effectively implemented without a registry in place to distinguish between larger landlords and smaller individual property owners. Without such a registry, there is no clear way to identify who qualifies as a small landlord, making the carve-out inefficient and potentially open to abuse by larger landlords. A rental registry is crucial for addressing the issues surrounding exemptions for small landlords, as it ensures transparency, accountability, and equal protections for tenants. This argument hinges on 3 key points: lack of accurate identification, which is the difficulty in accurately identifying small landlords due to insufficient transparency laws, make it hard to fairly apply exemptions; a risk of obscure ownership. Corporate landlords can exploit gaps in transparency to obscure ownership and bypass regulations hiding behind LLCs; and equal tenant protections that, regardless of landlord size, tenants observe consistent protections. Exemptions based on landlord size could lead to uneven enforcement of tenants' rights. In conclusion, a rental registry addresses the lack of transparency that allows corporate landlords to exploit loopholes. A rental registry ensures a fair treatment of tenants and accountability for all landlords regardless of size. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is April Fangio.
Hi, April. You're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, Council. Good evening. I hope you're all doing great. Sorry I couldn't be there in person tonight. I got kids. Anyhow, I wanted to address a couple things. First of all, in regards to Sanctuary City, I read the resolution. I'm not necessarily against it, but there are so many issues that we, the people of Burbank, have not had an answer to. And I did email weeks ago the City Council asking some very specific questions and details of like, okay, I get what Sanctuary City means to a lot of people, like as a definition, but what does it mean to Burbank? And I'm really disturbed that I did not get a response back from the mayor or from, actually I got back from a staff member from Zizette responded, and I'm actually looking at it right now. It's nice thing about being at home, and Chris responded as well. So, the transparency here is really disturbing to me. I'm not necessarily for or against anything until I know the facts of what that means to our city. So, in other words, is this, of course I do have concerns about unvetted migrants. My biggest concern is with the children. Now, where you can really get me on voting for Sanctuary City is the atrocities that have happened to the children that have been smuggled across the southern border, sold into sex slavery, trafficked. That all happened in the last 4 years, and the previous administration lost track of over 400,000 of them. And so there is a problem. Those should we protect? Absolutely. There are organizations that we can go through as a city to protect those children, make sure they stay safe. But a blanket policy, I think we need to look at and know what that means for Burbank, so that we know what we're saying yes to or no to. Likewise, I do want to talk briefly on the industry. We are a motion picture family, union family as well as many here. And there is no work. My husband, starting tomorrow, is furloughed again. And it has to be a serious conversation at council because we are the media capital of the world. My husband is a tailor, tradesman, and so in the costuming. And we moved here for a better life. We moved here to have more, and there's no work. And that's a big conversation, and Burbank is a part of that conversation. Lastly, I have no idea how much time I have left, but I do simply want to say that I am concerned about a lot of the fascist things that people are saying.
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you for your comment, April. That's your time.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Hi, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm here in support of item 7. We have a duty to all our neighbors to stand with them as they are wrongfully targeted for their immigration status. I'm also not in support of item 9 for landlord carve out. Without a rental registry, there will be no transparency of who owns which buildings, and large corporate landlords will be able to abuse the loophole, making protections ineffective and so leaving renters vulnerable to negligence by landlords who are unrespondent or who try to do illegal evictions. A rental registry would simply give accurate data into residents' conditions and would allow City Council to make the most informative decisions about what protections are needed. That's all I have. And so also just for the upcoming rent cap, just, I'm losing my thought. I'm appreciating bringing all of the protections that were discussed in the October rent cap study, that they're being brought back to the table to be discussed along with that rent cap and anti-harassment and more. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your call.
Madam Mayor, that was our last caller.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. All right, there being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and/or our City Attorney. Anything from staff? No. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes. To Mr. Dorigo's question that he asked at the beginning, the 5 elected officials up here are accountable to the voters. The only way to remove them is with recall or when their term ends. Separately, each of the council members are accountable to each other under the City Council's Code of Conduct. Mr. Dorigo, we have your email address, so we can send you a copy of that. Enforcement of the Code of Conduct is addressed in the back of the Code of Conduct, and it's before the council itself.
Thank you. Anybody else from staff? No? Okay. Who would like to go first? Councilor Rosati, thank you for volunteering.
Thank you. I'm going to address most of the agenda items as we go through the agenda. Someone mentioned town halls. I'm actually in favor of the town halls, and I would like to see us do a couple maybe this year if we can. They don't necessarily have to be on a council day. It could be on maybe a weekday weekend when people can come out and have the time to attend. So I think that's a good idea. So I'd be in favor of that. Thank you. Sorry, and I wanted to congratulate Lieutenant Green's new Met team members. So thank you for stepping up and doing that.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilor Anthony.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo that sentiment. We have new Met team members. They do a great job here in the city, and we do appreciate them. I just want to encourage Mr. Donahue. You are seen as a very important leader in this community. Please consider that when you choose to do specific things in this council chambers, other people see that as license to follow suit. I would encourage you to really think about the appropriate time. I think what you brought up was a good argument and a good issue. There's even a public comment later on multiple agenda items. You could even use that opportunity. I know you feel comfortable in this room. I like that you feel comfortable in this room to bring things up. I just want to say, be careful. You have a presence in this community that people respond to. And so be wary with that authority.
Councilor Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too would like to thank everyone who came, emailed, and called tonight. Congratulate the Met team. We've been waiting for a new team for quite some time now. I do want to address some of the speakers, and just not that we're going to rehash the item number 7 on the agenda, but I really highly encourage those individuals that maybe were not in attendance to our meeting where we discussed this item. It took us 9 hours, including 80 speakers. So this council up here, we spend 9 hours to discuss and to have a really healthy dialogue and conversation about what is right for the city of Burbank and what it means, whether to have a sanctuary city or welcoming city, or any of the items that were brought before us tonight, including the emails that we received, including some misinformation that was printed in the paper. So please go back, watch the meeting, and understand the dialogue and the discussion that took place, and understand all the questions that you asked tonight, or your concerns or non-concerns. All these were addressed during our dialogues and discussions. So I wanted to make sure that, to give you that bit of information. There is also a speaker that came up and implied or said something about, okay, I'm watching, which is absolutely fine. I welcome people to watch what we do. I want you to get involved. I want you to hear the dialogues and understand how much work it takes for all of us up here to have healthy discussion, to balance and find the need for the entire community. So if you are interested and want to get involved in our discussion, I highly recommend they attend the council meetings. Don't just be coming, making a comment and walk away, or don't show up, because this council takes everything serious that all of you come up here and talk about. We take the staff report serious, we ask questions, and that's why our meetings last longer than they should, because guess what? We don't let anything go by unless we really discuss it to make sure it's the best interest of the entire city of Burbank. And that's for me personally. Whether you like my vote, whether you don't like my vote, doesn't bother me. Whether you come up here and say you're not going to vote for me, that's your prerogative. I cannot stop you from this. But I'm really tired of listening to this. It comes up randomly here and there. And I want to tell you, it is your choice what you want to do. But I tell you, I am doing my job for entire city of Burbank, not just a segment of this community. So with that, I'm going to leave it alone. Paul had asked a question earlier, our speaker, regarding alley cleanup, and I want to see if there's a possibility you can address that question.
Yes, thank you, Council Member. We are aware that there are continued issues in the alleyways. The city has approximately 50 miles of alleys. We had significant debris damage from the windstorms last month. We are diligently out there with our crews working on cleanup, and we will continue to do so to get that done as quickly as possible.
Sorry, did you say 50 miles?
50 miles
of alleys?
In the city. So our crews are working diligently to get those cleaned up, and we're making good progress, but we still have a little bit of ways to go. If there are specific concerns, we encourage community members to submit concerns through our 311 app, or they could call our Public Works Department directly at 818-238-3800.
Thank you. I appreciate that input.
Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. As always, appreciate you taking time out of your very busy schedule to come and sit through public comment and speak at the lectern, which can be very intimidating. So I really appreciate you doing that. And then those who called in, also those who emailed during the week and who met. I was in meetings today from 9:30 back to back. I had just 1 half-hour break, and it's hard to see everybody back to back, but it's also really encouraging, and I appreciate people willing to either meet in person or on the phone or for coffee, and sharing your perspective. I also want to thank Lieutenant Green for coming and introducing the Met team. I've been a supporter and an advocate for the Met team since its inception, and it's been a very successful program in our city. It's addressed a lot of issues in a humane and appropriate way, and lots of work going on. In fact, if you want to know more about what the Met does, they have a newsletter you can sign up for, and you can see the things that they've been working on and the kinds of people they help. So I encourage you to sign up for the Met team, Met letter. And let's see, just a couple other things. Mr. Scroggs, thank you for continuing to bring information about the entertainment industry. It is disappointing to hear that February, which is normally a busy month, is not busy. And I echo you and the others who spoke the importance of this task force, entertainment task force. So just really quickly from staff, when do we expect to hear back, general timeline of when that task force is going to come back to us?
Yeah, we actually had it scheduled to come back last week. We ended up pulling the item because we are actively in discussion with the Chamber of Commerce on some additional initiatives that are closely related to the entertainment task force. So we are kind of integrating that now into our report, and we plan to bring that back at one of the next two meetings, either on the 25th or March 11th.
Great, thank you. And as one of the speakers mentioned, please include animation in that. Thank you. And then lastly, and well, a lot of the comments were about items, so we'll talk about that later. But there was somebody who mentioned that on the phone that they emailed us and it only heard from a couple of us. And I want to just generally apologize to the community for not being able to email back to respond to every single email. We get hundreds and hundreds of emails, and which is good because that means the community is really engaged and has questions and concerns and really wants to talk to us. At the same time, I also have another job, and I don't have an individual person helping me with email. So I try to get to as many as I can, but I know that I'm not accessible as well as email, so I make myself accessible in other ways. You can always text me or call me directly on my work phone, which is 818-252-9014. It's 818-252-9014 if you want to have a more in-depth conversation. I read every email, I just don't get back to everybody. So if you want a more in-depth conversation and you want some answers, please feel free to contact me directly. And if you later on think, oh wait, what was the number she gave? You can look on the website. It's on the website under my listing with my phone number there. So you can call me directly, okay? I know it's hard, it's frustrating sometimes not to get a reply back. If you don't get a reply back at all from somebody, that rarely happens, but please let us know. But hopefully at least somebody's gotten back to you. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Takahashi. Did you have one more thing, Councilmember?
I just want to say that if you want us to be effective in returning emails or calls, our agenda comes out on Thursday. I received 14 emails while we were in closed session, and there's really not much we can do between closed session and coming to council meetings. And they're probably great emails and they're probably good content, but unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to read them because we had to come to the council. So I would encourage folks that if you want to participate and email the council members, look at the staff report on Thursday, Friday, maybe Saturday, and then email us Sunday, Monday, so we have time to incorporate some of your ideas into our council meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, so I do want to thank everybody in the chamber who's maintained decorum, who's kept calm and everything. And actually, Councilor Anthony, I slightly disagree with you on one point. I think Mr. Donahue had decorum today, had decency to ask a question, to realize it wasn't the time and step back. And I do appreciate that. And I think it's an example for other folks. We don't take hands raised up here. We don't take points of order. It's a system that precedes all of us up on this dais. It is a system that every council throughout the United States of America follows, right? So that everybody has an equal opportunity to speak, to be heard, and to do so in an orderly fashion. And when that decorum is broken, when you start yelling at us or you start yelling at each other, that's when the chair has the prerogative to step in and ask you to calm down. And in severe cases, kick you out of the room, because the rest of your fellow community members have the right to hear what is happening in the meeting, have the right to have 5 people sit up here and make a decision. And to Councilor Mullins' point, it is no decision that is taken lightly up here at this council. We do spend a long time on all of this. Most of our meetings, and perhaps even today, will go well beyond today and into tomorrow, because this council cares about the decisions we are making. And to that, I will go on to the email portion and respond there saying that yes, please be mindful of emailing us at 3, 4. A lot of times we received emails at those times. We're in closed session most of the time. We're already here, already discussing important items, and we will most likely not get to your email before this closed session, or this open session. The agenda is posted on Thursday, and you can always email us at any time before to discuss. Another recommendation I would add, and April, I think this is why I missed your email, emailing us individually sometimes works better. That council email goes to all of us, and that one, I think, any given week is at 800 emails full on a given day. So emailing individually usually works better. It's easier to get a response. And April, I will take a look at your email. I'll answer your questions individually, because you're absolutely right. Different cities have different sanctuary cities. That is a nominally broad term that does not mean the same thing in different jurisdictions anywhere. And so if you want to know what happened, I'm happy to answer your questions. And if you want to know what happened, tune into last week. We had a 9-hour discussion about it, and a very good one that can really inform the community. And that goes for anybody who is here today commenting on that issue. We discussed it at length last week, took a lot of public comment. I believe we took over 70 public comments from our residents and community members. And the last thing I will say without going into that item is, I don't want to speak on the item itself, but I do want to remind folks that no local immigration policy can prevent any police department from arresting someone who has committed a crime, regardless of immigration status, despite any fear-mongering you might have heard today or in the future or outside of these chambers. That is not something that is our intent, because the safety of all of our community members is important. And the last thing I will say on a positive note, Mr. Scroggs and Ms. Amico, who are here today talking about the entertainment industry, thank you for coming up. I encourage all of our community members to speak on the entertainment industry. It is something that concerns all of us here in Burbank. As a media capital, we should all care. I promise you, a neighbor, a friend who lives here, works in the industry, and every single small business in the city is impacted by the industry, so we all need to find ways to work together to find solutions to what is a very hard season and what is a detrimental impact that is going to affect our entire economy. So please, we encourage you to stay connected. Amico, we will be talking about animation when the time comes, and if you have other ideas, reach out to us, contact us. You have one of our phone numbers and all of our emails. So please continue to reach out. Thank you again to all of you who continue to come about the issues you care about. I know we'll address them later on in the agenda. And I mean that, even if we don't agree on everything. Thank you for being here and presenting your thoughts and your issues in a respectable and honorable manner. And believe me, they are taken into account. Mr. Bax, I listen to every one of your podcasts and I take every sheet home to review. I really do. And I do thank you for coming every week. It is appreciated. Thank you all for what you do. All right, let's move on. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion, and Madam City Clerk, may you read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 7 items on tonight's consent agenda. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the joint meeting of January 28th, 2025. Item 2 is adoption of a resolution approving a transfer agreement with the Los Angeles County Flood Control District for the Safe Clean Water Program. Item 3 is adoption of a resolution authorizing an amendment to increase the cost to bid schedule number 1508, Providencia Sewer Improvement Project Phase 2, in the amount of $2,340,000, and amending the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget by appropriating funds. Item 4 is adoption of a resolution approving a cooperative agreement with Wyatt Trapp Incorporated for the City Attorney Office Reconfiguration Project. Item 5 is an authorization to submit a sub-application and match commitment letter to the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services for federal funding through the 2024 Post-Fire Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. Item 6 is approval of a 5-year lease agreement with UBEO Business Services for the replacement and maintenance of multifunctional printer equipment. And the final item, item 7, is adoption of a resolution strengthening and expanding the city's commitment for a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community to all, regardless of immigration status. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I believe we don't have a poll, but we'd like some information on an item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. If possible, we can have just a quick, brief update about item 5. I think it's important enough, not important enough. It's important given the time of the fires, and I think if possible, our fire chief can.
Yes, our fire chief, Danny Alvarez, is here, who can give you a brief update on the grant application.
Good evening, Mayor Perez.
Welcome, Chief.
Well, hi, Vice Mayor Takahashi, Council, Danny Alvarez, Fire Chief. I'm going to bring up Eric Baumgartner and our Fire Marshal Jim Moy to come on up, and they'll be able to, Eric will give you a brief overview of the grant, and then if you have any questions regarding our brush clearance program or the grant, either one of them will be able to answer for you. So, Eric, you want to do that?
Welcome back, Mr. Baumgartner, and welcome, Mr. Boy.
Good evening, Eric Baumgartner, Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Burbank Fire Department. Real quick update, the application is basically, as the title states, post-fire mitigation. So following a large disaster fire that triggers both an FMAG and then public assistance, those fires then have a carve-out afterwards for mitigation to prevent future fires. So this post-fire mitigation project is actually from the fires that happened earlier in the year from back in the summer. So those fires that were in Northern California and other fires throughout the state triggered those public assistance monies back then. An application or notice of interest went out in the fall for any mitigation projects that might be in fire prevention in wildland areas. Seeing that and looking at our robust brush mitigation program that we have in the city of Burbank, we looked at ways to capitalize and improve upon that even further, going above and beyond. So to look at the scope of that, I'll turn it over to the fire marshal, who can give you a little bit on the scope of the project.
Good evening. So our fire hazard reduction program encompasses, like Mr. Baumgartner said, a robust policy that creates a defensible space from the border with the city of Burbank and the city of Glendale all the way over to the city of Los Angeles. It's a continuous ribbon of this defensible space, and we enforce that program every year. What we're looking for right now is through this grant program, we saw the opportunity last year to get some extra monies to go above and beyond what we already have in place. So we identified 3 areas in the city of large open space that we could enhance and bolster. But even without this grant, we have a comprehensive and robust program that is in place and will continue to be in place. But we're looking to get this grant monies to increase 3 areas of defensible space.
Thank you. Any comments, questions?
No question. I just wanted the quick, brief update to let the public know the great work you do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the only thing I will note, more of a brief comment, is this is something that, although on the agenda, it's very timely and it may look like it's a response to the current wildfire situation, these folks have been working on this since before the recent fires. We have been very proactive in this and have been ready for whenever disaster strikes. So thank you all for working on these grants on a yearly basis and making sure we're ready. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Oh, you had a question, Councilman?
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. City Attorney, if I could get a brief response on 3 of the items. Item 3, 4,
Thank you,
and
Chief.
6 were all, we used bidding processes on the purchases of these, or the contracts. Could I just ask a quick overview on how each of them go out, because they're all a little bit different bids. So number 3, we did the sewer program, and that bid went out, and how was that?
Well, Public Works is here, so they can address the competitive solicitation on the Providencia Sewer Improvement Project Phase 2.
And then I'm going to ask again for 4 and for number 6 later.
Briefly say number 4 is a co-op, so it's a nationally bid procurement process where companies bid to a public agency solicitation. We are a member of the Sourcewell Co-op cooperative purchasing, and so we were able to get the competitive pricing off this national Sourcewell. It's something we do for small capital improvement projects, which helps to speed delivery, and it's something we're looking to use increasingly. This is only the second time we've used this nationally cooperative construction pricing.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Berkman.
Yes. Ken Berkman, Public Works Director, Madam Mayor, council members. The question of how Providencia Sewer Phase 2 was bid out is our typical
just a
purchasing
quick
process. It was back in around March 2023. We go through our purchasing procedures. We publicly advertise the plans and specifications, and contractors come back with bids that we open publicly. We award a contract to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. There are certain terms and conditions that need to be met to that, and the lowest bidder is awarded the contract, and we come to council to have that contract award authorized, and we go through all the contract execution, bonds, insurance, and all that, typical of any public works project.
Okay, thank you. And then number 6 was the printer program.
Yes, I'll respond as the interim chief information officer. So this followed the more traditional procurement process. We use the city's request for proposal process, where we submit the proposals via Planet Bids, which is a web-based application that is commonly used for government agencies to solicit bids and proposals for different types of services. So we posted that publicly. We received 11 proposals, 10 of which were responsive. Upon receiving those, they are vetted by our procurement section and then by an evaluation team who evaluates different objectives based on the services that we need, and then puts forward the best option for the city for council's review and approval.
Thank you. The only reason I bring that up is because it's quite a bit of money today, and I want the public to know that we have a lot of procedures in place to make sure that we are responsible with their tax dollars. And then last thing, I just want to make a quick comment on number 7. Some people in the community are asking that, are saying this doesn't do enough, or we need to do more, or we shouldn't do anything. I want to tell you, to Councilmember Mullins' point, we had a very long and robust discussion about this 2 weeks ago. We came to the conclusion that this was a balanced take. We are not a big city like LA or the county or the state of California, so we are going to do what we feel is the most responsible action, still keeping in mind, as I pointed out in the other 3 items, with your tax dollars being responsible on what we can and cannot do. Thank you.
All right, are we ready for a vote? Councilor Rosati.
I'll move the consent.
Second.
Great. Moved by Rosati, second by Mullins. Let's vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
5-0. All right. We now move to our staff reports. If it's all good with the council, it is the mayor's and the chair's prerogative to rearrange items as I see fit. And I do believe that it would be in our best interest to allow our staff from BWP to present the greenhouse gas reduction plan, as it is an update and should take less time than our more meaty substantive items.
Yes, the city's amenable to that.
Great.
I'd be in favor of that too.
Great. So in that case, we will be starting with item 10. That's the right number, right? Yeah, item 10, which is our discussion of the City of Burbank Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan, Status Report, and 2022 Greenhouse Gas Inventory Update. Burbank Water and Power, Mr. Johnstone, welcome.
Really appreciate that. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Drew Johnstone. I'm your Sustainability Officer from Burbank Water and Power. And I'm here tonight to present that it has been 2.5 years since the council adopted the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan. And since that time, staff have been busy implementing a lot of the measures in the plan. And actually for the last year, me and my colleagues in other departments have been working on a status report for you, as well as an updated greenhouse gas emissions inventory. And so leading up to the presentation tonight at Council, which my presentation is probably only going to be about 5 minutes tonight, very high level, I did give 20 to 40-minute presentations on this very topic to the Interdepartmental Review Committee, to the Infrastructure Oversight Board, the Planning Commission, the BWP Board, as well as the Sustainable Burbank Commission and the Burbank Association of Realtors. So let's get into some of my slides here. Just a little bit of background on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan, which we call the GGRP locally. It is the council-adopted pathway to reduce planet warming emissions for the Burbank community while also improving the quality of life for residents and workers. The plan itself has 12 strategies, 19 measures, 124 actions that were developed with input from the community, staff, as well as expert consultants. The resulting estimates from this plan show that it's going to require a lot of investment, significant work, and in fact, twice as many action items in the GGRP, this GGP, as was in the 2013 GGRP. But when the vision of the GGRP becomes reality, we're going to have carbon-free energy sources, healthier, more efficient buildings, water-wise landscaping, multiple modes of zero-emission transportation options, safer streets for pedestrians and bicyclists, and significantly higher waste diversion rates, meaning more materials are reduced, reused, recycled, or composted. So to track the progress of the GGRP, staff is committed to provide council with progress reports and a publicly accessible dashboard for the community to check in on with updates on the city's emissions. The data collection process took significant time and collaboration. Staff and consultants met virtually and in person over the course of many months to gather. We sent curated data requests to each of the departments, gathered data, ensured its accuracy, and we turned it into a pretty visually pleasing status report, I must say. And so that is now publicly posted on our website. It was truly a citywide effort. Every city department was involved. And we contracted with Rincon Consultants, who were the consultants that helped us with the original GGRP. So it was really helpful to have their knowledge on board. So I'm going to quickly talk about a greenhouse gas emissions inventory. This is a list here of the human activities in Burbank that cause emissions. They are sources of gases like nitrous oxide, methane, and carbon dioxide. And when these gases are released and trapped in the atmosphere, they cause climate change. And so we can measure and track these emission sources and turn them into an inventory with these major sources of emissions, and we can focus our efforts on the largest emitters in the city. So our goal is to eventually measure emissions annually, though until we get a streamlined data collection process in place, it might be 2 years for the next inventory. We worked with Rincon Consultants this last year, but I believe we have the tools in place to conduct an inventory in-house moving forward. So here is a chart of a lot of the data that has been compiled. So we have all the emission sources on the left. We have the 2019 emissions in the second column and the 2022 emissions in the column after that. But most importantly, if we look in the bottom right corner, we can see emissions were reduced 11% from 2019 to 2022. So this is obviously a positive trend. And so this is a typical table from a emissions inventory. It measures the emissions in a visual way to clearly see the big culprits of emissions. So the orange and dark purple segments are building electricity, electricity generation and on-road transportation. Broken down even further, we can turn them into pie charts where we can look at subsectors. For example, the 41% of emissions from electricity sources, we can break down and see, oh wait, about 66% of the usage comes from the commercial sector. So we can target a lot of our programs in that area to help reduce emissions most effectively. So real quickly, I'm going to talk about some of the greenhouse gas reduction measures in the plan. Starting with, and I'm going to categorize them in different departments, starting with community development. They're a significant department in the city with 9 of the 12 strategies in the GGRP. The teams in building and safety, the urban planners, the transportation planners are uniquely qualified and designed to implement policies and programs to reduce emissions in the built environment on the streets while also making the city more resilient. Public Works team, They manage the city's facilities and lighting, our fleets, our streets, our landfill, our recycling and composting programs. So they are absolutely leaders and fantastic partners in numerous GGRP measures. In Burbank Water and Power, we are aiming to supply more and more emissions-free electricity for the community every year in alignment with state mandates. One of the GGRP's cornerstone measures is to partner with Burbank Housing Corporation to help them electrify their affordable housing units. And we're also leveraging our customer rebate programs to promote energy efficiency and electrification to reduce our community-wide energy use by 63 gigawatt hours by 2030, and we're 45% of the way to this goal. And we're also working hard to provide more resources for our residents and businesses to convert their gas-fueled HVAC and water heating units to heat pumps, as well as their internal combustion cars to plug-in models by providing energy services, incentives, and EV charging, as well as public EV chargers throughout the community. So in the status report that's published on the website, I've got right here, we have 19 measures that are highlighted with these types of icons to delineate progress. And the status report also has an addendum with staff's updates on each of the 124 actions, and those are 1 to 4 sentences on each of the actions. We also have a public-facing dashboard that has quantitative progress, and that can be found at cap.ringconconsultants.com. And lastly, as far as next steps go, as I mentioned, I was doing a lot of presentations to the various boards and commissions. My next step is going to be, I want to start an interdepartmental working group to make implementation and monitoring of the GGRP more collaborative and efficient. The total estimated cost to implement the GGRP is significant and includes both pre-planned projects like civil infrastructure, new renewable energy generation facilities, transmission distribution, and investments to help the city meet state mandates. And a lot of these large-scale projects were already proposed prior to the GGRP, but they've been included in the GGRP since they're very synergistic. As it's important to know that each strategy, measure, and action must be reviewed and considered at a future city council meeting, and city staff will continue to seek funding for opportunities when available. That's my quick update on the GGRP status report. And this is a note and file, but I'm happy to take direction or questions.
Wow, thank you for that report. We're going to go on to public comment, so we'll get back to questions in a second.
Very good.
So the public comment period for this report to council is now beginning, and no additional cards will be accepted. Last call. Okay. Madam City Clerk, how many public cards do we have for this report to council?
We have 2, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Because we have 2 cards, you each get 3 minutes. Our first speaker will be David Donahue, and followed by Vicky Kirschenbaum. Mr. Donahue, you're up.
Vice Mayor Takahashi, council members, my name is David Donahue, and if you recall, this is the issue I've been talking about. Mr. Johnstone and the wonderful people at Burbank Water and Power have been doing a great job trying to keep you up to speed. The $2 billion price tag, I just kind of like to point out, is separate from the Integrated Resources Plan. We've already, and I would imagine the council and staff is getting a lot of requests or comments on their BWP rates. I see them on the Facebook page that I'm admin on, and I do direct them to kind of ways that they can kind of address those concerns or those worries, because it's very, very significant. A $2 billion price tag is massive. The question I would have, and the question that I would like to ask at a town hall, following up on what Councilmember Rosati suggested, following up what Councilmember Anthony agreed to during the public debate to have a town hall. This would be a great one, because a question could be brought up. It's like, I understand that there is a mandate from the state. I'd like to see the studies and the reports. Okay, it was mandated, it was studied. Where is it? If you are going to tax, maybe the wrong word, impose cost to comply with the GGRP, I want to know what the frickin' heck is driving that. Not just, okay, we need to do it and rubber stamp it, and then all of a sudden, grandma and grandpa, mom and pop can't afford to live in Burbank. That's happening right now, and I think that's a really big issue. The IRP, the Integrated Resources Plan, is in conjunction with the greenhouse gas reduction plan. I believe that if you chose to ask Mr. Johnstone the question of how they apply, or if you were going to ask either at this council meeting or a future one, Ms. Mandeep Samra, on how those things, or request, please request, because the woman and her staff are as talented in this country to give you the data on what it's going to cost you and every one of us. Have them put it on a graph. It's a point in time. You're going to need to understand what that means, and the people will be able to explain it to you. But if you are going to double, triple, quadruple, or multiply by 10 what I'm getting on my Burbank Water and Power bill, by all that's good, I would plead with you to have a report on it. I would beg you to do a town hall. So if we can, I'm asking for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Up next, we have Ms. Kirschenbaum.
Hi, my name is Vicki Kirschenbaum. I am a member of the Sustainable Burbank Commission, but I'm speaking only on my own behalf this evening. At the recent goal-setting meeting, council members rightly expressed concerns about water and electricity. Much needs to be done, as evidenced in the GGRP report, particularly if you take a close study of the line item assessment on the city website. The GGRP status report notes we have not yet made progress toward reducing per capita water use. Solutions such as direct potable reuse, if pursued, are still many years off. So we need more conservation. Landscape being our lowest hanging fruit, we need to push rebates, and we need to expand recycled water availability to residential properties. The GGRP status report notes that no progress has been made to electrify 25% of city buildings by 2030, or to retrofit affordable housing, or to electrify 100% of new construction. As far as the goal of converting 3,000 residences and 170 commercial properties to electric heat pumps by 2030, we are only at 1%, and these goals are crucial in reducing our dependence on gas. I see no progress in the report of BWP finding locations for local solar and battery projects, or installing 5 megawatts of solar on parking structures or buildings around the city. The recent change in policy to solar net billing is, in my opinion, sending us in the wrong direction. It will reduce residential solar installations as it slashes payback in half, and we need to be ramping up solar and batteries. So in the face of severe drought and the threat of destructive wildfires, local water and power resiliency and self-sufficiency are critical. We must prioritize both as we move forward.
Thank you for your comment. All right, there being no more comment cards, any response from staff?
Good evening, and I'm glad it's not late in the night, so thank you. So I do want to just briefly address some of the comments. So first, in terms of the integrated resources plan, in terms of what we discussed, what the rates would be potentially, would be around 4 to 5% for perpetuity to meet those compliance goals. Secondly, I do want to let everyone know here that we are doing our best to look for federal funding, state funding, applying for grants everywhere we can. So we are looking at those options. We've gotten a lot of really great grants from the California Energy Commission to enhance the Magnolia Power Project, to enhance output while reducing emissions. So I think that's the first step in the right direction. We got a DEED grant from the American Public Power Association for demonstration and energy efficiency development for the iron flow battery, which we installed last year. We're doing studies right now to see where we can install additional solar plus batteries throughout the city. We're not doing that on our campus with lithium ion because of the location and proximity to the freeway as well as the metro. However, we are looking at opportunities through studies that will be done probably later this year or early next year to see what those sites would be at the city. So we are looking at every opportunity. We're looking at funding as well, and it is a snapshot in time. Prices change every week. Energy prices do not stay the same. So I just wanted to address those points in particular, and now I'll hand it off to Drew Johnstone to address some of the other questions.
Thank you. I want to thank Ms. Kirschenbaum for her comments. With the water goals of gallons per capita per day, this is just anecdotal, but the November numbers were looking really good. We are going to start tracking more regularly the last 12 months of average gallons per capita per day and start reporting that in our ops report at BWP. let's see, the electrification of city facilities, that is Public Works, and they are very aware of our goals to electrify where they can. So I think they're looking at equipment when it sort of reaches the end of life to choose an electric version, like a heat pump instead of a furnace or a heat pump water heater. And I know that they were also just wrapping up in sort of a facilities assessment, which was a long time coming. I also wanted to share that we do have incentives for electrifications. So for heat pumps, we do have a goal to install get 3,000 heat pumps installed in the city. Again, this is anecdotal, but the last year, our electrification rebate has become a lot more popular, and we have at least, I think it was 60 heat pumps incentivized within the last year, so that is sort of ramping up. And as Mandeep mentioned, we are wrapping up a solar and energy storage study looking at all of Burbank Water and Power's water reservoirs, as well as the city services building, the police and fire building, public works, fleet maintenance building, the Cambridge Park Rec Center, and the Verdugo Rec Center. So we've sort of mapped out what solar might look like. We're now estimating costs, and we'll be prioritizing those sites based on budget and feasibility. So I think I addressed all the comments and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnstone. All right, now we go to questions from the council. Who would like to start? No? Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. And I do agree with Mr. Donahue that you guys are just an incredible team that is always looking out for the best interests of the city of Burbank and how we can secure the grants or secure whatever funding we have so we can advance and better ourselves. But I wanted to find out regarding rebates, and I know they're probably available on the website. I've seen them before. If any additional rebates that become available, would it be okay for staff to look at how do you promote that rebate for this particular month, to come up with a plan to say, okay, for the next 12 months, let's promote if there's a rebate for electrification of certain equipment or appliance in the house, let's go ahead and promote that to make the public aware of them. Because unless you go and dig in the website and, do I get a rebate for this? And kind of put it out into everybody's face, I think it might encourage them to replace what they have, or also encourage them to tell others and start using what we already got on our system.
Sure, yeah, that's a great idea. And actually, we have plans to go to board and council in April with a proposal of updates to our rebate portfolio. So especially for the business community, as you saw in my chart, they're the largest users, and we kind of get the most bang for our buck as far as cost effectiveness goes from our rebate dollars. But that said, our residential rebate program we're hoping to stay strong. We're going to be introducing adders for low-income customers as well. And I love that idea for marketing campaign and promoting certain rebates every month. So we'll talk to our marketing team about some creative ways to promote our incentives. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for this presentation to give us an update on the GGRP. It's clear that there has been a lot going on, and I always appreciate data and more information. I'm curious if you could very, very briefly, for the community's benefit, to give an overview of a few sentences each of what the GGRP are and the IRP and how they relate to one another, because I think those acronyms being thrown around sometimes and they're related, they're kind of similar-ish or in the same space. A brief overview would be great.
The greenhouse gas reduction plan, we call the GGRP. The first one was adopted by council in 2013, and then City Council in 2022 adopted a greenhouse gas reduction plan update. It more than doubled the actions in the plan for staff and the community to focus on. And it also incorporated a lot of the other plans that were adopted by council, including the Integrated Resources Plan, is mentioned within the GGRP as the utilities pathway for achieving our renewable energy targets. And the IRP is a 20-year forward-looking document coming up with feasible pathways for us to achieve, state mandates, local mandates for achieving renewables and reliability. In addition, the GGRP also mentions district, the general plan and district-specific plans, the transportation electrification plan. So there's just a lot of plans wrapped up in the GGRP. So it's kind of this big umbrella document that references other plans. And that's one of the reasons why the budget is so high, because it includes work from all of these different plans, including work over the next 2.5 decades.
Okay, great.
And I'll just add to the integrated. Is this, okay, sorry. The Integrated Resources Plan is also mandated by state law. So Senate Bill 350, which was passed in 2015, requires an IRP for publicly owned utilities every 5 years. First one was due in 2018. The second one we submitted a little bit early in mid to late 2023. So we'll be doing it again in a couple of years. So state mandate versus, I think, a combination of city goals. It's really the two big differences that are driving this. So one is mandated every 5 years.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. It's a lot of information. Sometimes it's a little confusing of what it's for. And if the community has questions about either of those documents or any of the other documents referenced in the GGRP, they can always ask about more information. Great. Okay. On the slide 6, where you have the list of all the emissions and the changes between 2019 and 2022, it's encouraging to see a lot of these numbers. There's a couple questions I have about this. Generally, overview, I have a sense of where most of these numbers changes come from, but for the on-road transportation, I'm curious. The difference between 2019 and 2022, is the difference in emissions there mainly because of EV vehicles, or are there other reasons why that emissions for vehicles and transportation is going down?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the number of EV vehicles did double between 2019 and 2022, from about 2.5% of vehicle registrations to a little over 5% vehicle registrations. However, I think the larger impact was probably the hybrid work environment, the entertainment industry being a little bit slower, probably remnants of COVID. There were fewer vehicle miles driven in 2022 compared to 2019.
Thank you for that clarification. So the biggest impact was the number of miles that people were actually driving?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then when's the next time we're going to get a set of numbers to see the next comparison for 2022, 2024?
I would like to do it soon, because I do feel that 2022 does have some pandemic impacts, and I think 2024, I'm really curious to see the results. So
yeah.
I would like to get started on the 2024 inventory imminently. I just wrapped this up, so now it's like, oh, I got to start on the next year. There's just a lot to implement as well, but yes, I would like to get started on this.
Okay, great. Well, I'm looking forward to it as well.
Absolutely.
So, and then just gut feeling, where do you think we're going to see more decrease in emissions in these categories where in the past couple years?
Looking forward?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
compared to 2022 to now, like where do you see the most decrease predicted?
Well, building electricity and transportation are the largest slices of the pie, so that's where we have the most potential for savings. Right. And I believe that is indeed where we will see them, because we're going to continue to clean up our energy sources. We're going to continue to promote electrification, both in buildings and with vehicles. So that is indeed, I think, where we're going to see the biggest potential.
Yeah, okay, that's the right thing. And my last question, I don't think you covered it, but please correct me if I'm wrong, about recycled water. Did you touch on that? No.
Not so much.
But
wastewater does have some emissions associated with it, but it's very little compared to others. Recycled water isn't talked about too much within the inventory process. Did you have a specific question about it?
No, just I had mentioned water on here and wastewater, and someone had brought up recycled water. And although it's not, a huge contributor to to emissions, it's still a concern in the community. And recycled water, just is on people's minds. So since we're here talking about it, do you have any predictions of our recycled water situation?
Well, we have a significant amount of recycled water used for outdoor irrigation right now. We've got a pretty expansive purple pipe network that waters all of our parks and schools, and we're always looking for large commercial customers to expand that purple pipe for their outdoor irrigation needs. I think we only use about 50% of it currently, so we have more supply than there is demand. We are looking to the future, looking at a potable or direct or indirect potable reuse feasibility study.
Very good.
And so that will determine, where in the city we could potentially build a plant, and the how much water we could potentially recycle and filter to a quality that could, be drinkable.
And I'll add to the Magnolia Power Projects uses 100% recycled water too, and it uses that water until it just dissipates into the air. So there's zero liquid discharge. So they will use that recycled water until it just turns into steam. So that is one good item that we have with that power plant here. So it's millions of gallons a day of recycled water.
Great. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, just to supplement those responses, so the ability to increase recycled water requires a state water control board change of use permit. So we have to apply, and it causes a reduced discharge to the Los Angeles River. So that's a regulatory process that we have to go through. So it's not something that we can do super quickly. And then the direct potable reuse or indirect potable reuse, the regulations are out and staff is actively working on that. The interesting thing about water is every gallon that we can reuse locally, actually I think electricity is not the highest cost of the water distribution system. So we're actually reducing the use of electricity by recycling our own water for local use, because it's displacing imported water that has to come over our local mountain ranges. So it'll be really interesting once we get past the regulatory processes to see how quickly we can make that shift.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for that trip down water right lane. Any other questions? No? Okay, I have a couple. Looking more at the very beautiful implementation status report, on page 10, we talk about CARET. I think I'm saying it right, CARET. Do we know how many of the city's businesses use CARET to match with local nonprofits?
Gosh, I wish Public Works was here. I don't have that number off the top of my head. That was a program supplied by, I think, Amber Duran in Public Works, so it's something I follow up with. I don't have the number, though.
No worries,
Sorry.
I didn't mean to stump you.
I can get back to you.
Yeah, that would be great to send to council, just so we know, and we can also do our part in promoting it, because I know I've received asks from local businesses sometimes that are like, I have extra this, how can I, and that would be a great resource. I think we'd love to spread the word. On page 12, I'm just wondering, what's the biggest barrier to the cornerstone measure of retrofitting 100 affordable units by 2030? 320 by 2045. I kind of can guess, but what's the biggest barrier there?
It's a great question, yeah. Retrofitting existing multifamily buildings comes with many barriers. One, we're dealing with properties that were built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s with electric panels and services that were designed for loads at that time that were mixed fuel buildings, and so...
Madam Mayor, can I ask you, retrofit for what?
Retrofit from natural gas burning end uses to efficient electric alternatives.
And sorry, it wasn't clear. If you look on page 12, the goal is retrofit 100 affordable units by 2030 and 320 affordable units by 2045 with electrical appliances. And right now we are 4% target completion. So that's why I'm asking about that one and kind of how realistic is that?
Yeah, and it's going to be a multi-year process of doing site-specific assessments of the buildings and doing building-specific plans, because every building is different with unique characteristics and electric panel sizes. So we got to upgrade electric systems, purchase the appliances. We have initiated conversation with Burbank Housing Corporation, and that 4% is, there were 4 units that we worked with them to electrify. And I've been sort of understaffed. I'm bringing someone on board next month, and this is going to be their main project to reinitiate conversations with BHC to get this program moving.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I believe I generated a follow-up, but I did want to say, I do appreciate it. It caught my eye because I know it's kind of the lowest one, so I always want us to be able to share with the community why, because sometimes some of these things are out of our reach, especially with these older buildings, and I know you're doing the most with you, so I'm glad to hear you're getting another staff member. Councilmember Rosati.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Your question was extremely timely. You were talking about the barriers to electrify. Right now, I'm in a transaction where we're trying to do that very thing and bring 30 amp panels up to 50 amp panels, maybe 100 amp panels, which requires new amps, new overhead service, and new sub panels. 4 units to the tune of $55,000. So that's the barrier, $55,000, and that was the lowest bid we got. So that's overhead, new panels, and sub panels.
It's definitely why keeping cost in mind is really important. But I appreciate you all starting somewhere, and I have faith that we'll find the grants and slowly but surely get there. On page 13, it is measure SW 1.1. Can you speak to our water usage? Here it says reduce per capita water use, and we're 0% complete. What does that mean?
And that's reduce per capita water usage from a 2020 baseline. So in 2020, I think our per capita water usage was about 130 or 134 gallons per capita per day. And our goal is to reduce it, I believe, to 124 by 2030. And I was just looking at the statistics for November of 2024, and we were at 114. So we surpassed the goal, at least for that month. So one of the questions I have for our water team is, let's look at the last 12 months, because we may have actually achieved the goal, or we're getting close to it. And so, and one way that we're going to meet this is, again, by promoting a reduction in outdoor water usage, because we see a lot of the water use in our city used for outdoor irrigation and landscaping. So that's we're going to continue to push on that front for efficiency there.
Yeah, and I know our residents have been doing their part to really reduce their water usage, which is why it caught my attention as the 0%. So I'm glad to know it's kind of just, we're still collecting that data and still in that process, because I know folks have really been doing their part for this and really care to see that. So thank you. I can't wait to see what those numbers actually are. And then the last question I had, Vice Mayor Takahashi. Dang, I'm so close. Vice Mayor Takahashi actually asked my question about emissions, because I was also hopeful that we all went out there and bought electric cars, but looking at the staff report, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's more that folks are hybrid, folks are remote. I think my only question I have is, do we have any data showing that things changed or the trend came back up now that folks are starting to go back to the office, any of that?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's something that we're going to have to do another inventory now, because this is a snapshot in time for 2022. And it was a lot of staff time and labor just to get to 2022, so we're going to have to do this again for 2024, and I'll get started on that. Come back to you soon.
With all of the free time that you have.
Because I'm very curious as well.
Yeah, and I mean, depending on what the results are, one of my kind of questions / encouragements too is I would love if we, depending on the results, could have those discussions with some of our larger employers in the city to see about incentivizing some hybrid or remote work, just to help us out, because we saw what that did for our air quality, for our emissions, and 3-to-1 jobs to housing ratio. So it's just a thought, and I just bring it up because I don't see it anywhere in our GGRP.
Yeah, well, actually, it is our colleagues in CDD. They have goals to expand the transportation management organization with goals to reduce single occupancy ridership with our major employers in the city. The goal is to achieve 1.61 average vehicle ridership goal by 2030. 30% of businesses achieve 1.61 average vehicle ridership by 2030, and 60% of businesses by 2045. And so that's sort of it's pending. That's sort of ongoing goals.
Great. It'll be exciting to see where that goes, but I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't have any other questions, but just thank you all for the report. I know it is pushing it's pushing a rock up a mountain with a lot of these goals, but I appreciate the work that you're all doing, and I know we're making strides in many ways, not to toot our own horn ahead of some of our neighbors. But thank you for the work you do, Drew. Thank you so much, Mandeep, for all that you do, and I look forward to go to Washington and fight for some of those dollars alongside you next week. Any other questions from my colleagues? No? All right. Thank you all so much. This is a note and file, so thank you for the report. We'll be looking forward to the next update. All right. I'll work my way backwards here, and we're going to go back to item 8, which is an update on the Housing Enforcement Unit, Landlord-Tenant Mediation Grant Programs, and Possible Rent Registry Program from the Community Development Department. Ms. Maribel Leland, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Maribel Leland, Housing Authority Manager with the Community Development Department. I'm before you this evening to provide an update on the Housing Enforcement Unit that was approved for this current fiscal year and additional programs approved and funded by the City Council last year. Furthermore, I will be introducing for the first time a possible rent registry program, or maybe a more appropriate term is a housing market inventory or multifamily database, in an effort to gather data for our community, as was expressed last October when the City Council was presented with the results of the rent cap outreach and survey. The Council is not being asked to make any decisions this evening. The report is an update to inform the Council and community on staff's efforts and the progress for the several components that are related to the tenant protections for the community. Before I get into the updates, this slide shows the efforts made to date. In the last 2 years, the Burbank City Council has addressed community concerns pertaining to resident and property owner protections with several different milestones, including a renter relocation program that was available July 1st to assist residents facing eviction after the eviction moratorium across the region was lifted post-pandemic. We gathered for a presentation on AB 1482 later that year to better understand the state law that went into effect on January 1st, 2020 on rent caps and just cause evictions. The Council adopted an urgency ordinance in September 2023 to better assist our local community by providing additional relocation benefits above the state law for no-fault just cause evictions related to substantial remodel. In May of 2024, the Council approved the funding for the Housing Enforcement Unit and low-income legal programs, which is a part of the update this evening. The current tenant protection ordinance was adopted in July 2024, replacing the urgency ordinance that provides for 3 months relocation benefit for all no-fault just cause evictions and anti-retaliation provisions. And the last item on the timeline is the preparation and completion of the rent cap outreach and survey that was directed by the Council last year, and the results were presented on October 15th, 2024. In summary, this slide shows the Council's continuous progress towards addressing community concern for resident and property owner protection in the community. Now on to the updates. The Housing Enforcement Unit approved for the current fiscal year is responsible for coordinating and providing resources and accepting and investigating housing complaints and habitability concerns related to the city's tenant protection ordinance and related housing programs. The team includes 5 members in different departments and divisions of the city to handle cases, including 3 staff members in the Community Development Department, as noted on this slide, and 2 members from the City Attorney's Office. 2 of the 3 positions in the Community Development Department have been filled, and the last position is expected to be filled early this year. The attorney position has also been filled, and recruitment is ongoing for the legal assistant. While recruitment was underway last summer for the new positions, current staff took on the additional responsibility for accepting and investigating housing-related cases for the new Housing Enforcement Unit. This slide shows a total of 15 cases received, and the City Attorney's Office sent 8 notices of violation. Most recently, with the wildfires earlier this year, the City Attorney's Office also sent 2 warning letters on alleged price gouging violations. Additionally, housing staff continues to receive multiple inquiries daily regarding housing-related questions, issues, or concerns. This slide shows a summary of the cases received to date. As noted in the chart, more than half of the cases were related to no-fault evictions, which were directed to the City Attorney's Office to provide a notice of violation. In other cases, staff provided information and resources to assist the claimant. For the category of price gouging, staff has not received any formal submissions. However, the City Attorney's Office has investigated 20 alleged cases and sent 2 letters of warning, as noted on the previous slide. Since the Council's addition of the Housing Enforcement Unit and the adoption of the current Tenant Protection Ordinance last July, attendance at monthly Landlord-Tenant Commission meetings and cases submitted for review have declined in the last 6 months. This decline could be for several reasons, including landlords and tenants being better informed on AB 1482 and the rent cap provision of that state law, and the city's Tenant Protection Ordinance providing additional tenant protections for no-fault just cause evictions. In addition, staff can report that some cases that were originally submitted to the Landlord-Tenant Commission were instead routed to the housing staff if there was a preliminary determination that there was a violation of the city's ordinance or related state laws. In other words, cases that fell out of the Commission's purview were instead routed to the Housing Enforcement Unit. The chart on this slide is a snapshot of cases that the Commission has reviewed in the last 4.5 years. Staff plans to present this update to the Landlord-Tenant Commission in March, at which time the Commission can also provide any feedback on their vision for their future for Council's consideration. Potential recommendations may include establishing required representative requirements for the body, for example, a representative mix of landlords, tenants, and homeowners on the Commission. Currently, while not required, the current commission is comprised of a mix of 2 landlords, 2 tenants, and 1 homeowner. Other suggestions may include weekly commission meetings led by staff to provide information with commissioners serving as liaisons, and a formal certification requirement for community-based mediation. Once the city begins the legal mediation program for landlord-tenant disputes and grants for low-income legal representation, to be discussed a little later in this presentation, staff will return with recommendations for an updated rule for the Landlord-Tenant Commission. Should members of the community believe they have a claim, there are various ways to submit the claim to the housing enforcement staff, including the Our Burbank 311 app to report various types of concerns, the City of Burbank website, a housing page, as noted on this slide. That housing page in particular has a resident tab with a drop-down menu with information how to report claims by calling the housing office at 818-238-5180 or sending an email to housinginfo@burbankca.gov. In the coming months, the Housing Enforcement Unit will be exploring additional avenues for members of the public to submit direct claims, questions, or concerns via additional online platforms as available. In addition, staff will be developing a multifaceted education and outreach program to continue to inform the community of the Housing Enforcement Unit and the services it provides. The updated information will be posted on the city's website, shared via the city's social media platforms, and announced at the Landlord-Tenant Commission and City Council meetings and other avenues as suggested, and we work with the Public Information Office to best reach the community at large. Once a request for service or information and issues or concern is received, the Housing Services Assistant position conducts an initial review of a complaint, requests additional information and documentation as needed, and opens a case file, essentially documenting the initial request, issue, or concern. Based on the information, staff makes an assessment and processes the request as appropriate. In some cases, the information required by the claimant is information on state laws or the local ordinance, or that person may instead need housing resources, for example. In cases of possible violations, the case is referred to the appropriate staff for further resources or follow-up as summarized on this slide. With that update on the Housing Enforcement Unit, the next update is on the Low-Income Legal Services Programs. In mid-January, the City Attorney's Office released, the City Attorney's Office released a solicitation for mediators for the Low-Income Legal Services Pilot Program, which will offer free, city-funded, half-day mediation services for qualifying tenants and landlords. The solicitation was posted on the city's website, distributed via the city's social media platforms, and announced during city council meetings. Interest has been high, and the city attorney's office anticipates receiving applications from qualified attorneys through late February for review and selection, with the goal to have the mediation program available by mid-year. The grant program for qualifying low-income legal representation is in progress as well. Some grants may require participation in free legal mediation first, and the city envisions grants will be administered through a local service provider. Both programs are expected to be available to the community by July 1st, 2025. Following consistent feedback during the survey and outreach on a possible local rent cap last fall, and the review of the different cases submitted to date, a housing market inventory or database of multifamily units, also known as a rental registry, may provide essential data related to rent increases, evictions, and other information. This type of data, specific to tenancies and rent amounts for all multifamily units in the city, is currently not available. Therefore, in order to track and monitor evictions, rental rates, and rent increases, staff is introducing for the first time this evening this possible program that could provide the data to inform future actions. The traditional rental registry is historically tied to a rent stabilization ordinance as seen with the City of Los Angeles and West Hollywood. However, staff has been meeting with various vendors to get educated on the types of software and platforms available to collect rental unit data. Staff will be presenting additional information on options and an estimated cost during the budget adoption process via a discussion paper for the council's consideration. The council will have an opportunity at that time to discuss and provide direction on a possible program. No action on the introduction of the program this evening is being requested. Similarly, staff is developing proposed parameters for a city-funded relocation program for qualified households. The proposed program would be in addition to the 3 months rent for all no-fault just cause evictions in the current city's ordinance. The goal of the proposed program is to expand relocation benefits to qualified households, such as the disabled and elderly, to provide additional assistance to lower income households that may need additional funds beyond 3 months of current rent. The proposal is a city-funded program so as not to place the relocation burden on property owners who could be disincentivized to rent to qualified households. During upcoming budget discussions, staff will present proposed program parameters on eligible households and relocation amounts. Staff envisions the proposed program to be similar to the temporary renter relocation program approved by the council a couple of years ago and administered by Home Again LA. While staffing to the Housing Enforcement Unit is almost complete, staff will continue to finalize the mediation and grant programs for qualifying low-income households to be available to the public July 1st, 2025. Return to the council during the budget process with a proposal on a possible housing market inventory or database of multifamily units, and an expanded relocation program for qualified households. Staff will present proposed parameters, options, and cost for each program for the council's consideration and direction at that time. And those budget discussions are scheduled for May of this year. Staff will also provide continue to provide expanded outreach to educate the public on tenant protection regulations and resources in the city, including the Housing Enforcement Unit. Furthermore, later this evening, the council will be asked to consider an amendment to the current tenant protection ordinance related to 2 items previously requested, which are a tenant's bill of rights modeled after Culver City's anti-harassment provisions, and a narrow, small property owner exemption excluding corporate or limited liability owners as to provisions in the current ordinance as requested by the council. Finally, for future considerations, staff will continue to seek data collection to inform future decisions, prepare information on 2 approaches for a possible local rent cap. Introduced last year was a soft rent cap similar to the City of Glendale, or a hard rent cap that is more restrictive than the state rent cap. The tentative date to present those options is after the budget process, or July of this year. And finally, evaluating the Landlord-Tenant Commission authority and future roles. This concludes staff's presentation. My colleagues from the City Attorney's Office and I are happy to answer any questions you may have. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Leland. We appreciate it. I know it was a lot to go through the last 2 years of what we've been working on, but thank you for the presentation. Thank you to staff from the City Attorney's Office as well. All right, now we have public comment. There being 11 speakers, everyone gets 3 minutes. Mr. Bax, you're up first, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, Council. Ron Bax again. Before I get to my prepared remarks, I came into the chambers, picked up this slideshow that was presented and said this must be addressed. If you look at slide number 4, item number 4, I don't believe it's anywhere in the staff report or the attachments. And I say I believe, and I'm pretty sure, but I didn't have time to scrub the document to prove that. Slide number 6, I know is nowhere in the presentation. Okay, but I'm glad it's there because, as Ms. Leland pointed out, things have been reducing. You've got 36 complaints or issues to the Landlord-Tenant Commission last year, which, since the commission meets on a monthly basis, it's best to say that's 3 per month. That doesn't seem like a crisis. Next, if you go to slide 10, Ms. Leland said the registry would be for multifamily. The staff report says multifamily, but this slide says single family and multifamily. So is that an oops or a sleight of hand? And I believe I would have commented maybe on the number 13, but I think the people that follow me will probably do that. Now, where were we? Okay, prepared remarks. As I said, slide 5 in the presentation shows over the last 6 months, there have been 15 actions. 7 appear to have been resolved by informing the parties of the law. 8 resulted in actions by the City Attorney's Office. The question is, were those 8 for the same property, therefore one housing provider out of 3,000 or 4,000? I don't know how many housing providers there are, I can only guess. Even if 8 are separate properties, 8 out of the current estimated number of 26,000 housing units in Burbank, is that grounds of all this activity and the threatened and possible punishment of housing providers? The staff report statement, in order to track and monitor evictions, rental rates, and rent increases, a rent registry would be necessary, is stated as being beneficial to supplement the TPO because the because isn't there. Maybe I'll call justification. Does the TPO require these actions? Why monitor evictions? What is the value of monitoring rental rates? Each rental unit is like a snowflake. Each one is different. Okay, who's going to put a value on a rent? Who will evaluate and what are the criteria? Who will monitor rent increases? Are any one is only important if it violates the state law? which the table on page 3 shows is resolved with a phone call and extrapolated to 0.015%. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is David Donahue, followed by Daniel.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Donahue, and I do love following Mr. Ron Bax. He says a wonderful context, wonderful information, and it saves me a lot of time and effort and work. Because I do want to kind of point out that, to those of us who have been in this chamber for 2+ years, arguing and deliberating, debating this topic, what staff has in front of you is the data. Mr. Bax just mentioned it. There are, I think, the housing enforcement cases, 8 no-fault evictions. And Mr. Bax asked the question, was it from the same place or was it not? That, I think, is omitted and should be part of it. If you take the impact on the Landlord-Tenant Commission, part of your slide, and you look at the total numbers over 4 years, it is infinitesimal. What is not infinitesimal is the Herculean efforts by the Burbank Tenants Union, co-founded by Councilmember Anthony. Right. You said that. I have it on tape. The part of this that I think is also interesting is if you could, and I could play it, I could. I've done it. Just for the record, he's laughing his ass off right now. The part of this, I think, is the standing of a team of attorneys and staff is going to cost about $750,000 a year. It's going to cost Burbank $750,000. With the, again, I repeat myself, infinitesimal number of complaints or issues, you could probably contract out with an attorney, find a firm that says, hey, by the way, could I just reach out to you if we have a need? If there is a legitimate need, and there are, the arguments that there are legitimate needs, no question that there are. And you could reach out and say, by the way, just like you do with CDD, Mr. Prescott's office, you have third-party plan checkers, and they come and go as the need is done. And I would ask this council, is the cost necessary? But I do applaud staff, Ms. Leland and her staff, for putting this report together because we can actually see it. So thank you very much to them, and thank you very much to the council for bringing it forward so that we can look at it and we can see it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, next we have Daniel, followed by, Elizabeth Bax.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank city staff, especially the housing department, for all their amazing hard work in the past 2 years. I think we're making really amazing progress in substantial protections for Burbank's renter majority. Thank you, council, also for your tireless work and debate and discussion and for helping push this process forward. Also, I agree with the staff recommendation that we need a self-funded rental registry. The city lacks a lot of crucial housing data they need to make informed policy decisions. So I fully support moving forward with a rental registry. Another thing that's coming up for discussion down the road is universal just cause, which means protecting all renters from unreasonable evictions, whether you're in an apartment, in a condo, in a single-family home. Cities like Los Angeles and Pasadena have implemented universal just cause, and I just want to add that something that goes along with universal just clause is called relocation assistance for economic displacement. Because if you're in a single-family home, if you're in a condo, okay, maybe you can't now be evicted for no-fault reasoning, but your landlord is free to jack up the rent 5,000%, which is a self-eviction. So what this relocation assistance for economic displacement does is if there's unreasonable rent increase that overly economically burdens the tenants, this provides them assistance to move forward and move out. And then one more question I have for the city attorney is, I believe the AB 1482 Tenant Protection Act sunsets or it ends at the end of the decade, 2029 or 2030, what happens to all of Burbank's protections, the rent cap, the stuff that we have implemented, that we're working on implemented, what remains, and what protections will go away if that bill goes away and is not renewed by the state legislator and the governor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Bax, followed by Julio Jaramillo.
Okay, I'm going to do what I told somebody else to do, which is take a breath and try to maintain my peace. The cost. David Donahue just talked about the cost of all this. And it's not just the cost of how much it costs, but what it's going to do to our community, right? What's going to be the end goal it's not just the financial cost, it's what is our community going to look like. And I also wonder when the asks will stop. Because I feel like no matter what, there's one more thing, there's one more thing, there's the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. I don't know when it's going to end. Again, I don't own any rental property in Burbank yet. And there's a reason why I'm paused. I always read through the agenda when it comes out. And this week, I spent 3 days going through everything, trying to understand everything, trying to know what I'm about to talk about. The question I have right now is in the staff report, it states that there is consistent feedback during the rent cap outreach that suggests that there is a need for a rent registry. And with the 15 cases that were submitted in August, the staff or the council has determined that a rental registry is the way to implement the tenant protection ordinance and to update it if necessary at the cost of the housing providers. I heard at the October 15th meeting that was the outreach what the outreach companies suggested was that there was a need for more surveys and data to be done to come up with any conclusion. How did we get to the need for more surveys and data to the need for a rent registry? If we had not implemented this tenant protection ordinance, would we need the rent registry? The small housing providers that live in Burbank that never or rarely raise their rent, they're scared. That is why they are raising their rent every year exactly as much as they can. You are protecting the tenants. I actually appreciate that, and I truly commend you. But the city needs to protect the housing providers too. Can we look at how to protect the housing providers as well as the tenants? Seems equitable, although I'm guessing that word is not a word I should be using, but we should be doing the same for both. They're scared. Can we do it now? Not later, like now and the same moment. Because there's 15 cases in the last 4 months, and there's approximately 26,000 rental properties in Burbank. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Julio Jaramillo, followed by A.L. Garcia.
Thank you. Good evening. I was hoping to also speak on item number 7, but this item actually flows right into it. So first of all, Julio Jaramillo, Burbank resident since 1973, born in Medellin, Colombia. And it was great to hear so many comments on item number 7 and how this is going to relate to housing, so stay with me. From a lot of my non-immigrant constituents here in Burbank, but I want to tell you a story from an immigrant who was born in Colombia, who became a citizen 18 years later, and nobody in your resolution mentioned removing the migrants or immigrants that are causing harm to us other immigrants. So let me give you an example, and I'm going to turn this in as an exhibit, but let me read this to you. In one case, on August 17th of last year, Burbank police officers arrested a man identified as Felipe Leiva Solis, a 33-year-old Chilean national, after a woman hiding in the bathroom of her home called to report that 4 men had broken in through a sliding door. Leiva Solis was found in a nearby yard in Burbank's North Parish Place and is suspected of 4 other burglaries across the city, according to court documents. Leiva Solis was released on bail and could have been taken by ICE and sent back to Chile. And hey, I'm Colombiano, and there's bad Colombianos, okay? So call me a racist, but we fled Colombia because of bad people from our country. So not all immigrants, not all migrants, not all Americans, not all citizens are good. So here's an example. So guess what? Now, this guy went back, and on December 19th in Glendale, police officers suspect he was behind a string of other burglaries. But that was in my neighborhood, in the Burbank Hills. And guess what? I was there. And luckily, he didn't break into my house. Lucky for him, because he would have said hello to my little friend. But he broke into my neighbor, my Cuban neighbor, and his Filipino wife and their kids, who are still traumatized from the event, immigrants. House number 2, my Armenian neighbors, who are still traumatized from the event. I see him every night when we walk our dogs. He now has a big German Shepherd saying, and is fully loaded. And then the third neighbor, Mayor Perez, was my good buddy, fellow soccer coach, Salvadoreño, and his American wife, and their kids to this day are traumatized. And check the report, check with the police department, he reported it all to them. And these guys were let go to come back and traumatize people in Glendale and everyone else. So you guys should have had a little excerpt in there. We love all of our immigrants, we love everyone, except those that are causing pain and damage to our other immigrants and other citizens of Burbank. So what that led to the housing that I'm going to talk about is we had to add additional security in our neighborhood. Am I out of time?
Thank you for your comment. That's your time.
That's crazy. All right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is A.L. Garcia, followed by George Giroux.
So much time today. 3 minutes. Good evening, City Council. Good to see you. I would also like to thank city staff for working so diligently on this update. Thank you. My comment is that on the staff report that I'm in support of the City of Burbank expanding the relocation program and implementing a rent registry, or whatever it'll be called. And I am especially in support of a hard rent cap. I want to share my reality as a Burbank renter of nearly a decade with you tonight in hopes that you'll consider it and consider folks like me in your eventual decision on this matter. I've lived in my unit for 8 years, and my new landlord who bought the property 2 years ago is beginning construction this month of 4 ADUs. To make space for these ADUs, I will be losing my backyard and my garage, amounting to 1,100 square feet of what I'm renting. And my rent is going up in April. My landlord is asking for it in March. He always forgets that it's actually due in April. He always tries to get it early, but that's besides the point. Anyway, it's going up 8.9%, and I'm losing 1,100 square feet of what I'm renting. As you can imagine, that's not fair. I mean, maybe you don't even have to imagine. I actually want to ask you, do you think that's fair? I would love for you guys to make a note of my comment and get back to me on that. I really would love to hear your thoughts. Is that fair? I'd like to quote Jimmy McMillian, "The rent is too damn high." And I want to say, should the city of Burbank not have a policy that helps renters in situations like this? I also want to make a comment on a comment that was made earlier about there not being enough reported cases. I would like to offer the option that maybe not every resident and renter of Burbank knows that they can make a case. Maybe this information is not like publicly available, and maybe we need to allocate resources there and focus on that. And I wouldn't say that it's not a problem just because like the cases are not there. I think that there is more that the city can do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is George Giroux, followed by John Giroux.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, staff, for an excellent report and very good progress. I think mediation is good, administrative enforcement is good, means-tested programs are okay as well. A prior speaker, Dan Kleinman, asked, will AB 1482 go away? And that's an interesting question because I didn't think it would go away, but if it's bad policy, maybe it will go away because the congressional or the legislature asked for a report back on the effects of 1482. And if they decide that it's not good policy, they may not renew it. But that being said, I think that it will be around for a long time. In the city of Burbank, it's been nice to have avoided a lot of the political volatility that we're experiencing in the entire country. And I think that in our city, I think we need a lasting compromise. I don't think a shifting policy is good, and I do feel that there is some mission creep that originally there were complaints about substantial renovations. Now there's complaints about there's requests for price ceilings and whatnot. So I think that we need to negotiate and compromise. We'll probably end up with Glendale, to be honest with you. That's the economic displacement that was mentioned also by Dan, where the idea is that if somebody is actually priced out of their unit and they actually move, then they get relocation assistance. So it's a little bit more of a tailored policy, a little bit more targeted, okay? And I think that the landlord should have a right to retract a rent increase if it is actually going to price out a tenant. So maybe we should consider some negotiations in order to find a lasting solution. Now, regarding the registry, okay, a registry is going to be expensive, not only for the city, it's going to be expensive for the housing provider. It's going to be time consuming, and I think most importantly, it's going to alarm the housing providers because that's usually going to be their first introduction to the concept of rent control in Burbank, and a rent registry is synonymous with rent control. So we also need to consider the enforcement costs, right? How much are we going to pay to police a policy like that? So what I'd recommend is let the housing enforcement unit work a little bit, see how the results are. We're already spending $600,000 a year on that program, and if you divide that by the number of disputes that are present in the city of Burbank, I think it's a hefty price tag to pay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is John Giroux, followed by Shant Narhadian.
Good evening, council, everybody. Thank you for the report. It was very good. I agree with mediation, enforcement. All of these are good ideas. The only thing I have a problem with is with the registry. There's a certain amount of privacy that housing providers should keep with regard to their tenants. When we subscribe to credit reporting, we subscribe to various agencies, we keep our files separate, we keep them private. When people submit their applications, we keep all of their information private. I don't know how much of this registry will be disclosing information on the tenants, but I believe that their privacy is ultimate. The cost is something, it's restrictive. I agree with those two things. The registry is a precursor to rent control. There's no question about that. It creates a wedge between the landlord and the tenant. It causes distrust because what's being provided, we should keep the tenant's information private. If someone wants to know what the rents are in the neighborhood, you could look it up on Zillow, Redfin, or anything like that to find out what the rents are and what they are in the area. Specifically saying what they are for each individual unit doesn't tell you much. Is it a one bedroom? Is it a newer building? Does it have air conditioning? Does it have 2-car parking? Where's it located? So there's so many discrepancies with just saying a 2-bedroom, 2-bath is X dollars. That doesn't really tell you much. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Shant Norhadian, followed by Ali.
Good evening, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, members of the City Council, City Attorney, and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you again tonight. My name is Shant Norhadian. I'm a proud resident of Burbank, and I work for a local family-owned housing provider. First off, I appreciate staff's time and efforts in preparing the report and the presentation, as well as the City Attorney's and Housing Enforcement Unit's efforts in not only resolving the filed complaints, but also continuing to educate the public and the community. I think education is really important. First off, I had two follow-up questions regarding the table presented on page 3 of the report. First question, were all 15 filed complaints related to multifamily properties, or were there also filed complaints involving single-family residences that were being rented? Second question, of the 15 filed complaints, were any of the complaints arising from the same property, or were they 15 distinct properties? For example, were any of the 8 no-fault eviction claims arising from the same property? Secondly, in regards to the discussion about a potential local rent cap and rent registry program in Burbank, staff references the rent cap outreach campaign and community survey, which I participated in both. I think it is equally, if not more important, to acknowledge the fact that Proposition 33, a statewide ballot measure for local government rent control, failed in every county in the state, and more importantly, it failed locally in Burbank. Stated differently, the majority of Burbank residents who voted in the November 5th general election, which occurred after the public outreach and information sessions, were against their local government enacting a local rent control. That data point should be sufficient reason for this council to advise staff not to proceed further with any form of a local rent cap or rent registry program, and to simply note and file this report as recommended by staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ali, followed by Kate Cundiff.
Hi, before I begin, I just want to address what I think is a bad faith argument to say that the majority of Burbank renters are against rent control because Prop 33 failed. We are failing to address that hundreds of millions of dollars were spent in a no campaign, also stating that it was voting for Prop 33 would have been a vote against affordable housing. I just failed to see how that argument is, Burbank is against a rent stabilization or a rent cap because of a huge misinformation campaign that was paid for by corporate lobbyists and big real estate. But I digress. I want to thank the city for moving forward with its mediation program. Providing legal access for tenants is so crucial. Oftentimes, folks come to us at the Burbank Tenants Union asking for legal resources, and it's really fantastic to have an actual city resource to refer folks to. And to speak to less folks coming to the Landlord-Tenant Commission, renters often come to us first before they come to the city. So if they have questions, and again, we're not attorneys, we don't provide legal advice, but if they have questions about rent increases or no-fault evictions, oftentimes they'll reach out to us before they reach out to you all. So I'd like to add that we are a resource that tenants come to, and maybe not necessarily the Landlord-Tenant Commission. I understand that this rental registry is a note and file, but I want to speak in favor of it. A registry will allow for transparency in ownership and keep track of pricing trends and habitability violations. It does not release tenants' information, addressing what a previous commenter said. What it will do is provide important information for the city and can be modeled so that tenants and landlords can pay for it, making it entirely self-funded. And I do agree with a previous commenter, Ron, let's include single-family homes and multifamily units in any type of rental registry. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kate Cundiff.
Hi. I want to start by thanking city staff and city council for all that they've done so far for tenant protections over the past 2 years. It's it is remarkable to see where we've come from and where we are now. And thank you guys for your hard work on that. A few things that I wanted to address is I wanted to make a request from city staff that when they talk about all tenants, just a reminder, often when that's said, especially in terms of protections, you're excluding 20% of tenants who are not protected under the Tenant Protection Act. It's roughly 20% of the residents of Burbank. And so when you say all tenants, we get multiple calls from BTU saying, we heard that it was all tenants, and we have to say, it's not, we're so sorry. So please be more careful in your wording because it is causing confusion among tenants in Burbank. A few of the other things I want to address are, we would like to ask for a raise of limit of income for mediation so that middle-class families also have access to this. And we've had some questions about when are the asks going to stop. We've provided everything that we're asking for in our ordinance. So it's all there. And that's what we're asking for. For the rental registry, please include all units. And for the landlord-tenant commission, again, one of the things that we're hearing from people is often they'll call us and they say, we have a lawyer from a new landlord who sent us this, and we've been told we can't go to landlord-tenant commission because we have a lawyer involved. So that's one thing that we hear. Another thing is when we talk to people and we encourage them to go to landlord-tenant commission, they tell us that they're afraid of getting their landlord involved in the situation, and they know that their landlord will be notified, and they don't want that. So that's a big concern. And as far as questions dropping, we get dozens, and I mean dozens, of emails, phone calls, people coming to our meetings asking questions, Facebook messages, Instagram messages from tenants. And it's often about no-fault eviction and illegal rent increases. So to say that it's dropped, it might have on the city end, but there's an organization that sort of picked up those pieces. Again, thank you guys for everything, and we look forward to working with you guys in the future.
Thank you for your comment. That was my last speaker card, so the public comment period is now closed. All right, does city staff have any response to the various questions, comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, a few questions that I'm happy to respond to. I'll start, and my colleagues may have additional information to add. For the first speaker, Mr. Bax, there was questions about the different slides to whether they were addressed in the staff report. For slide 4, that is addressed on page 3 of the staff report, right before the chart. So there is summary about the different complaints received, and then the summary of the chart follows. For slide 6, related to the Landlord-Tenant Commission, that is not in the staff report. However, it was included in the presentation as just information related to the Housing Enforcement Unit cases, just as a member of, as a piece of information for the council and the members of the public. And in terms of my use of all rental units, some rental units, multifamily for a affordable housing database, or whatever the term turns out to be. And that's really just, I just want to say, indicative of was just an introduction. We don't have any information. We're still exploring it. So different options, as presented during my presentation, we could look at different options as to what that could possibly include, parameters, costs, whether it be all just multifamily or including rental single family. The other question related to outreach, and maybe people may not know about this. There was one speaker who spoke about that. One of the things that I did mention is we do plan to do more continued outreach so that the members of the community do know that there is the Housing Enforcement Unit, and that could be, staff agrees, that could be part of what maybe the public isn't aware of. So that is an extended outreach that we will be continuing to do. And related to the speaker related on table 3 for the number of cases, that's the total number of cases, 15. I don't have the details, however, in speaking to my colleague from the city attorney's office, in our assessment, they were different units. There was even a single-family home. It could have been that maybe 2 were from one of the complexes. We've heard the Maui apartments over the last couple of years, but for the most part, they were separate and distinct cases that have come through as noted in that chart.
Good evening, Council. Jill Vanderbroek with the City Attorney's Office. In response to the commenters who discussed expiration date on AB 1482, in fact, it does have a 10-year sunset. It expires at the end of 2029 if it's not renewed or made permanent by the legislature in the interim.
And I would just supplement that by saying our ordinance does not have an expiration. So to the extent people were concerned, our ordinance does not expire, it does not disappear. We incorporated by reference the entire statute. So we could either have it expire or we could specify it does not. But my opinion would be it does not because there's no expiration on it. And many of the cities that the community has discussed over the last 2 years have had tenant protections in place since long before 1482. So there's nothing in 1482 that, if it expires, removes the city's authority to do so.
Now we can go to council questions. Councilor Anthony, you're quick to the draw.
I just wanted to follow up on that. If our ordinance references AB 1482 and then AB 1482 disappears, what does that happen with our city code language? Would we have to come back and modify it, or does referencing the whole statute verbatim, does that keep us protected?
Well, so that's a very good practical question. Because we did not restate Civil Code Section 1946.2 in our municipal code, we would want to make sure that we did set forth the language we wanted before it disappears from state law. Because it would not, someone would search it and they wouldn't find it.
Right, okay.
Yet we will have incorporated it, so we would have to fix that so that the state language didn't disappear and was no longer referable.
And then I wanted to ask, with a rental registry, what was some of the other stuff that you were calling it before we get into it?
Affordable housing inventory, multifamily database. Those are just some terms, because I understand, thank you for the question, Councilmember. I do understand that the rental registry term is historically tied to a rent stabilization ordinance, and so the introduction is not that, it's more for data information.
Okay. And if we were to move forward with that component, typically, when you see that kind of registry, what kind of data is collected? Obviously, it's not any personal information, but what do you typically see collected?
Well, we're still in the fact-gathering mode. Different staff members have been attending meetings and demonstrations. I think it's been now 3 different organizations, platforms, software that we've seen. So it could vary. And then we have seen some platforms that do different communities, like the city of Pomona comes to mind, that don't have rent stabilization ordinances, but they do have a database to try to have their multifamily or even single-family rentals, for that matter, to register. So we're still exploring that and still in that research mode. And when we have the information, that's what's coming back to the council.
Madam Mayor. So after the outreach meeting on October 15th, 2024, staff got together to see if we could use an existing landlord business licensing process to collect information so we could have more data.
Our existing? We
have an existing process that applies to 3 or more units, not single-family residential, not duplex. And we were trying to see if we could very quickly kind of jump on to the noticing cycle in November. IT had already been working with housing authority staff, and they needed to know like that hour whether they had to hold the notices. And what we found out is there were only a few more pieces of information we wanted. So in that current system, we get landlord, type of organization of landlord, the address of the property. We get number of units. We would want number of units by each bedroom count, and we would want amount of rent by each bedroom count in order to collect data. And our infrastructure could not expand. That's like an exponential increase in data points. So it was not our goal to collect. We do collect the most sensitive tenant information in our Section 8 housing program, and we treat that with the highest confidence. That is not what we intend to do. We were looking to see if we could capture for City Council in a licensing cycle, 1 year, beginning and ending rents, or beginning and starting for the next year rents, and that would give us year over year. So identity, personal income, number of occupants, none of that is relevant to what are the rent trends in Burbank or actual rent practices, rent increase practices at a given address. So we would be address, unit number, and I don't even, it could even be anonymized, but we'd need at least to know typical rents. And so that's as far as we went. To Ms. Leland's point, we realized our system couldn't do it, so now staff is trying to find whether there is a cost-effective solution that could get council the data and the community the data that we believe we heard them ask for.
And nothing would preclude us from including single-family homes and duplexes, even though our business license doesn't do that. Is that right? It would be a separate system.
That is part of the information that we're looking to see. From what we've seen so far, it could include any rental. So we'll have complete information. And again, not for any consideration or determination for tonight, but that just an introduction that we're looking at that to bring back complete information for consideration.
Okay, and this wasn't brought up tonight, but I've heard it before. We're actively, well, this is a different agenda item, but how would a rent registry help or hinder or not affect tackling the short-term rental issues that we're seeing in the city? Or would that not, we would not be able to use that for that?
Councilmember Anthony, we haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
It's an interesting question, but we're not there yet.
Okay, thank you. It was purely speculative.
Okay. You guys want a rock, paper, scissors thing?
I want armless, so I just have one
Councilor
question pertaining to this dialogue, because I'm also was inquiring about the current system that we have, and why can't we just expand to allow us to look at adding additional information instead of going out and having a brand new system coming in. So you did answer that question. The other question I have, and we got this in some of the emails that we received and the letters that we received yesterday and today. Why aren't we looking at systems like CoStar, for example? I understand that you're able to pertain information to how much is the rent on those software programs, and it's something that we can pay a fee and belong to, and we're able to gather information.
So we can't speak to the veracity or the truthfulness or the currency of anyone else's data source. And what we saw through the outreach is a great deal of disagreement about sources. So we had one very helpful speaker that came out at the Marriott, and then someone from the company also came out, I think, to the Burbank Hotel. They manage 900 doors in Burbank. But that's still not even 1/24 of the rental units. But they gave important testimony about once 1482 was adopted into 1946.2, the pace of increases picked up because of the fear of falling behind in market rents. And that was great, but it was anecdotal. We didn't know what size were the properties? Were they exempt properties? It's only my personal assumption that it's larger properties, but we don't know that. And so it was, I think everyone listened to that testimony, but we don't know whether it could be generalized. If we did our own data collection, then we can speak to how we collected it, when we collected it, and what the exemptions or exclusions are from it, and whether we can generalize or not. That's different than using a commercial service. Many speakers brought up Zillow and Redfin. Like, we don't know what their data practices are. Neither does my office want to review and agree to their terms, and whether we can even present that data at council and how. So what we saw in the price gouging process that we've been involved in, and our office is actively engaged with the task force, with the county and all of the cities affected by the fires, is that those data points disappear and units come on and come off. And so what it tells us is we can't rely on some of those sources. So we haven't looked into all the different commercial sources available, and many people in the audience may use those for their specific purpose. Our goal would be to be able to speak for the city's data from the city's process to the council, and it's not our goal to collect private information on tenants. We are really interested in the rent information from the landlords. That's our intent, and as Ms. Leland said, we're early in the process.
Thank you for that. So one of the speakers, and I know it's probably premature, but I don't know if it's something that we can be aware of and cautious about when we're looking at the software program, and I don't know how it would be customized to that. One is questions as such, like, when was the last time the rent was increased, for example? Somebody could have not increased the rent for 2 or 3 years, and then all of a sudden they have one rent increase. So with the program, accommodate this type of information to give you really a true picture of what we're looking at when it comes back for discussion. The other thing that was mentioned about the accuracy of the actual charges that each maybe landlord will charge in their unit. So one may have, luxurious, kitchen and appliances and very nice accommodation for the tenants. Another unit may have just basic kitchen and basic appliances. The variation between one charge to the other is going to vary as well. And these things I'm thinking about for coming back. How do you address these things? I think I'd be looking for, it's not one size fits all, because you're paying extra money for something that you want to have in your unit. So these are the things that probably when you look at a system, would we have customization to certain things?
I think those are excellent points. And certainly I didn't think about those. And so to that point, there's two primary uses, right? There's the ability to generalize and say some of the data we got from the statistically valid survey was where our rents are in relation to the area, right? The generalized conclusions. So those are very important points for generalized conclusions. Separately, as to whether what is the problem in Burbank? That's rent increases at a specific address year over year. So I don't think that doesn't concern the quality of the fit and finish of a unit. It concerns the annual increase of rent. So 1482 doesn't care what is in the unit. It cares what the year over year increase was. So that we would expect to be fairly reliable, and to the extent that the data is not accurate when it's put in, a tenant could certainly come in and say, hey, what did they put down? And is that really what I'm paying? And And so there could be at least local verification of that. So on the generalization side, I think those are really good insights. On the, is the law being complied with? I think as long as we capture the year-over-year rents, then I think it should be accurate.
Thank you. I think in something that you mentioned, I just want to confirm. I hear from some of the speakers, also along some of the emails that we received, concerns about if you have a registry, it ties automatically to rent control, which is causing somewhat of anxiousness of, we don't have it, so what's going on? You mentioned Pomona, I believe, earlier. So they have a registry without tying it to rent control? Because I tried to find some cities online, and mostly it was, what I got is like Pasadena, Glendale, Claremont, Culver City, because they do have rent control. So there's a list of cities that I was able to print. Oakland, Berkeley, there are just few. What other cities beside Pomona? And I was wondering what caused Pomona to implement, and what program do they have? Are we looking at something similar? I want to learn from their experience.
Thank you, Council Member. We will have much more information when this returns for actual consideration. And I mentioned that community because that was one of our questions as well. What kind of data can you collect? We have a tenant protection ordinance in Burbank. It is not a rent control ordinance. So what does your software, what can it do to collect information on rent increases to see that information? So one vendor did mention we're doing this, and it could be in the beginning stages for the city of Pomona. Another vendor mentioned there are several communities looking at their platform, and they're looking at implementing it in phases, meaning that the first phase is just getting the word out, talking to owners of rental property, register your unit. There isn't any fee or anything associated. Maybe the next fee is a possible fee, whether it be a tenant or a landlord. So there are several ways that these platforms and companies have expressed that they collect data and can provide data. One of them even being HDL, which currently the community, the city of Burbank utilizes that particular organization. So it really will vary, and so that's what we're going to have complete information for options, costs, and that information for your consideration later in the budget process.
Thank you. I have one more comment, and two comments actually. One, I like the idea of not calling it a registry, especially the concerns for individuals who may not be watching this meeting, or they would hear about it later, thinking that some of their private information, such as the tenants who, we've heard a lot in the last 2 weeks about the fear of having their personal information online. What are you doing? Who has access? Who's going to be? We can have a public records request. And so I like the idea of not calling it that. I like the idea of what you mentioned. You mentioned some names, and I scribbled something down, housing market inventory or housing inventory, is because, this is what you're gathering. In regards to the having the mediation, of course, that is something I believe, that's favorable among everyone. It's good that we were able to provide the resources, ties into the low income, ties into seniors, and then ties into disability if somebody's disabled. Doesn't have to be all three. I mean, low income has to be one of our criteria, then followed by either a senior or followed by disabled. So those are important criterias, but the question is, when we tie it to the low income, as we did with the tenant assistance program, can you remind us, if you have those numbers, what is the low income, what is the threshold, what we called at the time for the tenant assistance program?
Yes, Thank you, Councilmember. I do have that information, and we're talking about the temporary renter relocation program. Is that, just to
Yes.
clarify? Okay.
Yes, and there's the second one, the grant program for qualifying low income, on slide number, God, I can't see, not 9.
In terms of the renter relocation program, it did expand from extremely low to moderate income. I did hear a member from the public mention increasing it a bit, but that would really be a policy decision of the council. We could look at anywhere from extremely low, very low, low, and moderate. Just as an example, and these change every year based on published income levels by the state and the federal government. So I have, for example, and this one was back when July 2023, when this was posted for the renter relocation program. So a one-person, extremely low-income person was $26,500. So that would be an extremely low person, maybe akin to a senior or maybe somebody on Section 8 because there's fixed income. And then moderate income for one-person household is $82,500. So that was the range. The council at the time did look at financial assistance for the different income levels at different amounts. So that was very specific to the renter relocation program. When we return, specifically for the expanded relocation program for qualified households, this would be the type of information we would provide, information options for the council's consideration.
I'm going to add just the mediation program, we don't envision as having an income qualifier. So we would just refer more intractable cases or cases that weren't suitable to our sending out notices of violation to that program without an income qualifier. And our low income legal services grant program is still as yet to be developed. We don't have those thresholds yet. It's part of something we're coming back to talk about a third-party provider to help us administer those. But those were envisioned to be, quote unquote, income qualifying. But we haven't yet developed what those thresholds are.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think by the time you come back and ask for, it would be in a budget discussion to determine what really we can afford at the time, what we would be paying for. Okay, thank you. I'm done with questions.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins. I believe Councilor Rosati was next, then I'll go to Councilor Anthony and then Vice Mayor Takahashi.
I'm just going to be really brief because I know this is a note and file. Just a couple of comments. Is the registry going to have expenses? Will the landlord be able to list expenses on the registry? Like what he spends on utilities, on upgrades, on things like that?
Oh, thank you for the question, Councilmember. That is certainly a question we could inquire of in our research and discussions with the different businesses and platforms that are available, if that's part of the information that is collected. I don't have any response to that yet.
You can't have one-sided, right? If you want data, you have to have both sides of the data. You can't be one-sided. So that's one comment I have. And the other thing, I'm going to say this. I have a pretty solid footing on this topic. No one has housed more people in this community in the last 25 years than me. And when you look at the return on investment to our Burbank taxpayers, it's a complete bust. And we're gonna spend another $1 million to collect data to say that someone raised rent within the law, the guidelines of the law, for what reason? Okay, so he raised it 4%, and the next year he raised it 4%, and the next year he raised it 4%. What are we doing with that data? And if there's landlords that are breaking the law, we would have oceans of people calling, coming, emailing. So I'm really concerned because this money that we're spending could actually go to our homeless shelter, our tiny homeless shelter that is underfunded by $6 million. And I'm really concerned that we're spending this kind of money with, I keep hearing like, well, we're going to find out what they're paying in rent. Okay, then what? What are we going to continue to do with these numbers? But when we can actually help people that are unhoused is I think most important. So I'm gonna let it go. It's a note and file. These are just my general comments. And I'm gonna end there.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony?
Yeah, just two quick follow-ups. Have you seen other, and I know this is, you haven't dug in too deep on the other cities, what they've done with these registries, but I've seen other cities charge a fee to the landlord and to the tenant so that it's revenue neutral for the city to run these registries. Is that possible?
Yes, Councilmember, in the preliminary discussions, I mentioned the phasing. Maybe phase one is just introducing the possible program, asking, or the program, if that's implemented in a community, asking anybody with a rental to register their unit. And then the different phases could be how to fund that particular program. So there is an initial startup cost for a community to begin the process, and then could be, I should say, and then later on, the different phases of how the fee is collected, a fee is potentially collected to fund it.
Okay. And then my other question is, later tonight, we might be discussing an exemption for small landlords on different, the payouts for evictions and move-out costs and stuff like that. If a tenant is part of, in theory, if we do the thing later that we're going to talk about, if a tenant is living in an exempt unit, is it possible for them to also be included in a qualified tenant so that they can apply for relocation assistance? Because we're helping folks who are, potentially seniors or disabled or low income, but if someone's living in a potentially exempt unit, they would get less move-out costs, and so maybe they would be able to apply. So is it possible to include that group as opposed to just low income, seniors, disabled, and say, oh, tenants who are also in exempt units?
If I understand the question correctly, Councilmember, you're speaking about the item to come back with the expanded relocation.
The next item on the agenda, yeah.
And actually, the next item on the agenda, if I could clarify, is an amendment to the current tenant protection ordinance, and it's specific to a consideration for a small property owner exemption from the increased relocation amount. The item I presented in my presentation now for this item is an expanded relocation program outside of the tenant protection ordinance, which staff's proposing is a city-funded program so that not to put the burden on the landlords that might disincentivize them. So it could possibly,
because we haven't
not directly related to the tenant protection ordinance, it could include different parameters.
Because we haven't defined what a qualified tenant is yet. So
correct, right.
Okay. All right, because that's something that I would like to see discussed when what we're talking about now comes back, not the next thing. Yeah, and then we'll see how the next agenda item goes.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions? All right, if I may, Madam Mayor? Okay, thank you. So following up a little bit on the collecting housing data, a lot of the questions I had were asked, and we're going to have an ample opportunity when it's presented to us in the future to go really deep into all the details. But as you're looking at providers and vendors and options, I would love to have you include questions to them about aggregate data, not just specific data, but aggregate data on both timestamp data, that's one shot, and also overtime would be great. And then also, do we already have data on the rental units that accept Section 8 vouchers?
Well, it is state law that landlords cannot discriminate against Section 8 voucher holders. So there isn't any specific data on that to answer your question.
Okay. I'm not sure what the legalities are around that, but if we could see if just maybe not specific addresses, but just see the Section 8 acceptance versus the rental rate aggregate data of how that looks compared to the rest of the pool would be interesting.
Vice Mayor, could I suggest that one of the things we've been looking at is in the database would be, because these are recorded documents, so maybe a property with a recorded covenant, an affordability covenant, for example, that could be something that we have seen in discussions, because the City Council has funded several affordable housing developments, and there is an recorded affordability covenant. That could be a piece of data that could be utilized. Specific to the Section 8, I will write that down, but again, because of the state law protecting voucher holders, I don't know if there'll be anything specific to that, but we could look at maybe affordability covenants.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Also, if it's possible to
Madam
see-
Vice Mayor, could I ask you, you're trying to collect data points on the Section 8 to try to, like, year over year, month over month data?
Well, the reason why...
Like how many people in Section 8?
No, just the data that if someone's getting a voucher, they're getting support to pay for their rent. So it's interesting to see if those rental units, I don't know how Section 8 works with those particular units, but if they're getting rent increases or not, and what the cost of those particular units are compared to the pool that doesn't get Section 8.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Are we?
Because it might be a little bit of a different data set.
Yeah, because are we allowed to collect that data?
I wasn't sure, yeah.
And that would be, thank you for the expanded explanation on that. That might be also restricted because it is a federal program, and there are privacy concerns with residents that are on the Section 8 program.
Okay. And then I'm not sure if it's possible to collect this data, but I'd be interested to see the tenant turnover, move-outs and move-ins, not necessarily the specifics of who, but just if it happens. And then also owner turnover, possible too. And then when you're looking at services, possibly like, even though I'm interested in seeing the data for every rental unit if possible, that'd be amazing. But I also recognize that some data is already being collected with the business licenses. And for the folks who already are, the 3+ unit property owners are already filling out business licenses, it would be great to find a way to make sure that they're filling out all that information at the same time, so it doesn't create an undue burden for them to have 2 separate data points that they're collecting. They're doing it all at once at one time. And then just in general, I think that this, even though it sounds like Pomona might be already doing something similar to what we're looking at, this is relatively unique, the approach we're taking. And so I just encourage staff to look out of the box. Feel free to look out of the box. And while it's great to see what other cities do, it's also, I think, an opportunity here to look at possibilities of how to do something a little differently. We're approaching this in a way that's unique to us. So I'm interested to seeing some unique ideas too, not just, I'm also interested in other cities, but also what could we do that's new and different. I have a few other questions around other topics, if that's okay. All right. Specifically about the proposed potential future grant program for legal representation. Maybe this is for the city attorney. Would this be available for tenants and landlords if it were to become a thing?
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. Yes, that's what we envision it as. Once we define the income qualifier, any party that qualifies, it would be available to them.
Okay, great. That question came up. And then I have a couple questions about the data. So on page 4 through 6, I actually could spend probably hours on this, but I'm only going to ask a few, I promise. First of all, thank you for providing the data. I believe it was slides 4 and 6 that I had asked for that data when we were talking about the agenda items. So I appreciate staff putting this together quickly to make sure that this was included in the staff report or in the presentation tonight. So for the landlord-tenant commission, how many of these cases from the landlord-tenant commission made their way into let's just say for the last year, the 10, how many of these 10 made their way to the housing enforcement unit, and how many of them were resolved in the landlord-tenant commission?
Oh, thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. These 10 were specific to the landlord-tenant commission. They did not go to the housing enforcement unit.
Okay, great.
I would add, though, that we've been staffing Mr. McMillan, who's in the front row there, has been we've switched at the end of last year, but he's been staffing for more than a year or about a year. We can't represent the parties who attend, but has been providing kind of that active assistance until we could transition. So they weren't technically enforcement cases, but we've been trying to assist the commission in application of the law to the extent we can on behalf of the city.
Okay, thank you. And then for these 10, those were actual cases that had intakes, right? Were there also a number of other folks who came, who spoke, who got some advice or guidance from the tenant commission, but didn't have an actual case that was filed, just came to the commission for some support?
Yes, Vice Mayor, that is correct. The chart that you see that you have on page 6, that 10 is an actual formal submitted case intake form, as we call it, that was then assigned to an ad hoc subcommittee that looked at it and provided information, resources to either the tenant or landlord for that matter. It's both landlords and tenants that can submit and do submit cases. And in addition to this, there are several residents, landlords, tenants alike, who attend meetings on a regular basis, speak during oral communications, and if the question can be answered really generally, then the question is answered, and then staff, there is information at the back table. So this is just the formal cases submitted, many more inquiries and questions every month, and on a daily basis for that matter.
Okay, that's great to hear that information. Do we keep track of how many folks come to the meetings on our minutes?
We do not. We do keep track of public comment, and so lots of folks don't speak during public comment, so we don't have figures of actual attendance that we could share.
But the public comment information is available?
There is information on public comment, right, correct, is in terms of members of the public who speak.
Right, thank you. And then for the, a few more questions on slide 5 with the information about the Housing Enforcement Unit. Let's see. So these are the cases that actually had some sort of action taken on those cases, correct? These are cases that somebody called in and then the Housing Enforcement Unit had some action in response to it, some formal action in response to it, versus say just talked on the phone and talk.
Correct, Vice Mayor. This is an actual case where there was the resident, the tenant, the landlord actually wanted to submit a formal case, provided information to the intake, and then it was reviewed and assessed. And as noted on this chart, 2 of them were related to illegal rent increase. We had no-fault evictions, a couple of cases on harassment to provide information. And I don't have off the top of my head what the other was, but maybe it wasn't into one of these buckets that you have here. So these are specifically the formal complaints that were received and then assessed.
Okay. And then how many phone calls and inquiries have you received? It says on the previous slide that hundreds of calls were received. So when we're saying hundreds, are we looking at like 300, 900? How many, just ballpark?
And when we were preparing the staff report, it's really hundreds speaking to the team. It really depends on the time frame. Okay. So we were looking at a time frame of maybe within the last 6 months since the Housing Enforcement Unit, since the Tenant Protection Ordinance. And that's where the figure of hundreds comes. Our team does not take phone logs, but I can tell you that phone constantly is ringing. So it's multiple phone calls every single day and on a weekly basis. So in discussions with the team, we know it's been hundreds since the last 6 months.
Okay, that's encouraging because I think receiving hundreds of phone calls lets us know, at least as council, that we are getting inquiries from the community that are being addressed and they're being supported. And perhaps it's possible that some of those phone calls would have ended up, if they hadn't called you and they didn't know where to go, they would have ended up at the landlord tenant, or they would have ended up somewhere else. So perhaps there's multiple places now where folks are getting support, and so the landlord tenant is not reaching that level of need, or people aren't coming there and that's where the numbers might be getting smaller as well. It's encouraging to hear that there's that many folks being served, and it would be great to keep data on how many calls are coming in, how many people are being served, and if there's any way, shape, or form to just jot down general data of what kinds of calls comes in. Are they calling about their landlord? Are they calling about their tenant? Are they calling about just questions about AB 1482? Just to kind of get an idea of what, doesn't have to be deep data, but just a general idea of what the main concerns are. Maybe that would also help us with our outreach and with the information that people are maybe needing a little bit more help on too. Be great. So as you're getting, I know it's tough, like you're getting calls and getting hundreds of calls. If there's a way to just kind of keep a little bit of data on, that'd be great. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to add also to the Vice Mayor's comment, because we as council also get emails. They reach out, and then they also ask to meet with us. And once we explain to them about the enforcement unit and what can be done. So I'm glad that there is a way to reach out, whether it's calling, emailing us, or going to the Landlord-Tenant Commission. So we do get those inquiries as well.
Yeah. But to the point that was made earlier about the low numbers of landlord-tenant, and I'm seeing that the mediation services is possibly in the future. I could see that either taking the place of landlord-tenant or the shifting because it seems like the overhead of the landlord-tenant might be a bit. So as we're exploring that, moving away from landlord-tenant maybe at some point. But I know it's a future item, so just wanted to put it out there though.
Yeah, and I would just supplement that council gave us funding for one attorney to assist the housing enforcement unit. I will bring your attention, there are 4 sitting in the room right now trying to make sure we're continuing to bring this meaningful material back to council. So we are using a great deal of existing resources. Just to point that out, they're all here to make sure that we're carrying the ball forward and return back. So it's not necessarily, to the Vice Mayor's point, reflected in the raw case count. This issue itself demands quite a bit of work, and I know that Ms. Leland's staff as well is engaged heavily in all these matters.
Yeah, thank you for that expansion. I think that it sometimes may seem like there's not a lot happening, or you see the data and you think there's not a lot of cases, but the fact that there's so many people we're helping, so many people who are reaching out to us for guidance and support, that this housing unit has really, it's important that we have it. I don't know, I feel like that's been an effective use of resources, because clearly, I can't think of another topic, well, maybe parking, we get hundreds of calls, but I can't think of another topic we get this many calls on. So it's just definitely an issue that we need to have staffing for, and we need to be able to receive, and it's just important that we have the right situation of staff, so when we're receiving the requests, that we are able to handle the most efficient way, the most cost-effective way, and the most supportive way for our folks. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other questions, comments, thoughts for staff? No. Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. I definitely agree with that, and I appreciate your assessment and going through everything. And think now that we have multiple avenues for folks to go through. This data only covers August through January on the Housing Enforcement Unit. You all, I'm sure, as you move forward and the word gets out for both our landlords and tenants, there will be more utilization of the services you provide, the clear and accurate information that you have, and the possibility for folks to really get the help they need. I agree with the points that all of my colleagues made on the information they'd like to see come forward. And honestly, I have very little to add. You all covered everything that I would like to see. I think one thing, and I only want to note it because I know I only heard it from Councilor Mullins, but I agree. Changing the name, let's not add to the fear and the fear-mongering. I don't want folks to be afraid that rent registry means rent control when it doesn't, and we're just trying to get information that's not available out there. So a change in the name is perfectly fine for me. Database is a cool word that I like because that's really what we're building. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, housing rental database or housing.
Yeah. And to Mr. Bax's point, I would like some clarity on are we looking at multifamily, single-family unit? Because it makes sense to only really be looking at the folks who, I mean, why would we make a single-family home go through this if they're not impacted at all whatsoever? So I'd like to look at only the folks who are in the rental market. The last thing I will just say, just because it was brought up in question several times, the mediation and the income assistance program for the low income assistance program for legal services, that is both for landlords and for tenants. And I think the vice mayor can concur that when we held that roundtable session, it was one of the few items that both sides could very much agree was necessary. And in speaking to individuals from both sides of this ordeal, I would say that both folks brought up the need for that on their end. I think if you are a landlord and you have a tenant who's giving you a hard time, you can have somewhere to go to mediate. And if that's not working, you also have that mediation on record that you tried, you know? And I think it's something that we should make available to both landlords and tenants in our community. So I think that's wonderful. I think it's going to help a lot of people. And it's going to be something that we can hopefully go to before we get to court, because that doesn't really help anybody at the end of the day. So the last thing I'll just say, since it's a note and file, is kudos to staff, because the one thing that I heard everybody at the microphone say is thank you, staff, for the hard work you're doing. So props to you all. Yeah. And that's all I have, Councilor Mullins.
Thank you. I actually thought about one thing, and it might be premature, but it might help also with costing. When you come back to us and present, costs would be, we're trying to gather information, inventory, data, whatever we want to call it. And once we have that, I'm thinking when you come back and you're getting a costing from the vendors, I would like to also see, and I'm going to throw it out there, to have like a 2-year sunset where we start the inventory, we find out what's going on, what we have, do we have a need, we don't have a need, but this would not be an ongoing thing for cost purpose, and to see if we do like a 2-year information gathering, and then to see what the trend is for a couple of years. I think a couple of years would give us enough information, but it might be just for cost purpose savings to look at the coming back with that information. Thank you.
Yeah, that's definitely a point. The only thing I would add just quickly to that is we may want to think of longer than 2 years, because
I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I would love to see, like, how much is it going to cost for 2? How much is it going to cost for 5? Just to your point about wanting to see rent increases over time. Like, I think you mentioned if a landlord doesn't increase this year or next year, or that's really good data to see. So if they haven't increased in 4 years, that's good for us to see. And I don't know that they'll be able to collect that in 2 years, unless you can go retroactively, which I don't know that you can.
Well, I would just like to offer that instead of a sunset on the database itself, we put a timer on it so that it becomes revenue neutral. Because my concern is what Councilmember Rosati brought up, that we keep putting money into this and not get anything back. So I would offer that at the end of 2 years, we need to make sure that this thing is solvent on its own. And that way, it sort of becomes easier over time. And my guess is once you've got people already invested, they're doing it automatically. The cost to run a program that's already going, that all the landlords are already putting their information, I believe it would get easier or cheaper to run over time. And so for me, it would be about getting it to revenue neutral. That would be my suggestion.
Councilman Rosati.
I was going to say, I don't want to spend $1 million and then shut it down. I mean, again, there's just other things I want to do with that money. And I keep hearing my colleagues say, it would be nice to know if they didn't raise rent the 3rd year, but they raised it on the 5th year. Again, I just don't know, what are we doing with that information? If everyone's acting within the guidelines of the law, whether they raise rent or don't raise rent, it's like, we're going through all this effort, we're building this unit, we're spending all this money, and I just don't see the benefit of having that information. Whether someone's paying $2,200 a month for a two-bedroom unit, and then another unit is all dressed up with central air and heating and laundry and parking, and it's $3,500. You can't compare the two because they're two separate units, two separate buildings, maybe on two different sides of the town. So again, I'm not seeing the benefit yet. I'm willing to listen. I'm open-minded, and I just don't know what we're doing with this data. Whether someone's raising rent every year, which is their right to do. If it's the law, it's the law. And if they're not raising rent, I just raised rent on a client. He could have raised rent up to $170, and he only raised rent $47. $47. Okay, so we get that data. Now what? It's nice to know. Okay, but we're spending all of this money for what?
Vice Mayor Takahashi.
And I think those are all really good questions, actually, to ask. So when it comes back for our budget, I think that'll be an opportunity to really dive into what the data is going to be used for, whether it's worthwhile. That's what that conversation is for. So I think those are good questions, and also the details about like how long we want it to run for, and how much that would cost. These are all really good questions for that when it comes back. What do you think, Madam Mayor?
I would agree with, I think staff has very good reason in mind, because we are asking a lot of them, self included. I've asked for things that they would like data for. And I think that's important. I think it'll inform to some of the questions that our public has asked. Well, is there really a crisis? Are people really moving? Are rents really being raised high? The reality is, looking at Zillow, looking at Redfin, we don't know. The answer is we don't know. And our staff has very openly admitted we don't know. We as a city don't have that data collected by us in a reliable manner, to the city attorney's point. So I think that's what we're looking to answer. And I think it would respond to a lot of to that concern as we study this ever-long process that we've been on. It would be nice to help us close the loop on this whole thing. And I hear you, though. I think the concrete issues are going to be brought when the budget comes back and when staff has this all fleshed out. But I don't want to speak for you.
Thank you. I know we need to move on and wrap it up. But there's a lot of good points are being made. And tonight, in asking for some of these things to come back, to me, it does not mean that I'm personally, or I'm reading any council member, that we're personally in agreement that this is what we're moving forward to. I think it's another step to figure out, is it necessary? Do we need it? How much is it going to cost? What are we trying to accomplish? Because I would like to hear exactly what our exact goals and how we're going to accomplish it, and also continue having updates from the code enforcement unit, from the city attorney's office, to continue informing us how many cases have we had, and a little bit more details to, a lot of the questions that came up today. Are they all from the same building? Is it because of eviction for no fault eviction? Is it because they didn't pay the rent? I don't know. Whatever the case is, I think we need to add another column to it, that we need to find out what the true issue is to the cases that the city attorney's office have been handling. And instead of just getting, 8, 2, and 15, the total, what are those, numbers mean? Because I'm sure the tenants want to know if somebody's out there that we were handling, and what kind of situations the same as the landlords. And council is going to be curious, because if we only see in the next 4 or 5 months until you come back, if we see there's only one case, we're all going to scratch our head and say, okay, so what do we do, right? So to answer your question, Councilmember Rosati, and I know it's a little bit, we're talking a lot about it as, making sound like it's a done deal, we're walking out of here. There's still a lot of unanswered questions that I have that we haven't asked, because we don't have the information in front of us. So I look forward to having that information back. I look forward to continue hearing how many cases the city attorney has in the next 4 months or so, and I look forward to knowing what are we looking at costs, because everything has a dollar amount next to it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins. And I will wrap it up by just saying thank you to staff. Thank you for everything you've done. We really appreciate your work. Thank you. All right. And now, item 9, so stay where you are, staff. So item number 9 is an introduction of an ordinance modifying residential tenant protections within the city of Burbank by adding a small property owner exemption from the obligation to pay increased relocation assistance and adding anti-harassment tenant protections. Welcome back, Miss Leland.
Hello again. Good evening again, Mayor and members of the City Council. Maribel Leland again, still Maribel Leland again this evening. And before you this evening to present a proposed amendment to the city's current tenant protection ordinance that, if approved, would add a small property owner exemption from the increased relocation assistant obligation and add anti-harassment tenant protections to the tenant protection ordinance adopted last July 2024. Before presenting the proposed ordinance amendments, I'd like to highlight the Council's continuous efforts again to date that address tenant protections in the community. This is a similar slide to the previous report this evening on the Housing Enforcement Unit that depicts several milestones to date. I will not address these in the interest of time, but we did discuss those in the previous report. For more background before presenting the proposed amendments, this slide summarizes the existing local regulations and state laws that currently apply to Burbank. AB 1482 allows a state-mandated cap on annual rent increases and state relocation assistance or rent waiver, which is equal to 1 month of the tenant's rent for no-fault just cause evictions. The statewide rent cap is 5% plus the increase in the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, with an overall rent not to exceed 10%. Moreover, AB 1482 establishes just cause protections to tenants who have resided in their unit for at least 12 months and includes procedural noticing requirements to tenants with information on rent cap and the requirement of just cause statement in the case of a termination of tenancy. Burbank is also subject to the provisions of SB 567 that amends several provisions in AB 1482 by imposing additional parameters to assist just cause evictions and providing remedies to tenants for any violations of AB 1482's just cause eviction and rent cap provisions. And Burbank provides a local regulation on relocation assistance for all no-fault, just cause evictions of 3 months current rent and anti-retaliation measures with the current tenant protection ordinance adopted on July 30th of 2024, as described in this next slide. This current ordinance that became effective in August 30th of last year heightened regulations related to demolition and substantial remodels in the state law, increased tenant relocation assistance payment to 3 months rent for all no-fault just cause evictions, and imposed anti-retaliation measures. The proposed ordinance amendment for consideration this evening includes first, an exemption for small, non-commercial property owners from the obligation to pay increased relocation assistance for no-fault just cause evictions, and secondly, includes anti-harassment tenant protections as authorized by state law and summarized in the next few slides. The proposed amendments to the tenant protection ordinance broadly include the following: an exemption for small property owners from the increased tenant relocation assistance payment of 3 months rent for all no-fault just cause evictions, as the city is concerned that such an increase may disproportionately burden small property owners. However, landlords must still provide 1 month rent for no-fault just cause evictions as prescribed in the Tenant Protection Act. In addition, it imposes anti-harassment measures to protect tenants from harassments for lawful exercise of their rights. And finally, provides for tenant-initiated enforcement of the anti-retaliation and anti-harassment provisions that authorizes an aggrieved tenant to institute a civil action for actual damages, punitive damages, and/or injunctive relief. Any violation of these tenant protections shall be an affirmative defense in court to any action by the property owner to recover possession of the rental unit. In other words, the city attorney's office would not enforce these anti-retaliation and anti-harassment protections in court. Rather, a tenant may utilize the anti-retaliation and anti-harassment protections in the proposed ordinance amendment by filing a civil lawsuit in court against their landlord or responding in court to an unlawful detainer filed by their landlord. Each of these provisions is described in the next few slides. Based on the research for 9 different cities as requested by the City Council last year, staff prepared the proposed small owner exemption utilizing a number of rental units on a property and the property owner's economic interest. The proposed ordinance carves out an exemption for residential tenancies in rental complexes with 4 or fewer units from the higher relocation assistance fee for all no-fault just cause eviction. A rental complex with 4 or fewer units was chosen to ensure effective monitoring and enforcement of the proposed regulation based on availability of data. Currently, the city's Building and Safety Division requires business tax registration for rental properties with 3 or more units, and the department maintains a record of such properties. A later slide depicts the number of properties that may fall under this proposed provision. Enforcement would be handled via the Housing Enforcement Unit utilizing publicly available information and/or requiring property owners to submit information that they qualify for the exemption. In addition, a multifamily database as introduced earlier this evening would also assist in this enforcement. However, the exemption can't be utilized by a property owner that is a real estate investment trust as defined by the Internal Revenue Code, a corporation, or a limited liability company in which at least one member is a corporation. A property owner that qualifies for the exemption would still need to pay the 1-month current rent as required by AB 1482. To reiterate, this recommendation is based on city research as summarized in the next few slides. Only 4 of the 9 cities the council asked staff to research have implemented a carve-out exempting a small rental complex or small landlords from the requirement of increased relocation fees or have established leniency from compliance with certain aspects of local regulations on tenant protection for such residential tenancies. In the city of Glendale, they provide an exemption from an increased relocation assistance for properties with fewer than 5 rental units to tenants for a demolition or substantial remodel, no-fault eviction only. This exemption solely considers the number of rental units on the specific property subject to the eviction and does not apply to other no-fault, just cause eviction categories beyond a demolition, substantial remodel. The City of Claremont, also on this slide, allows a substantial relocation assistance fee for all no-fault, just cause evictions for residential tenancies in a building or in a complex of commonly owned buildings with 9 or fewer rental units. This exemption solely considers the number of rental units on the specific property subject to the eviction. The City of Los Angeles reduces locally increased relocation assistance payment for no-fault just cause evictions due to owner's relatives, or property manager occupying a residential rental unit as provided in the Los Angeles Municipal Code if the following 4 conditions exist. 1, the building containing the rental unit contains 4 or fewer rental units. Within the previous 3 years, the landlord has not paid the fee authorized to any tenant who resided in the building. The landlord owns in the city of Los Angeles no more than 4 units of residential property and a single-family home on a separate lot. And any eligible relative for whom the landlord is recovering possession of the rental unit does not own any residential property in the city of Los Angeles. This exemption considers several factors and does not apply to other no-fault, just-cause eviction categories besides a property owner, property owner's relatives, or property manager move-in. In Culver City, the local increased relocation payment is reduced by 50% by small landlords as defined, but only for the no-fault, just-cause eviction category relating to landlord or landlord's relative move-in. Small landlord in Culver City is defined as a landlord who has no direct or indirect economic interest in more than 3 rental units located within or outside of Culver City. Small landlords should not include any of the following: a real estate investment trust, as defined in Section 856 of the Internal Revenue Code, a corporation, a limited liability company in which at least one member is or controlled by a corporation, or a partnership in which at least one partner is or controlled by a corporation. This exemption considers all the rental property economic interests of the property owner and does not apply to other no-fault, just-cause eviction categories beyond the property owner or their relative move-in. As described in the previous 2 slides related to those 4 communities, staff looked at current properties in the city of Burbank. And as indicated on this slide, there are approximately 1,700 properties with 2 to 4 units that could potentially be eligible for the proposed exemption from the higher relocation assistance fee of 3 months rent for all no-fault, just-cause eviction. The proposed ordinance amendment also includes a list of 20 anti-harassment tenant protections, which largely mirror prescribed remedies in the California Civil Code, the California Fair Employment and Housing Act, and the Federal Fair Housing Act. These are the 5 most common mentioned to staff: acting in bad faith, interrupt, terminate, or fail to provide housing services required by the rental agreement or by federal, state, county, or local housing, health, and safety laws; acting in bad faith, fail to perform repairs and maintenance required by the rental agreement or by federal, state, and county or local housing, health, and safety laws; repeatedly mistreat an occupant of the rental unit during in-person conversations through social media, postings, or messaging, or other communications with language that a reasonable person would consider likely to cause fear or provoke violence. And the final 2 to highlight is attempting to coerce a tenant to vacate with offers of payment to vacate, including offers of a buyout agreement, which are accompanied with threats or intimidation. This shall not include settlement offers, however, made in good faith and not accompanied with threats or intimidation in pending lawful detainer actions. And finally, interfering with the right of a tenant to organize as tenants and engage in concerted activities with other tenants for the purpose of mutual aid and protection. To recap, these are only 5 of the most common concerns expressed by staff. There are a total of 20 provisions found in Section 54105B of the draft ordinance amendment. If approved, should members of the public believe they have a claim under the proposed revisions, this slide shows again how to contact the Housing Enforcement Unit. Once a claim is submitted, the team will review and process as appropriate for the proposed exemption. To summarize, if the ordinance amendment as proposed tonight is approved, it would modify the current ordinance by providing the following: an exemption from higher relocation fee, which is 3 months rent for all no-fault, just-cause evictions, to residential tenancies on a land parcel with 4 or fewer rental units; a specific list of anti-retaliation protections, and an affirmative defense to an owner's action to recover possession of the rental unit, along with authority for an aggrieved tenant to seek civil damages or injunctive relief for an owner's violation of the city's anti-retaliation or anti-harassment protections. The second reading is tentatively scheduled for March 11th, and if approved, the ordinance would become effective April 10th, 2025. Staff recommends the City Council introduce an ordinance of the City Council of Burbank amending Chapter 4 Residential Tenant Protections of Title 5 Police and Public Safety of the Burbank Municipal Code by adding a small property owner exemption from the increased relocation assistance payment obligation and adding anti-harassment tenant protections. This concludes staff's presentations. We are happy to answer any questions you may have. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Leland. We appreciate the presentation and stay tuned for more from us. All right, we will now go to public comment. I have 14 comment cards, so you will each have 3 minutes to speak. Just a reminder to speak on the agenda item as included.
And not everybody needs all 3 minutes to speak, if you don't.
That is one council member's opinion. Don't burn me at the stake.
Madam Mayor, I'm gonna recuse myself from this portion of the meeting. I may have a conflict.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay. Sorry, moving to public comment. So we'll start, I have to wait for him to be. Sorry. Okay, now we'll start. Mr. Ron Bax, followed by Mr. David Donahue.
Do you have your sheets from earlier? Okay, let's make sure your tray tables are in their full lock position. Your seat belts are fastened. Pardon me? This is an episode. This is a...
All right, you have 3 minutes.
I don't have to tell you to keep your hands and legs inside the vehicle. I think all these precautions are going to be necessary for what I'm about to say, and I'm sure what will follow me. Okay? Thank you. What? Good. I was thinking of a lap seat belt, not a shoulder harness. Okay.
Let's start Mr. Bax's time now and let him.
No, I'll take one. Okay, she's not going to reset it. Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Mr. Bax, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my comments after initial cursory view is no real objections except for retaliation and harassment prohibited 20B, C, and D, as long as tenants or tenant advocates do not abuse a reasonable interpretation, as some believe trespassing is acceptable for them to exercise their First Amendment constitutional right of free speech, which is only protection from the government. Retaliation and harassment prohibited 20B, C, and D seems to grant tenancy advocate groups the right to trespass. Housing providers are tasked with providing a quiet, peaceful environment for their tenants, allowing tenant advocates unfettered access, allowing meetings in common areas, and allowing posting of material may be unwanted by even one other tenant, not to mention damage the property. If this ordinance is adopted in its form, I will have to plan for what actions I will take if a non-tenant is in my courtyard conducting a rally while using a bullhorn. I don't see that exception mentioned in this document. However, a more cynical review raises concerns. When was the meeting with housing providers to identify problems? For example, B14. This requires acceptance of rent even if it is beyond the 3-day period following a notice to pay rent or quit, which is contrary to state law. Or B8, will use of the wrong pronoun be discrimination? Finally, B19 encompassing the sun, the moon, and the stars. I don't know which one that is. I'm saddened or dismayed that we have to codify civility. We are at the verge of requiring any housing provider to tenant interaction to require the presence of a witness, use of a recorded line, or solely written communication, that being letters or emails. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Donahue, followed by Christina Boyer.
Good evening, Council. David Donahue. One of the interesting things I just want to say, rent registries or just registries sound like a really good idea, and I want to kind of compound, I want to add to that. So join me. A rent registry should include every additional cost that a housing provider has had to incur. If it's an increase in their electricity, natural gas, if it's the cost of buying a new hot water heater, an HVAC, the cost went up to paint a unit, everything should be recorded and should be then, so that you can then look at the real data, because that is the elephant in the room that I basically tried to shine a light on and said, hey, look over there. I've done it twice with the Burbank Housing Corporation in front of this body, talking about how they are insolvent to be able to afford loans to buy new properties unless you take away the obligation on their interest, on the loans, forgive the loans. Then, so that's, and one of the things that they cited was the insurance went up, and I believe 300,000 to like 1.2 million. Okay, the data's been presented by staff on other reports of the cost to housing providers, BHC as an example. Mr. Ron Bax as an example. I have not seen the things that he's given to you, but I'm sure he has given you the actual cost. So let's do that. Let's have a rent registry that actually has everything listed there. And instead of doing the vilification, the demonization, the making these housing providers seem like they are greedy monsters, stop it. Just effing stop it. Because with this new rent registry, guess what? You're going to be able to award the housing providers that didn't raise rents. Their cost went up. They are now don't have the much money that they're making. Their retirement account, referring to Mr. Bax, has now been reduced. They get the Housing Provider of the Year award from the city of Burbank because they ate it. They didn't pass it along because they are sensitive to their tenants that can't afford it. But they are taking it, they're taking the loss. Where in the world is that? Where in the world is there any consideration to giving to the housing providers of what they are losing or might lose? So yeah, let's do that. Let's add it to the registry. Let's collect every metric possible and then award the housing providers that do the best job. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Christina Boyer, followed by Matthew Buck.
Good evening. My name is Christina Boyer. I'm an attorney at Public Counsel. I want to sincerely thank City Council and City staff for all the work you've done over the past 2 years to develop protections for renters in the city and for your continued work. At the outset, I'd like to emphasize that the tenant protections the city has and will explore in the next few months are not only effective but legal. RSOs with hard caps, universal just cause protections, rent registries, and more exist in many jurisdictions across California and neighboring jurisdictions and have not been deemed illegal or unconstitutional. For what's being considered today, I support and am happy to see the strong anti-harassment provisions added to the TPO, and am concerned with the small landlord carve-out for the 3 months rent relocation assistance. Tenants deserve to live in safe, habitable homes free from harassment, and what is proposed furthers that purpose and would not affect landlords who don't engage in harassment. As to the proposed small landlord carve-out for increased relocation assistance, I urge the council to reject it. For the renters who make up the city, the majority of which are rent burdened and vulnerable to displacement, it doesn't matter the size of their landlord's portfolio when they are being displaced. The need is the same. According to the staff report on this item, over 1,500 rental properties could be eligible for this exemption, and the majority of the jurisdictions studied with relocation assistance don't have carve-outs for small landlords. Research shows that tenants in small properties are, on average, more vulnerable to displacement, and that strong tenant protections like heightened relocation assistance don't actually drive the small landlords out of the housing market. Furthermore, it is nearly impossible to verify who is a true small landlord, and any such carve-out would require additional staff capacity, and it would be unclear how tenants would even know their landlord's portfolio size and then how to complain about it. Please reject this carve-out. Tenants need equal protections. I support strong anti-harassment measures, heightened relocation assistance with no carve-outs, implementing a rent registry, universal just cause protections, and an RSO with a hard cap. I urge council members today, and as the year goes on, to use your vote to protect renters. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Matthew Buck. Hi, Matt.
Thank you.
Followed by Daniel.
Thank you, Mayor. My mother would be happy you said Matthew. Matt Buck, you guys know me, Vice President Public Affairs for California Apartment Association. I'll just take an excerpt out of my letter regarding the anti-harassment. On behalf of members, CAA has concerns with the proposed tenant harassment ordinance, which is duplicative in its existence. There's existing laws. Without compelling data of an ongoing systematic problem that cannot be addressed using the existing laws, City Council should reject the proposed ordinance. The city should focus on outreach programs to increase education surrounding the existing state and other laws that protect tenants from harassment to address any instances of harassment in Burbank. Again, as always, we are here to help staff and just want to make those notes for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Buck, I'll say. All right, our next speaker is Daniel, followed by Harry Tamurian.
Good evening once again, everyone. Yeah, I'd also like to throw my full support behind this anti-harassment ordinance. I think it's awesome. I think the city is long overdue for strong permanent tenant protections, and this is a significant and strategic step towards that path. So once again, great job to city staff putting this together. I think it's really effective. I think the fact that they looked at these strong protections at what other cities around the LA area are doing, and I think we should implement them. As far as a small landlord carve-out, I urge you to reject that. I understand and I agree that local small business owners are struggling, but I don't think this is the way that helps them. I don't think it necessarily targets small business owners. I think this just targets an arbitrary apartment building sizes, 4 units or less, but we could be talking about owners who own hundreds of fourplexes and they get this carve out. Additionally, adding to that, tenants deserve protections. They deserve strong protections regardless of who their landlord is. And as was mentioned before, Burbank, along with the rest of LA County, faces high rent burden and severe rent burden tenants, and we deserve these protections. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. My next speaker is Harry Tamurian, followed by Ramela Iragi. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor, Harry Tamurian, Burbank Association Realtors. Hope everyone's doing well. This is just going to be in reference to the anti-harassment ordinance that you guys are proposing. We should really just, I'm trying to figure out, I was looking at the staff report, where's the anti-harassment towards the housing provider ordinance? I don't see any of that. Number 5, repeatedly mistreating tenants through social media posts with certain languages. What about posting about your housing provider on social media? What's the remedy for that? We just one-sided on that. Number 14 and 15, refusing to cash and take a tenant's rent payment. What if the tenant gives you a partial payment? Why am I required to take that? It's not part of the lease agreement. So this is now, you're going to codify that someone can just give me half the rent and I got to take it. If I don't take it, I'm now going to be under subject. That doesn't make sense. Housing provider to provide a space for tenants to hold meetings and tenant organizations, that's fine. What if my other tenants now come in and want to hold meetings. A church group wants to hold a meeting in a certain area. A car meet wants to hold the same meet. So now so now the housing provider is discriminating against other groups for doing that, and in distributing and posting literature in common areas. What's the remedy if the group destroys the walls that they're posting the posters and their issues on? What's the remedy if other tenants feel harassed by someone with a bullhorn, having a conversation, yelling, screaming, doing whatever? Every single tenant is subject to, has the right to quiet enjoyment. What is the remedy for other tenants that are going to feel harassed? And what is the remedy of tenant-to-tenant harassment? It's the housing provider's on the line, right? They're going to complain to you guys that the housing provider did not protect them from that group. Where is the ordinance protecting the housing providers? This is very one-sided. If you're going to propose an ordinance protecting one side, propose an ordinance protecting the other side at the same time. Do not vilify your housing providers. That's what this does. They are part of your community. They are part of this community. They are part of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ramela Aragi, followed by A.L. Garcia.
Yes. Hi, everybody. Council, audience. I lived in Glendale for 30 years. I rented 30 years, and I moved to Burbank. It's almost 6 months, and I'm still renting here, and I have a rent burden here. My experience showed that there's all this, good luck with all these programs, renter protection programs, renters protection. For the records, I should say, I should tell that in Glendale, since still I'm just working with tenants union. Actually, working with tenants union in Burbank and in Glendale, and we witness they were overwhelmed by all these renovations. Where, for example, the tenants paying like $1,000 for a one bedroom, and now they're being evicted based on the renovations, and these people have to go and pay for the same one bedroom for like $2,000. What is this? This is not 100% of rent increase. I don't believe. I don't believe that all these programs are working. Since they say like economic 101, supply and demand, we need more affordable housing. We need, unless you solve this housing shortage, all these programs will not go away. But meanwhile, I support rental protection, harassment measures. And hopefully it works. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is A.L. Garcia, followed by John Giroux.
Hello again, City Council and staff. I'll say thank you again to staff. I really appreciate the gratitude we have expressed for them tonight. I think that's really good energy to bring forth. I am here to say that I support the proposed amendments, but I do want to urge staff and City Council to reject the small landlord carve-out. I would say that as a member of the Burbank Tenants Union, we've been advocating for implementing an ordinance that effectively protects tenants, so I'm excited to finally see something materialize. But again, I do implore you to not allow that carve out for corporate landlords to exploit. I don't think that we have come to a good definition of what a small landlord is or housing provider, as they like to call it. I think we need to look more closely at that and again ask if what's being proposed is fair. And I think that's all I want to say. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is John Giroux, followed by George Giroux.
Thank you for giving me priority over George. Okay. So here we get the first shot. I want to talk about the city that we love. We all love Burbank, and we want it to be a great town. It's unique. I keep telling you, Burbank is unique. We're not LA. We're not other cities. We all get along here, and there's no reason to have more restrictions and more laws. You can't talk to me. I can't talk to you. You can't do this. It doesn't make sense. We're restricting our whole society here. Burbank is unique. We should keep it that way. Bring business back to Burbank. Focus on this town. We're losing the entertainment industry. We're focusing on pettiness when we should be looking at the macro picture. We're losing business here. We got 3 million square feet of empty space, office space. We're not bringing in companies. They're going other places. If the entertainment industry leaves Burbank, it's going to be another void, just like what Lockheed did when they left. Focus on bringing this town business and elevate us. Let's not argue with this pettiness. I'm tired of it. I sat here for hours when I should be preparing for a trial just to tell you, think big. Let's get this thing going here in this town. You want housing? Facilitate housing. If you don't want housing, pass rent caps. You won't get housing because no one's going to want more restrictions. Please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. George Giroux, you're next, followed by Shant Norhadian.
Absolutely. All right, George Giroux, thank you for hearing me a second time tonight. I had 3 requested changes to the ordinance. The first is that we specify that the acts must be unreasonable, meaning that there has to be some element of culpability. Number 2 would be that paragraph 19 be omitted because it's way too broad. And the third request that I would have is that the ordinance protect other tenants from tenants and protect housing providers from harassment as well. So let's talk about that. What is a lawsuit, right? It's like an interpersonal process for resolving disputes, and sometimes the emotions you have to go through this process to resolve a dispute. But sometimes a lawsuit causes somebody to live with a dispute or live with a problem rather than processing it in a healthier manner. So we have to be careful that we don't create an incentive to fight or an incentive to litigate. We don't want there to be a monetary incentive for a dispute to escalate. So what is our goal, really? Our goal is to resolve disputes, to negotiate compromises, and deter non-cooperative behavior. And as a result, we don't want to escalate disputes or cause housing costs to go up because somebody said earlier that this ordinance only affects landlords who harass tenants, but that's not true. A tenant can bring a lawsuit and they could say whatever they want in the lawsuit and just to extract a settlement out of the landlord. And the landlord has to go and hire an attorney who costs a lot of money, and the plaintiff's attorney may be taking the case on contingency. It's just it could be just a way of extracting money, and that's going to push up the cost of living for the other tenants as well. So sometimes the tenants rely upon the landlords to enforce the house rules. You see this very often where sometimes you just have a very bad neighbor or a crazy tenant that's just harassing your office, harassing your employees, your workers, harassing the family upstairs. It happens. As a result, because the obstreperous tenants exist and disturb their neighbors, we should have some protections for tenant-on-tenant harassment. I think that that's very reasonable. So those are the three changes that I wanted. I want first in the general clause to prohibit unreasonable acts that constitute harassment. Number 2 is to omit paragraph 19. And number 3 is to protect housing providers and other tenants from tenant harassment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Right on the money. Next, we have Shanton Orhadian, followed by Ally.
Good evening, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, members of the City Council, City Attorney, and staff. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Shantan Orhadian. I am a proud resident of Burbank, and I work for a local family-owned housing provider. First off, and I think this has been echoed, the proposed harassment language in the ordinance should be inclusive to not only protect tenants from housing providers, but also to protect tenants from other tenants, as well as housing providers from tenants. Similar to tenants, housing providers are hardworking people. We are contributing members of this community, and we are not immune to harassment. Secondly, I appreciate and understand the proposed language contained in subparagraph 20A on page 8 of the red line attachment. However, I would suggest that the proposed language in subparagraphs 20B, 20C, and 20D, as in David, be deleted in their entirety for the following reasons. First, the right to exclude is a fundamental element of private property rights. The proposed language in subparagraphs 20B and 20C infringes upon a property owner's constitutional right to exclude by granting the continuous ability for third parties to come onto private property whenever they want. The proposed language effectively appropriates a right of access easement for tenant organizers and advocates to invade property that is otherwise closed to the public. Second, the common areas of a multifamily building are commonly used by residents to gain access to and from their units, and as such, congregation in common areas is typically prohibited, as it not only can obstruct another resident's access to their unit, but also it may pose additional safety and security risks to the other residents of a building. Lastly, tenant organizers and advocates have alternative means by which they can, and frequently do, notify, communicate, and interact with tenants. We heard about all of them tonight from my friends on the other side of the table, ranging from in-person meetings in public spaces, online or telephonic meetings, social media, email, etc. Granting unlimited physical access on private property to these groups is excessive. I respectfully suggest that the language contained in subparagraphs 20B, 20C, and 20D be excluded from the proposed ordinance. I thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ally, followed by Kate Cundiff.
Hi, everyone. I'm speaking in favor of anti-harassment protections. Thank you to staff for bringing this back. I'd also like to ask our council to consider addressing threats to reveal immigration status as a form of harassment and retaliation. I'm proud to see that our city has taken a stand for undocumented immigrants, and I'd like to see our city take a tangible step to protecting undocumented tenants. I would also like to see threats to reduce services be added to these set of protections as well. And I'd also have a question. Are these anti-harassment protections universal, meaning that they will apply to folks who are not eligible for the Tenant Protection Act? And if they are not universal, will they be included in the next conversation regarding universal eviction protection? So will anti-harassment be included with that? That's my question. And finally, I'd like to speak against carve-outs. We have no way to keep track of who is actually a mom and pop because A, we don't have a rental registry, and because LLC laws allow landlords to hide how many units they own. And even if a landlord owns one building in Burbank, they can own many properties outside of the city, and by definition, not be a mom and pop. Regardless of whether a tenant faces a no-fault eviction, they are still being displaced, and the rental market is even more strained as a result of the wildfires. The tenant experience is still the same, and all tenants should be protected protected no matter who owns their building. I urge council to reject a carve-out. And I would also like to affirm that tenants should have a right to organize within their own buildings. Yes to tenant organizing being a protection. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kate Cundiff, followed by Joe Pimienta. And Joe, you are my last commenter.
Hello. First, I'd like to acknowledge that BTU does not use a bullhorn. I just want to throw that out there. For the anti-harassment, I agree with what Ali says, that can we please add that to a future agenda with universal just cause so that it's applicable not just to the people who are protected in our urgency ordinance, but to all renters in the city of Burbank. For the mom and pop small landlords, as others have said, it's impossible to know who's actually a true mom and pop landlord. And if we do install a rental registry or some way of tracking who owns what rental, it only applies to the city of Burbank. So while somebody might have a duplex in Burbank and be considered a small mom and pop here, they might have 5 units in Pasadena, 3 units in LA, 2 units in Glendale, and not be a small mom and pop. A better way to do this is to cut that language completely, eliminate the carve-out, and create language that offers an opt-in system if the 3 months of relocation assistance will put these small landlords in a financial hardship. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. And then my final speaker today is Joe Pimienta, and thank you for the lovely artwork on your card.
Fishes are great. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everybody present in the chamber. My name is Joe Pimienta. My pronouns are they, them. And as you might have guessed, I am in support of the ordinance that in the ordinance that is presented. So once again, following the previous comments, I want to say thank you for that. However, I do want to pay attention to one particular aspect about the 3-month relocation, and I do want to extend the point to maybe that should why that should be 3 months of current market rent as opposed to the current rent that the tenant is paying. The reason for that is because there are a lot of tenants here in Burbank that are paying, just to give the explicit number, somewhere within the 3 digits a month. And if there is a 3-month relocation, that 3 months would add to an amount that would be somewhere less than $3,000, which, as we all know, in the current rental market doesn't really get you very far. So I also say that because yes, unfortunately, it is very likely that with the way that it is, there will be bad actors that take advantage of that. And segueing into that, yes, these protections that we are requesting, if someone is going to say that it's because you shouldn't punish everyone because of a few bad actors, but no, that's how updating policy works, is that we get to find out what isn't working and we need to adjust for that. And yes, there are bad actors in this situation, yes, on both sides, but in this one in particular, the ones that are more disadvantaged is the ones who are living paycheck to paycheck and may not have a roof over their head within the 30-day notice, or 60 for that matter. So that's why I think that it's very important to pass this ordinance. We need these protections because we have already lost so many residents. So many people have already come to this podium imploring for protections only to not be able to come back. Leaving the state, leaving the city. I'll leave it at that. These protections are necessary in order to maintain as many people, as many Burbankians as possible to maintain their homes. So with that, thank you for your time. Have a good evening. And as always, thank you everyone for the work that you've been doing.
Yes, Burbankian. Thank you for your comment. With that, I now declare the public comment period closed. And we will now move on to responses from staff to any of the comments made and any of the questions posed.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have one response, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague from the City Attorney's Office, as most of the others are legal related. But the last speaker did speak about the current 3 months relocation for current rent. That is not part of the proposed amendment to change any of that. So that is existing and not part of any of the proposed amendment for the evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. I would just like to respond to the comment, or I think there was a few comments about whether the anti-retaliation, anti-harassment protections just apply to non-exempt units under 1482 versus all tenants. The ordinance applies it to all tenants as it's currently written. So it already applies to all tenants in the proposed ordinance.
Great. Any other question or responses?
I just want to point out to the mayor, it is almost 11 o'clock.
Oh, that's what you were saying. I thought you were telling me to wrap it up. Does anybody want to make a motion? Or wait, in consultation with our city manager?
Yeah, seeing that this is our final item on the agenda, I would recommend council continue.
Thank you. You're not going to get us off the hook? All right.
Move that we continue the meeting.
All right. Great. Motion by Anthony, second by Mullins. Show of hands. All right, we will continue. Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, I have a question. So in the proposed ordinance, I'm looking at page 4, 54102, applicability of chapter. It says the tenant protections in this chapter apply to tenants and owners of real property that are subject to the Tenant Protection Act's just cause eviction provisions set forth in section 1946.2. So, but you're saying it applies to everybody. So how, because just reading this, I thought it meant all of it. So
that those sections are just to the tenant protections that are specifically called out in 1482. One of the things.
What do you mean?
So the language in that 5-4-102. The intention of that language is to say that the protections specifically identified in the State Tenant Protection Act, which those would be the just cause protections, those that we have made more protective in this, which is the increased relocation assistance, would only apply to the tenants, would only apply to the properties that are not exempt.
So 54103, 54104, that's what you're talking about in 54102. But then once you get to 54105, it doesn't you're saying that applies to everybody, but there's no language in there that says this applies to everybody. You know what I'm saying?
So we can make that change so it's absolutely clear, but if you look at 54103 and 54104, they both reference the specific 1482 sections, AB 1482, AB 1482 subsections, which is 1946.2.
Right.
The anti-retaliation, anti-harassment provisions don't have that limitation, but I'm happy, we could, if council wanted to make a motion so we could clarify that language so it's clear and removes all confusion.
Yeah, I would just say for 54102, the tenant protections in chapters 54103 and 54104 apply, and then at the beginning of 54105, you can just put a precursor saying the following apply to all tenants. I mean, that's just, I get what you're saying, and I see it. I'm just to make it simple.
For parity, adding the same type of clause that 54102 is, but just on top of the 54105 one. That makes sense? Yeah. Because it was clearly unclear to some of our listeners, and it was also unclear to me. So thank you for that. Sorry, Councilmember,
and
continue.
real quick, I wanted to ask, I had it here. There was a speaker earlier saying that what happens if a bunch of stuff happens. Hold on, I wrote it down. Here it is. So one of the issues that came up multiple times from speakers was that this is sort of a one-way protection. Now, I used to be a property manager. I even managed rent control properties. From my understanding, the property owner, at any time, if there's a violation of the lease, if there's a partial rent payment, if they violate any sort of city noise ordinance or any, city or state or federal law, their remedy is eviction. Is that not it's a 3-day pay or quit notice or 3-day perform or quit notice, and then they follow eviction proceedings? Is there anything in here that would supersede that process?
No, there's nothing in the ordinance that would interfere with the landlord's right to file a lawsuit to seek a remedy for compliance with their contract with the tenant. So that would, it would be on the landlord side initiated, it would be a lawful detainer.
Okay. And then my other question, which was brought up, is tenant-to-tenant harassment. That one's tricky. I've worked with a couple of those issues. The property owner and the renter, they have a contract, lessor and lessee. When you have two tenants that are having an issue, that seems to me to be a civil matter between two parties that are not, under contract with each other. We've put in some language here that, a tenant has a right to peace and quiet and habitability. So unless a tenant is interfering with another tenant's right to peace and quiet and habitability, there's not much that we as a city can do other than use the mitigation methods with the landlord-tenant commission and ask the landlord to bring their.
I like the council member's legal analysis. It's called privity of contract.
There you go.
And when there isn't a contract, it's not contract rights, but there are many other remedies between people. There are causes of actions called torts, which are when people interfere with other people's rights. And the proper venue for those is the Superior Court. And the state laws provide what those remedies are. There are criminal charges for cyber harassment, criminal threats, civil rights violations. They can apply between individuals, but this is called the Tenants' Bill of Rights, and we've put it in a place that seeks to provide tenant protections. As you indicated, landlords have a right in the contract, and their lease should provide what are the norms. They also have rights to nuisance and waste of premises. Any party can have a right of nuisance against another party. It's called a private nuisance. If it became a public nuisance, then the city could bring a right of action, but that's any interference with the use and enjoyment of real property. And so there are innumerable, as any litigation attorney will tell you, plaintiff's attorney, there are innumerable ways to challenge some form of harassment or cyber stalking or criminal threats or nuisance. And so I don't think it's necessary to put all of those in here because, of course, the jurisdiction for these is really a neutral fact finder, which it's possible that our mediation program, certainly Ms. Vanderbort has a vision for community mediation that goes well beyond this current budget year. And it's possible that those same resources could be used for between tenants. We haven't, there's no artificial restrictions that force us to use that program in any particular way. And the funding that council already gave us would permit us to do several dozen before we would have to come back to ask for more funds. So we do have the flexibility to address those informally, and that any individual could address those formally through the courts.
And then I guess my last question would be, there was some opining that the language here would allow unfettered access to anyone who claims to be a tenant organizer to come and go as they please. From my experience, most of that work is done invite only or in a similar fashion that a FedEx delivery person would drop something off at a door. My understanding is that tenants have leeway to invite people into their home and into their public space. I don't see any language in here that says someone who's a tenant organizer can enter can trespass or enter illegally. So when we're pulling this language, and we have a lot of enumerated rights here, are we pulling this language from other places that have codified this and it's been held up and it's been challenged and the language we're comfortable with this language, is what I'm asking?
We pulled this language from the city of Culver City, which was mentioned at council direction. I don't remember which meeting it was exactly. We spoke with Culver City. They didn't tell us that there have been any challenges to these provisions, but they also indicated that they don't have the staffing to actively enforce these provisions either. So I only bring that point up to say, their information about whether it was upheld or not. I mean, I just don't know how often conversations are being had between staff and members of the public about their provisions. So I can't speak on how strong it is. I can say that a lot of these provisions do mirror provisions in the state code in several sections, and also some actually delineate from federal law as well.
Okay. All right.
So
Thank you.
I would like to supplement that. So paragraph 20A, protecting the right to organize, is enshrined in Civil Code section 1942.5. It's a specific code section regarding retaliation for exercising one's right to organize. These other provisions, providing access to a tenant organizers, advocates, or representatives, I think that is arguably implicit within the tenant's right to organize. To the council member's point, if a tenant invites an organizer to their apartment, they're a guest as any other guest, and implicit in the lease of premises is to have someone over. So I think B is very close. But the convening of the organization meetings in appropriate space accessible to tenants, many properties may not have this. So I would say C and D are expansions from the Culver City ordinance that I don't presently see in the same law that protects the right to organize in the civil code. So that's up to council. This type of conduct would not be prohibited under law, but I don't know that it compels, the property owner. Now, if a property has a community room that's available to rent for birthday parties and a tenant wishes to rent it for organizing, it seems reasonable that they should be able to do that because that's allowing access for the protected activity. But this is an open discussion as, in some, with the new ADU law that's applies to multifamily properties, property owners of multifamily buildings are allowed to convert non-tenant space into ADU space in multifamily. So it could be that there is, and it goes to a comment that I believe Ms. Garcia made earlier, and I believe she mentioned it to me at the Marriott 6 months ago. Glendale has a provision in their ordinance about proportional reduction in rent for reduction in amenities. And I didn't know that when we spoke last summer. That's beyond the scope of this ordinance, but it is a trend that we're seeing because state law requires us to allow owners of multifamily properties to convert even laundry rooms, I think, right, Ian?
Correct.
I'm sure a lot of owners wouldn't want to, they like the amenities because that's what distinguishes their properties. Nevertheless, there are limitations in our ability to prevent that. So I would say C and D are expansions which would not necessarily be available. So to tell a landlord to find an appropriate space, it could be a courtyard, it could be the deck around the pool, I don't know. But those are, up to council to deliberate the merits of those. But I would say A is absolutely required by law under Civil Code Section 1942.5, and I would say that B is kind of implicit in A, and then C and D are kind of like whipped cream and cherries on top of your Bill of Rights.
Councilmember, if I might have a follow-up there, just because it was mentioned in the same breath. If a tenants union, I'm not saying you guys, if a tenants union were to come in with a bullhorn, that's a noise complaint that can be made, right? And that would violate our noise ordinance.
It could violate the noise ordinance, it could be a nuisance, it could be a violation of the terms of the lease. You wouldn't want, so there could be many.
Okay. I just want to make sure we have proper recourse for that already. And I'm just saying, if y'all came with a bullhorn to my apartment, I would complain. Okay. Councilor Mullins.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess you answered the question regarding where did you get this language from? And is this language applied to existing laws, whether it's the state or federal or other cities? I heard Culver City, so did we just pull exact same language from Culver City and we put it here?
So the request that we received last summer, because we limited our ordinance to retaliation, because in my view, I won't speak for Mr. McMillan, but the laws, there's retaliation and harassment are generally synonymous, because the retaliation is taking a punitive action against the tenant for something they had a right to do. And the harassment, retaliation is really the allegation, like, why are you harassing them? But Culver City had, from my review, it had the most expansive language. So Glendale had like a paragraph on retaliation and a paragraph or two on harassment. They're always grouped together, and we didn't see the point at that time. Council showed us the light in their request. We didn't see the point in really duplicating. But admittedly, there are some broader rights in this language that came from Culver City. But that was the ask. So just running through them generally, some of these things are cyber harassment. Criminal, number 7 is criminal threats. Threaten an occupant of a rental unit by word or gesture with physical harm. So if they complain to the police department, that could be criminal charges depending upon the facts. Number 8, knowingly, intentionally violating the law that prohibits discrimination against a tenant based upon race, gender, sexual preference, sexual orientation. That is an allegation under Department of Fair Employment and Housing. There's also a California Civil Rights Department that could actually be prosecuted by the Attorney General, and there are protections under both state and federal law. So as we march through these, this is a collection of protections that exist in disparate areas, but they're kind of encapsulated all in our code. So we would have one place, and to that point, paragraph 20 does expand upon what I've identified, at least in the civil code, as the minimum right to provide a little more.
Thank you. I do have some concerns if I was a tenant, giving the example that you use under 20A, I invite the tenants union to come into my apartment. It's my space, and I can definitely host them, sit down, and have a conversation with them. That's within the right of the tenant. I do have a concern regarding congregating in an open space within that apartment building where there are other tenants live there, and disruption. You don't have to have a bullhorn, but if you're like 5, 6, or 7 people having an ongoing conversation in an open space in front of my apartment, and I have an elderly person living there or a child that's sleeping, that is disruption. I think what I don't want to create is to have now the tenants among themselves turn around and create more problems, tenant with tenant, or go to the landlords and complain and saying, we're having people coming here and they're disrupting our lives. The other thing that I have an issue with, and the question is I'm going to ask, for liability purpose. So would they be protected under the law if they trip and fall? I mean, yeah, you could say like FedEx, but FedEx, they have a purpose. They're going in there to deliver a package. If there is 6 or 7 or 8 people there and somebody trips and fall or anything happens, who's then responsible? Is this going to be the landlord responsible for doing that? How do we leave them wide open for lawsuits?
So that question requires wild speculation.
Well,
So for instance, there are fire marshal capacity limitations. So generally speaking, even if they had a rec room, they can't exceed the capacity of that room. That would be a violation of fire marshal standards. But a property owner does have an obligation to maintain the property in a safe condition for tenants and invitees. So without speculating too far, every property owner carries insurance because that risk is implicit in the ownership and control of real property.
I understand that we all have insurance, but not we all, but we have like homeowner insurance and we carry liability insurance. I think my point is, like you said, this is C&D is kind of an adding of cherry on top of the ice cream. And I think we need to take a look at eliminating some of the unnecessary things that does not prohibit the tenants union from talking to the renters and allow them that opportunity to go in there and speak with them, but in their own private room, or like you said, if they have a recreation area. I'm looking at disruption to other tenants, and I've had emails in the past that were sent to me saying, well, they came knocking on my door and I'm not happy and they're leaving me a flyer and who are these people and you guys need to do something about it. You have to invite someone to come in and be allowed to have that conversation. So if we are imposing on the renters, the rest of the renters in the building, if they're not interested, if they just want to have a peaceful night and some people are talking outside, I don't think we should be doing that. As a city, it's not my place to impose such a regulation on them when it's not really required by law that they can congregate there. So I'm just going to leave it.
Could I ask a question just to clarify some of this?
Follow-up.
All right, theoretically, people get together in the communal area and they're too loud or they're being disruptive, and the property owner comes in and says, hey, you have to disperse, this is disruptive to everybody. And then afterwards we find out that it was tenants and organizing and they're upset and they think their rights have been violated under what's written here. What's their recourse? Do they come to the city attorney's office? Do they go file a claim in Superior Court? How do they say, hey, my rights were violated? What's the steps there?
If they believe that the landlord violated one of these enumerated 20 rights and they want to seek the recourse remedies provided by this ordinance, they would need to file a civil lawsuit in Superior Court.
Okay. So
Seeking damages or injunctive relief. And then a judge would be the decision maker. So the city wouldn't be the decision maker. The judge would be the decision maker about the merits of that claim.
Okay. So they would have to file a lawsuit, go through that whole process, and then at the end of the day present their case in front of a judge. And the judge is going to read this and say, well, technically they just have the right they don't have the right, you just can't interfere with their right. Right, and that's why I'm kind of okay with 20, because the precursor to C&D is actually, you cannot interfere with the right of a tenant to do so. It doesn't say you have to provide the space. It doesn't say you have to create an area where there is common distribution in literature. It just says you can't mess with them if they're doing it. But at the end of the day, C and D, I don't think overrides the ability for a property owner to point out that it's being disruptive or being a nuisance, or if they're posting and destroying the wall,
If
that's
you read what C says, convey tenants or tenants organization meeting in an appropriate space accessible to tenant under the terms of the rental agreement. So if you have an open space area that's accessible and you're standing congregating outside in that accessible, you're allowed to do it.
Sure, but it's under the terms of the rental agreement, so it's not any different than somebody who's, like I said, having a birthday party or a baby shower. You can't be disruptive in a way that is outside of your lease.
Okay, so council members, if I'm going to allow the vice mayor to jump in, she's been jumping at the bit.
Thank you. I think looking at this wording, the way I see C and D are kind of, they're anti-discriminatory more than anti-harassment. So what I see them as is C is basically saying, if you have a space where people have birthday parties or otherwise have meetings, that you can't keep a group from having a meeting there because they're tenants or they're organizing, that they have to be allowed to use that space equally as anybody else. So they don't get extra privileges. They're not getting privileges. C, to me, doesn't give them privileges more than anybody else would. It's basically, the way it's worded is kind of maybe hard to parse, but what I'm, and please correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, that this is really just reaffirming that they have the same right to convene as anybody else in the areas that people convene in their lease. Am I correct?
I agree, Councilmember Takahashi.
Okay. And then for D, how I read that is similarly with the distribution of literature, where if there's a space, like a bulletin board or other space that anybody can put, like, hey, come to do a potluck on this day, or hey, there's a carnival going on down the street, and they put it on the bulletin board, that bulletin board can also be equally used for tenants who want to share information about tenants' rights, and that they're not being discriminated against. Am I reading that one right?
I agree.
Okay, so in that case, what this basically doing is just reaffirming that they have the same rights as everybody else and not giving them anything extra that anybody else has. Do you hear what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think the key word, just to jump in here a little bit, is in organization meetings in an appropriate space, accessible. You know, the middle of the hallway, not an appropriate space. In a common pool area where there are parties, gatherings, etc. Appropriate space, you know. Outside of the door of one tenant who's not included, not appropriate space, right? So I think that encompasses that. Yeah.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, I think that these two were probably written because somebody somewhere said, sorry, you guys can't use our community room. Sorry, you can't put that paper up. And so this is a way to say, yes, they can, basically. I would argue, I think that the city attorney was saying earlier that basically C and D is essentially a right that already exists, but it's just basically like being reiterated that they as a group, as anybody else, would have that right, but it's just kind of being overtly mentioned here that's clear, to clarify.
So, yeah, and so C says, under the terms of their rental agreement, which would probably specify the hours that a common area is available and the prices. For instance, if it was for a party, there may be a nominal rental fee. So that wouldn't be in a statute, but this specifies under the terms of their rental agreement.
So what if somebody has no trespassing or no solicitation signs on their door? How does that work with that? Can you still argue the point that we have the right to come inside and have a meeting? Because we've all been around even homes or different apartments,
well, this is
trying to leave some flyers or whatever. It says no trespassing.
So this is not a right to the organizers. This is not interfere with the right of the tenant. So the tenant could invite them in. If there's a security entry gate to the complex, right, or the building, the organizers don't have a right to get into that building. But the tenants have a right to guests, and they could invite them in because tenants are allowed to invite people into their rental premises. So it's as they would any invitee.
But they won't, unless they're invited in, they don't just, we want to make sure that everyone understands that this doesn't give an automatic exception to go in because this policy does say, or the ordinance does say that you have a right to congregate, you have a right to put flyers, you have a right to do all these things. I want to make sure that it's very black and white. There's
I
no
think-
gray area in between, so there's no misunderstanding.
Under B, I think to your point, the last part of the phrase there, it says working with or on behalf of the tenants living at the property. So I think that really does cover what you're saying. So it's not just random
An
people
automatic
showing up.
invitation to
Well,
come in.
Councilmember, in addition to that, let's not go too far. 20, before you get to A through D, it says interfere with the right of a tenant to the following. So it really is a tenant. And to that point, look, we've all seen, and there are smaller complexes like mine where I may have, nothing on my door, but my upstairs neighbor has a no trespassing, no soliciting, no religious this. Common sense would tell you, don't knock on their door. And if you do, you're trespassing. They don't want you there. It's going to be a different interaction. Now, say there's another tenant who is an organizer, and they would like to organize in the common area that potentially exists in my unit. It doesn't, but potentially, let's say, right? They would like to organize in that area. That would be fine because they have been invited by a tenant who lives there to have these conversations, so long as they follow the rules, regulations that a birthday party, any other kind of social gathering would follow. And so far as they're not disturbing to a reasonable extent the peace and harmony of the other residents.
Well, I'm very much interested to find out, once we finish deliberating, talking about this and moving forward, how really this whole entire harassment ordinance is going to be working in the city, and is it going to create more issues among the landlords and the tenants and the tenants? I think this is something that we need to keep an eye on, and I hope that we keep a log of calls coming either from the tenants or from the landlords with either one violating this ordinance, because this is something new with a lot of language, a lot of restriction. And we only looked at one city. I know, I think it was the mayor, I can't remember, but it was, recommending to look at Culver City language. But I didn't take it that literally bring everything from Culver City and put it in the city of Burbank. Because what I think, I don't remember.
I think when you say the mayor, I think it was the former mayor.
It might have been the former mayor. Looking at Culver City, I really didn't take it that every word in Culver City is just going to be brought here to Burbank. I was hoping that we gather information from other cities, and along with there is a state law, and then create our own language, just taking pics of different cities. But it looks like we brought the same exact thing here.
So, Councilmember Mullins, if I may, there were a few jurisdictions that had that format where it was an enumerated list of tenants' rights, and that's what we modeled off. And they were very similar. I believe it's either City of LA or County of LA that had a very similar ordinance to Culver City's. The other ones, like Mr. McDougall mentioned, they had more vague or general language, and they really, there wasn't no clear distinction between the word retaliation and harassment. They really used it interchangeably. So I think the discussion, if I remember correctly from watching the council meeting, was let's go with a model that actually lists specific rights, and that's when Culver City was mentioned. And that's the model we took. But there is another jurisdiction that has language almost exactly similar to Culver City's.
Councilmember Anthony.
I just want to mention that Culver City is one of the few cities in recent years that has adopted tenant protections through ordinance rather than through ballot measure. A lot of stuff we've seen recently has done through ballot measure. They did it through ordinance, and they spent, if I'm not mistaken, I believe just over 2 years with city staff and their own legal team, really putting a lot of this together from almost nothing. So they did a lot of heavy lifting, and not to say that, we're not doing a lot of great work, but having a city start that from scratch and do a lot of the real in-depth work to get to this point, to take their ordinance, I think, is one good step, because we're building off of stuff that they worked through and they discussed. And I know a lot of the council members who were on that council when they passed it, they had tough discussions. They went late into the night. They talked a lot about the stuff that you're bringing up, and it was a lot of work. And so I appreciate them doing that. But this is our ordinance, so we need to make it our own.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We need to make Burbank's own. And I bet you they don't have a code enforcement unit that's led by a city attorney like ours.
No, and just to tack onto that, I will say, I think to staff's credit, was the most comprehensive list they found. And to the concerns of some of our landlords posed today, there are some of these anti-harassment ordinances that are very vague. And how does that stand up in court? This is a lot more detailed and a lot more specific, which benefits both parties at the end of the day when they go to court, if they go to court. Because at the end of the day, that is the main vehicle for, if I'm correct, that's the main vehicle for how these will be imposed and adjudicated. It is up to a judge at the end of the day. And so that's something that's important for folks to keep in mind as well. This is not something that the city of Burbank will ultimately be reviewing and making any kind of administrative citation on. It is going to be through a court process. This is just a vehicle for folks to get there. So, okay. Vice Mayor Takahashi, questions?
Since we're talking about the anti-harassment section of the ordinance, I have a few more questions about that. And Mr. City Attorney, you mentioned that a number of these items were pulled or are referring to state or even federal law. I have a few questions, but please let me know if the item I'm pointing to is a state or federal law, because that's helpful to know whether something we can kind of wiggle around, or we can change the wording, or if it's something that's just a direct pull. So one of the questions that I received, we heard a comment, I received a couple of emails too, is there's a provision in here about receiving, not cashing a rent check, and not and refusing to acknowledge receipt of a tenant's rent payment. And the question came up about partial payments. Yeah, exactly. So could you speak a little bit to, well, first of all, are these provisions state? And then also just speak a little bit to what happens if a tenant provides partial payment, and what is a requirement for a landlord to do with that payment?
So thank you, Councilmember Takahashi. As to those provisions related to payment and payment amounts, the key language in those sections is in accordance with the rental agreement. So if the rental agreement doesn't allow for partial payments, then a tenant wouldn't be able to successfully argue that the landlord breached that particular protection.
Great, okay.
Could I give you real world experience on this one? So
Sure.
Courts have ruled that a partial payment is technically not a rent payment. So as a landlord, a property owner, a property manager, there's plenty of trainings out there that say if you receive a partial payment, do not accept it. That is not considered a full payment. And that has been argued in courts, and
Okay.
it's been upheld in different ways. Sometimes there will be added fees that are not technically part of the rent, but traditionally in property speak, a partial payment is not considered a rent payment.
Thank you for that clarification. So there was a concern that these provisions would force a landlord to accept partial payments. So what you're saying is it will not.
Correct, so long as their lease doesn't allow for that. Their lease, for some reason, said we'll accept partial payment for whatever reason, then of course that provision would prevail, and it would basically be a breach of contract dispute. But if their lease doesn't allow partial payments, then this protection would not be relevant for that relationship between the landlord and the tenant.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification. I also received some concern about number 7, about threatening by word or gesture physical harm. specifically about by word or gesture, and it seemed somewhat vague what that means. And so could you clarify is that something that's from the state and federal, or is that something that was added by Culver City?
That's just criminal threats, and it may not rise to, it's going to be very context sensitive.
Yeah.
So someone could call in a complaint, this is just for instance, because this relates to really a defense to being, having your use and enjoyment of your property curtailed. So as between the landlord and the tenant, this is something that they would plead in a case in court, and they would have to provide facts. But the topic of this is criminal threats, which is a penal code section. But there are specific jury instructions on what actually constitutes criminal threats that are read to a jury. And it may be that it doesn't rise to that, or it could, but that's really a very fact-intensive determination.
So the word threaten at the beginning, is that assuming to mean criminally threaten? On number 7.
No, I wouldn't say that means criminally threaten, because that's a matter for criminal prosecution if it's actually a criminal threat. But a threat by physical harm could be criminal threats. But this is not a criminal statute. There are no criminal penalties here. I'm saying topically, that's where that protection fits in. This gives the tenant rights against having any prejudice against their tenancy if these things, this is anti-harassment. So they could go to court. Mr. McMillan talked about what the enforcement process would be. They're not necessarily the same. They could be.
Right. I think there's a little bit of confusion here. Well, I'm confused still about how to know if somebody's been threatened by word or gesture.
We wouldn't have to worry about it. That's for the Superior Court judge.
But, we're here. So it's in our ordinance. So I think that we should know what we're putting in our ordinance of what a threat is, so that when it's in here, that our tenants and our landlords know, it's some general way know whether what you did was a threat to me that goes against my rights as a tenant.
It's going to be context sensitive. I can't,
I have to be honest, I'm a little concerned about that one because it's kind of vague. I mean, not to say that threatening is not, obviously we don't want anyone threatening by word or gesture, but because that definition is so vague, it can become an easy, like, well, you threaten me and you threaten me and you threaten me.
You're reading number 7.
Yeah, number 7.
Threaten an occupant of a rental unit by word or gesture with physical harm.
Yeah. Physical harm,
Council-
it's a little more clear to me.
Councilman
but-
Tucker, sorry.
Yeah.
So I just want to highlight the with physical harm part. So, I mean, in my eyes, I don't want to imagine all the different scenarios, but, I will break your leg. You gesture would be pointing a gun at those are what I'm envisioning for what would constitute merits to that violation.
And I do want to point out that now that I'm reading it carefully, it says by word or gesture, comma, with physical harm, not or physical harm.
Okay.
It's encompassing, like, very directly saying, like, I'm going to hurt you, or actually hurting them.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. It's late and it's legalese, so I mean, obviously, it's like grammatically makes sense. But when I read it like 15 times, that's not what my brain registered. So.
I was in the same place you were until I reread it, because I was like, well, I think they will hurt me is very different than, like, they said they will hurt me. But this is pretty clear. It's not an and, it's an includes.
I didn't pick it up till you mentioned it. So
Okay. So I think some of these provisions for folks who might be worried in the community is that it is about kind of reading the legal framework of the language and understanding that. And then speaking of which, the last one I have is for number 19. I've read it a couple times and I'm just quite not understanding what number 19 means. If you could please put it in non-lawyer language, it would be really helpful.
Madam Mayor, and I know a few of our speakers expressed concerns about number 19, and including some of the emails that we received.
Yeah.
So my take on Protection 19 was really to be all-encompassing. In the case that the other 19 protections in here didn't cover all of the rights that are already given to a tenant, I think Section 19 is intended to be the catch-all, but it's only for an actual right of a tenant.
It's for the creative thinkers. It says, other acts or omissions that cause or are likely to cause or are intended to cause any person who has a right to be there to vacate.
Okay. So
It's a catch-all.
if there's some unknown cause that we can't predict right now, but would basically push someone out of their unit illegally or without, or
Right, some kind of threat or coercion that's not necessarily physical harm. It's not sexual demand. It's
Right.
not.
Like if I dropped a stink bomb in front of your house every day
Uh-huh.
at 8 a.m.
Right.
for weeks on end, and you end up moving out because of it.
Got
Like,
it. Like
that's
that
not
kind of-
harm.
Right, it's not listed as stink bombs are not listed on here. Okay.
Release of feral rodents.
And to Joe's and our city attorney's office point about like not wanting to speculate or subjective, like what Councilor Anthony just said sounds insane, right?
Right.
But it might happen, and if you have verifiable proof, that is for a court to decide. Versus if you say, I don't know, my landlord releases rats in front of my apartment every day, and you have no way to prove that this like obviously insane and provable thing is happening, then the court's probably going to side with your landlord, which makes sense, right? Because we know there's folks who will maybe make something up, but that's why it's burden of proof at the court level.
Okay. So I think that because it doesn't have a specific provision of what exactly would cause someone to vacate because of pressure, it sounds like it's like you know anything that's annoying or anything that you don't like, you can say, well, number 19, I don't like that my landlord walks by and gives me the stink eye every day or something like that. And so then that becomes a provision. But it sounds like legally speaking, it's a catch-all that has a really high level of requirement of proof that something's being done to push out. It's not just an easy in to say, okay, well, I'm annoyed, so I'm gonna.
So there's a
Yeah.
legal cause of action called
Yeah.
nuisance, which I've mentioned this evening, and that is interference with the peaceful use and enjoyment of property. And it requires intensive review of facts. What is it? What was done? What was the interference? Like, did you have a right? What was done? And what was the interference? And was it reasonable?
Okay.
Right? So it's wide open. And I haven't reviewed the case law on that one for a number of years. But what's interesting about the law is the really crazy things people do to each other when they're in a dispute. Family members,
I believe it.
neighbors, even in this town, some of the cases that we have. So catch-alls are important because sometimes we fail to imagine
Yeah.
lengths people will go to.
Yes. All right. Thank you for walking me through a few of those bits that were not clear. And then lastly, again, we had talked earlier about tenant-to-tenant harassment and landlord tenant-to-landlord harassment. Have we received any reports of landlords complaining about their tenants harassing them? Just out of curiosity. Have we received any calls in the housing unit about that?
Yes, Vice Mayor, we have received some calls, limited, maybe a couple of calls and some emails as well.
Okay. So tonight, we're not talking about that. We're not looking at that, but I would be curious, just maybe offline, I can ask you more information about that. All right. Thank you.
Councilor Anthony.
I have two questions. One, the qualifications to be an exempt 4-unit, we pulled that from the same qualifications of AB 1482, is that right?
So, Councilmember Anthony, the mom and pop exemption that we created, so we'll call that an exemption, right? We created an exception to the exemption That exception, which is you can't be a real estate investment trust, you can't be a corporation, you can't be an LLC with one of your members being a corporation. That is language from AB 1482 that is an exception to the exempt property, one of the exempt property categories, which is basically the single family home on a lot with no other units.
Okay.
So yes, to answer your question, but it's a little bit more nuanced.
And have we, as a city, when we're enforcing AB 1482 or when we're doing code enforcement, when we're doing anything in the city attorney's office, have we been successful in collecting that data, examining that data, determining if people have the exception to the exemption? Is that something that we have been successful in implementing?
I'll maybe let, after I speak, I'll let housing maybe mention if there are any examples that they recall. But I would say as to determining whether a property owner is one of those entities, we have access, all staff has access. I frequently work with planning. We have access to grant deeds and other ownership real estate documents, which would indicate to us whether they're a corporation or LLC.
Okay, so we have an easy way of determining that.
Correct. For one property, yes. For a specific property, we know that property, we know the property in question, we have access to that information.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. I'll bring my other question back later.
Before we keep going, I know we've been doing this kind of piecemeal, like tenant bill rights, then we're going into the landlord stuff. I did have a question on the last question on the attachment. So number 8 says knowingly and intentionally violate any law which prohibits discrimination against a tenant based on race, gender, sexual preference, blah, blah, blah. Would nationality cover immigration status? And it's late, so I may be forgetting, but is there something in the state code that protects?
There is a specific protection against threatening to divulge to use reporting immigration status to get someone to vacate the premises.
Okay.
It's Civil Code Section 1942.5. This is the state's prohibited acts of retaliation provision. And it's
16.
Subsection C. And so the language says this is to report or threaten to report the lessee or individuals known to the landlord to be associated with the lessee to immigration authorities as a form of retaliatory conduct prohibited under subdivision A. This subdivision shall in no way limit the definition of retaliatory conduct prohibited under this section. And what this provision says is a lessor may not recover possession of the dwelling unit for 180 days from a tenant complaining of these different things. So it's a bar on them recovering possession. So if it involves a report or threaten to report their immigration to immigration authorities.
Okay. Thank you. And then thank you, Councilmember, also pointed out that a lot of that is included as well in number 16 in our attachment. I know there was a question about that. So there are state provisions, and then number 16 in attachment 2, that provision would cover request information that violates a tenant's right to privacy, included but not limited to residency or citizenship status, which is important. Okay, so I just want to make sure that was addressed. And I know maybe unrelated, don't yell at me, Joe, if it's not the right time, but it would be probably worth including that in the Know Your Rights website that we have. Vice Mayor.
So on number 16, would it be possible to add language where at the end of it says, or to release any such information, to release or threaten to release? Because I think that what some folks are, maybe not the releasing itself is the harassment, but the threat that they might. I don't know if it's something that we can add in there, the language we can add in there, or if that's, I don't know. That would be
you're
great.
just simply asking to put in release or threaten to release.
Yeah.
Would that be something we can include?
I think we can. I think we could include that in there.
Okay. Great,
Okay.
Thanks.
That'd be great. All right. moving on from the Bill of Rights, unless there's any more questions on the tenants' rights portion of this. Okay, moving on to the, or continuing with the exemptions. Carry on.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not fully sold on the exemption. I'm willing to give it a try with the qualifiers that we have, with the caveat that I want to bring back something I mentioned in the previous agenda item, and if council is up for it, to hear me out on having a when the budget item comes back for people who are qualified tenants, an individual who is in a 4-unit complex doesn't necessarily have less fees or costs when they're moving out. But I can understand how a small-time property owner would have a financial burden with a increased rental, increased move-out costs. So I'd like to, when the budget item comes back, see if we could include folks living in these exempt, the exception to the exempt units, the folks who are not part of the 3-month relocation assistance, if they could apply to get additional relocation assistance from the city. And so for me, it's sort of an equity thing where, because basically what we're looking at is our current ordinance says above and beyond AB 1482, which only gives 1 month relocation, we're giving everyone 3 months relocation when they get evicted. And then we're putting an exemption saying, except for the 4 units or fewer, they still follow the same 1 month. And then what I'd like to do, and it'll come back for the discussion for the budget, the difference is paid by the city. So we offer that 2 month, they become a qualified tenant, like someone who's on disability, like a senior or something like that. They get an extra couple months from the city, from that budget, to cover the cost, because I don't want to put that extra burden on the small property owner, but I don't want the tenant to have to get a lower relocation assistance simply because they happen to be living in a 4-unit complex versus a 5.
So I don't know what the city attorney thinks, but I would suggest you maybe propose that at the end of the meeting, depending
I'm
how
just
that
offering it.
conversation goes.
I mentioned it in the last agenda item, and so I'd like to see just that discussion come back when we do the budget item from item 8. And so I'm talking about it now. I know we're not going to vote on it now, but if it's okay, is this okay to talk about it here, or should I agendize it later? Or
It's properly agendized for this evening.
okay, all right. So I'm just saying I'm offering it now. Think about it. We don't have to make a decision until the budget item comes back, but just mull it around because
Are you proposing this instead of what we did,
No,
or
no, no.
in addition to?
in addition,
Okay.
because I'm not fully sold on the 4-unit exemption, but I'd be comfortable with it if we can cover the gap. If we, the city, can cover the gap, because I'm looking at the number of units. It's not that many, and those typically, from what I'm hearing, have fewer turnover anyways. So it's not like we're going to be covering too much.
On it, if it comes with a dollar amount, because I don't know until I see a dollar amount.
Right.
And we're adding a lot more
Right.
units here.
Thank
Councilman?
you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to address a couple of things. One is, what we're doing is not unique in exempting the mom and pop, because I have a list of cities in front of me, including Culver City, that we are using their language that you talked really great about: Claremont, Glendale, Santa Monica, Oakland, Berkeley, and I have a long list. So this is not unusual and unique that you exempt mom and pop, and they vary from 5 units, 9 units, 3 units, 4 units, and they're all over, and it's per parcel, right? So I think it's very important what we're doing to protect our mom and pop, because those are the ones that are providing really lower housing, cost of housing for our tenants, which we're desperately needing. Also, I just, for some of the speakers that talked about, no, they shouldn't be exempt, my fear is if we put a lot of burden on them, and I feel like we're all in agreement that this is something we need to be doing, that these folks are going to sell and move out of here, and guess what? We can have a big building with AB 2011, where it's a corporation that comes in, and those rents are going to be in the $3,000-$4,000. So yes, we need housing, but this is not how I want housing to displace people from their apartments because they're going to sell and they're going to move out because they can't afford paying if they need to, which we understand those are not the folks that we need to worry about because they don't want to get rid of the tenants. That's what the income they rely on. So I understand what you're saying. You want to assist them in case, because they're not included in the 3 months that we approved. But at the end of the day, it's going to have a dollar amount tied to it. And we're asking staff to keep on adding items to come back with dollar amounts where we're going to take a look and see how are we going to afford paying for all this. I don't mind it that it comes back and we can look at what is 2 months of rent is going to look like. But everyone is going to vary depending on what the rent is. So some may have $2,000, some may have $5,000. We don't know. If you want them to bring back and take a look at the dollar sign, okay, but do we want to walk down to start providing subsidies for housing because we made an exception? That's another critical issue that we're going to have to face and think about because of the responsibility we have for the budget. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilman Rillo. I will say, I don't know that we're all in agreement yet, because I have to tell you, I have my concerns with the carve-outs, and I have my questions for staff, and till those are answered, I'm not ready to say I'm in agreement. But I'll kick it off to the Vice Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Yes, same. I have some questions, and I'm also not there yet to the solve. Okay, so question... Okay, so it was already answered, question was asked and already answered that there is a way to tell if the properties that have 4 or less than 4 are corporations. Is that what you said?
Yes, I said, sorry earlier for not acknowledging your proper title. I too have sleep deprivation issues. I think the last time I saw you, I've since had a second kid under 2. So, but yes, so as to the individual properties, we can look up the title to that property. Now, the difficulty, and I'm just trying to be all-encompassing with my response here.
Sure.
The difficulty would be if we change from because the proposed language is you're looking at the individual property and nothing else. But if you move to a system like City of Culver City, and I believe it's City of LA, where you're looking to ownership interest of other properties outside of the subject property, that becomes difficult because we don't have a readily accessible system that we can just find out. And plus, a lot of the times, as we see, again, with planning, is developers will create LLCs, but specific to the property. So it'd be X address, LLC, et cetera. And then it's hard to find, who exactly are the members of these LLCs.
Okay. Yes. Also, LLCs, just FYI, it's actually pretty easy to put together an LLC. You can make an LLC with, I think, 2 people, or really simple. You can have one person have multiple LLCs. So I don't know, using an LLC as a measurement to me is a little bit dicey.
And to that point, Councilmember, I mean, a lot of, and in good faith, a lot of apartment associations, realtors, folks will encourage property owners to create an LLC because it is in their best interest. To protect, right? Yeah. It protects them. It doesn't matter if you're a single mom and pop owner, if you're a family, like you might have an LLC because you've been recommended to do so in your best interest. So as a follow-up to your question, is what we're saying is that folks who may try to game the system and create multiple LLCs for their different properties, making it seem like they only have one 4-unit property here and one 4-unit property there, may get the carve-outs, while a owner of a 5-unit property could end up, fending for themselves.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Mary. So for the LLC, which is as to the exception to the exemption, that has to be an LLC, but with one of its members being a corporation. So if it's an LLC and it's member managed and all those members are individuals, then they wouldn't qualify for that exemption.
Okay.
So I think we're also talking about two different things in a sense, because there's the issue of the exemption itself and how do we categorize like a mom and pop, right? So are we going to look? There's three ways we could do it. We could either not have a mom and pop, which is what we currently have, or we can have a mom and pop that looks at the number of units on the property and nothing else by that landlord. We don't look at any other properties they may or may not own. Or the third category is we try to find how many units they have an ownership interest in. It could be just inside the city, which City of LA does, or Culver City's language is actually, infinite. It's within or outside of Culver City.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, and then in this exemption, I'm assuming the answer is no, but I'm just going to ask for clarification. Is there any way to check to see if the property owner is able to pay the 4-month relocation or not? If that is something that is a hardship for them, or if it's not a hardship for them?
I wouldn't know if there's a way to do that. Not that I know of for the 3 months relocation assistance. I'm not aware of how to identify that. I wouldn't.
That's way harder than figuring out who owns a building.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then have we had any calls to our housing unit from landlords who would like to do a no-fault just cause eviction, but can't because it's too expensive? Have we heard anything, and we have any data at all that is a problem on the ground that we're trying to solve?
No, Vice Mayor, I to my recollection and just the cases and information we've received, that is not something that has come into our office.
Right. I understand conceptually that this could be an issue, but I generally like to create answers or solves for things that are actually problems. So not to say that it's not a problem. I don't know, might be. But I don't see evidence of it, so that's why I asked that question. Maybe I was wrong, but I don't see it still.
Madam Vice Mayor, can you repeat that question?
Sure.
And what is this?
That's a really great question, too.
Yeah.
Has a landlord called saying, I have a no-fault just cause eviction I want to do. I want to remodel. I want to move my daughter in. I want to sell my property. And would like to remove a tenant in order to do this. But I would have to pay 3 months rent in order to do it, and I can't afford to do that. So I only can afford 1 month's rent to relocate them. That's what we're talking about right here.
Yeah, I think that's I'm going to use the city attorney's words. We're making an assumption that a landlord would actually contact the city to tell us they can't afford it, because I've never heard, honestly, or had gotten to my attention that anyone would say, hey, I can't afford it. What should I do? How do I get rid of the tenant because I need to remodel? Or I need, use the property for my children, or whatever the case is. I don't know what's the reason behind asking. There must be a reason, but I don't think that's something readily that is, oh yeah, we have that information.
Well, there's a claim that there is a problem. There's a claim that the problem is that there are landlords who would like to do these things. But if we were to ask them to pay 3 months rent of fees to move their tenants, that they would not be able to. It would be too prohibitive. So they're asking for a carve-out in order for that to not be prohibitive. And what I am not seeing is evidence by even just complaints, like, gosh, that's really just what I wanted to do. I mean, even on the ground, where's this Burbank? The network in Burbank as we hear the stories. So if it were something that that folks were like, I can't believe that they passed this law because I know I can't do this thing, we would hear it. And we haven't heard complaints that this is something that people want to do that they're not being allowed to. That's what I'm asking, why this carve-out is necessary and whether we need to do it. Just because I don't want it to become something that we're creating in order to address something that's not a real issue that then opens the door for these non-mom and pop who are in this category to then be able to mass move people out of multiple properties because now they only have to pay 1 month's rent instead of 3. I mean, they still would do it, but it just makes it easier for them to do. So,
Well,
I'm just trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve.
Right. So I don't know if you recall when we started having the discussion about the 3 months, a month. I mean, this goes back last year, early last year. There are quite a bit of mom and pop who showed up and said, you're putting a hardship on me that I'm going to end up selling my property because I cannot continue. And one of them, Mr. Vanderboord, that came here and said, look, I inherited this. This is my retirement. I had a great conversation with Marsha Romas's dad, Richard, saying, how could you guys do this to me here in Burbank where I'm retired, I'm relying on this, and I'm going to, if you force me to continue doing this, I'm going to sell. I think Miss Malouf that came here one time and said, you're putting a hardship on me. I cannot continue doing this. I'm going to sell. I haven't heard that they cannot remodel. I heard more of this is a harder ship on them because they're smaller and they can't afford it. They don't want to get rid of the tenants. That's what I always heard is they don't want to get rid of those tenants. So I'm just because somebody hasn't come here and said, well, I can't remodel, I need your assistance because I can't pay 3 months, that doesn't mean the problem doesn't exist.
If I may,
yes,
I'm glad you brought up those examples because I'm pretty sure those 3 examples have more than 4 units in their buildings. So they would have to pay 3 months. So those folks who are our community members who are saying this would be a hardship and they'd have to sell, that are mom and pops, are not going to be benefiting from this. So to me, this is not, I mean, if we do pass it tonight, I mean, I'll of course, this is a vote, so it's fine. I mean, I vote how I vote, and it'll go how it goes. But to me, this, even if we pass it, this would not be a mom and pop exemption. This would be a small property exemption that happened to have some mom and pop owners, and that other mom and pops would be in a situation where they have more than 4 units and they would not be able to have this exemption. So we still would have that chance that the folks who are worried that they might have to sell will still have to sell if that's the worry. So, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it, but I'm just really trying to figure out what the problem is we're trying to solve here, because it sounds to me like it's a perceived potential problem, and in the solve, we're not actually even addressing maybe half of the potential problem that could exist, because a lot of the landlords have more than 4 units anyway. So that's kind of what I'm a little bit struggling with it. Not, you don't have to convince me. I'm just trying to understand what's going on.
I'm not trying to convince you. I think we're having a healthy dialogue to take back your memory to a while back, a year ago, when we had, the chamber was filled with folks telling us, why are you doing this? Because you're forcing me to sell. And some of them, I remember a gentleman that came here and he said, I inherited the property and I sold it because I will not be here. So I remember those, and this is what I'm trying just to jot our memory to let you know the importance of having those mom and pop in the community that provide low rent for our residents, that we need them to continue providing that. They're not a corporation where they're going to increase the rent, increase the rent, or even have higher rent. They just want to have tenants filling those units so they can continue getting their income for the retirement. So if you...
On that, I have a question, because now I remember things a little differently. I feel like some of those folks who are here saying that, it wasn't so much about the substantial remodel. It was, don't do rent control, which I know we're not talking about tonight, but that was their concern, that capping their rent would do that. Because I don't think Christy Malouf or any of them, and sorry for using your name specifically, have mentioned any desire to renovate. And in fact, the argument was, we don't have the financial means to to go on without receiving without receiving increased rent. Why you're lowering our profits, essentially, was the concern. But to that point, and to bring that back together, I have not, and I don't know if we have, and I think the point is moot because you already asked and we said we only got about 2 complaints. I have not heard of a single actual mom and pop, and we have disagreements on how we define that, because I appreciate staff trying to find this car, but I don't think this defines a mom and pop landlord. I just don't. And I've not heard of a single actual mom and pop come to us and want to renovate or substantially remodel, because that's just not even in the cards for them. They're fighting on insurance costs. They're working on so many other things. And to your point, Councilor Mons, they want to keep their tenants. So my concern here is, why are we even creating this carve out for a substantial remodel? And if I look at the examples here, most of them, except for Claremont, which in my opinion, no offense to Claremont, is the least substantial of these carve-out ordinances. But most of them, Culver City, City of LA, and Glendale, all tackle a specific part of the just cause ordinance. Glendale mentions that an exemption from having to pay locally increased relocation assistance to tenants for a demolition or substantial remodel. Culver City mentions only for the no-fault just cause eviction category related to a landlord or landlord's relative move-in. City of LA also mentions no-fault just cause eviction due to the owner, owner's relatives, or property manager occupying a real residential unit. So the way I'm looking at it, it feels, to Vice Mayor Takahashi's point, we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist because these folks are not substantially remodeling, these mom and pop landlords. My concern would be more, and I'd be much more comfortable looking at the owner's relative move-in, because quite frankly, I don't want to penalize somebody. If you've bought your 4-unit, 5-unit, 6-unit property and you own that, and that's your supplemental income, that is whatever, that is kind of your safety net, and things go wrong and you need to move a relative in there, I do feel much more comfortable exempting a mom and pop landlord there, because 3 months may be a lot if you're already struggling because you're bringing in a family member. That doesn't sound to me like things are going well, right? And I think you mentioned Jeff Vanderborn. He did bring up that point at the podium. He said, what happens if my child's house burns down and I need to bring them into the unit? Do I have to pay 3 months relocation assistance to somebody when I'm struggling as a family and this is my unit and now I have to go tooth and nail to get it back to bring in a family member? I think that's a much more likely scenario to happen for our mom and pops. So when I look at the carve out, that's what I think is more of an issue that could come up. A substantial remodel, I just don't see a real mom and pop having a substantial remodel. Because to your point, they don't want to lose the tenants, and that's months of rent they would be losing. And that would be more of, if they sold the building and a corporation took it over, they would be the ones doing a substantial remodel.
So there are two things: substantial remodel, and the actual allowing for family members to move in. And under our renoviction, or no-fault eviction, I should say, those two apply under the no-fault eviction. And that's my point, is to allow I was not excluding having a family member moving in from actually having that apply for an exemption. That would have been included in as well.
Oh no, what I was saying is, to me, that's the one that should qualify.
Well, that makes sense. But we also have to be realistic that if you let the units, if you don't keep up the units, and if you don't upgrade, and you don't change the electric, and you don't do, not everybody's going to have major, so we measure substantial remodels, so we shouldn't be really concerned about that because they're not out there doing it every day, right? The point is, we should exempt these folks because they're not making as much money as our corporations or a landlord that owns, hundreds of buildings or 200 units or whatnot. And that's the need for every city that have exempted those folks, because there's obviously a need to keep them alive in the city, to continue renting to the tenants, because we need them. We need that mom and pop that bought a fourplex and they're gonna rent it to a family, they're gonna rent it to a couple, and they're not gonna be gouging, they're not gonna be asking for a lot of money because they've owned it, it's probably been paid off. And yes, it is an LLC because they're doing it to protect themselves from liability and from lawsuit. So I'm not excluding that somebody might need to bring their daughter or son or family member to move in there. They should also, that should be under the no-fault eviction. And 3 months is a lot of money for some of these folks to pay. And I've heard enough, we've seen enough emails coming from them. We talked about this, and I think it was Councilmember Anthony, that when we discussed it, when we heard from enough people, he recommended, well, let's bring that back. And we all agreed, right? Because we felt their pain and we felt what they came here
I
to
wouldn't say we all agreed. I said fine.
I agreed.
but-
I agreed. So I'll speak for myself. Thank you.
I didn't agree because I to your point, like the carve out would be great if it actually worked. This doesn't cover the folks we just mentioned, like by name, the folks we know in the community.
Mayor, if I may, just to address your point, and then I think Vice Mayor's point as well, give some context to our recommendation in this ordinance. We were really dealing with a tug of war, right? Because I agree with you, it's not a bona fide mom and pop because we limit it to just looking at the property. And the reason why we recommended it that way versus the alternative was just because of looking at it from an effective enforcement perspective. If you just look at the property, we have available verifiable information about how many units exist on a property. There's LA County websites. We have some building permit information that would indicate that as well. When you adopt a model, which council can certainly do, if you adopt a model similar to Culver City's or City of LA's, you're really relying on an honor system. You're relying on the property owner to tell you that they don't own any other units in the city. And we don't have currently existing information where we could easily verify whether that's true or not. So that's why I say it's kind of an honor system. And when I looked at that and just my experience enforcing ordinances, that's what made me personally concerned. And that's why I recommended what I recommended. But I'm not saying that maybe if you want to go with a bona fide mom and pop language that it would be illegal. I was just coming from the perspective of it'd be way more difficult to enforce, almost impossible to ensure perfect enforcement.
I'm going to go with Vice Mayor, then I'll go to you.
This has been a really great discussion. I'm glad we brought it back to talk about it. What I'm hearing you potentially say, Madam Mayor, is that this carve out, if we did it just for the family move-in, that would actually be a natural filter to distinguish between the mom and pops, because a mom and pop would be the only ones who would bring their family members into their own properties.
You're saying corporations don't have families? Oh.
Corporations are not people. They are people in them, but they would bring their family members in. So that is a way to naturally kind of weed out. Also, just for my personal thought on the other two, like either remodel or sell, is that typically those are done, remodels and sells are done to for reinvestment, to increase finances. Whereas a family move-in is, like to your point, is a way to deal with something going on with the family. So if that's what you're thinking of or proposing, I would be more amenable to having some kind of carve out if that was specifically what it was for. But I do also agree with Councilmember Anthony's point about in the rare occurrence that it happens, there might be somebody who it's not their fault that their family member is being moved in, that they also need to have support too.
Yeah,
later on.
And to that point, if I can expand on what I was saying. So I actually would have no problem if we create the carve out for the no fault just cause eviction due to owner's relative or property manager occupying the unit, regardless of the number of units.
Yeah,
because that's an actual mom and pop situation. So we're not playing the 4-3 game and then somebody's like, well, I have 5 units and I actually have somebody who's going to move in. I would take out the number Because I don't want to go to sleep at night tonight thinking that there's a small property owner who is struggling to keep their 7-unit property, but we're not going to let them move somebody in. Because that's a huge hardship, especially with the fires and everything that just happened. I want them to have that possibility. And actually, I would be more comfortable with, if we just did that as a carve-out, with going with your recommendation as staff to bring back the monetary cost, because it would be a lot fewer. It would be on a case-by-case basis, and it would be a filtration system where we would know that, one, that property owner is clearly facing a hardship in their mom and pop, and two, the tenant is also in that category, right? Like, everybody is getting kind of that assistance, so it's kind of that safety net catching people, and I really would be comfortable looking at this, the cause rather than the number of units, because I just think, I've always thought that's fair, and as much as I don't like the idea on an individual basis of my landlord saying, hey, I need to move in my family member, it is their property at the end of the day, and that's what it's there for. So I do feel okay with that carve-out.
I wanted to ask just real quick about the Ellis Act. That allows for the owner or owner's relative to move in. We saw in some of the language, though, that some cities have exemptions for the property manager.
Well, more specifically, it permits withdrawal of units from the market.
From the market, that's
I don't
right.
think it's just a move-in.
Sure. It's, okay. Well, okay, so then the very narrow, my question would be to property managers moving in. AB 1482, does it allow for relocation to a similar unit to satisfy the 30-day eviction? Like, isn't there a provision in there? I'm trying to pull from my mind what the rule is there.
I don't think that's a move-out. It's not an eviction. It's a relocation to another unit.
Okay. So for that reason, I think we should not include property manager move-ins, and here's why. And I'll give you one example. Most buildings that are big enough that require a property manager to live on premises typically have enough units that they can move anyone that they need to move out into a similar or like unit. And so under a lot of our rules, it technically wouldn't be a move out. So you don't have to evict somebody to get a property manager in. You can typically work with the other units in the property to move a tenant.
Is a property manager move-in included in AB 1482?
No.
Okay. And we're going off of that, really.
Okay.
So this is.
So you want to do just the owner or the owner's family?
Yeah, we're so the way to simplify it, and for the folks watching, the folks at home, there are a number. I forgot the number, 7 or 8. I can't remember off the top of my head anymore. But there are a number of just cause evictions in California state law, AB 1482. This one, the no fault just cause eviction due to owner's relative or occupancy of an owner's relative, is the one that I'm talking about. I'm not looking at the Ellis Act or any other thing. I'm looking at this. Because right now, the way our ordinance stands is that for any just cause eviction, you owe 3 months relocation assistance. What I'm suggesting is that if we really, our goal is to help the mom and pop landlords and we want to filter out, then we should exempt this reason. And honestly, I said that at the beginning of this discussion, like a year ago, that I was okay exempting this reason because I felt like it was a hardship in itself. If you're moving in your family member, things are not good for you. It's not because things are going financially well for you or your family. It's because there's a necessity. So I'm okay exempting that specific reason. And to your earlier point, I'm also okay having staff look at bringing back a financial assistance program for folks affected by that, for the tenants. I do think it'll be a much smaller number than if we say everybody 3 units or less who has been harmed, and it's less burden on our staff. It becomes a case by case.
So what we are doing here is now creating a new layer of no fault eviction because we're separating the no fault from what AB 1482 has under substantial remodel and also or moving into the unit. So now we're saying, well, let's put aside substantial remodel, even though I think it's a lot less than we're anticipating, because it will happen once in a while where you have a major leak or broken pipe or you need to redo your electric panel. And so we're saying, oh no, because there's so many of them out there, we are not going to include them, but we're only going to include if they're moving their family members, because there's probably going to be one out of whatever, 10 or out of 100 that will end up having somebody moving in the units. I say I don't agree. I think no fault eviction should apply for both, as we have under 1482, as we have under our own ordinance. Well, it pays the 3 months, but these folks will be exempt. I understand that we shouldn't limit it to 4. I agree. If it was up to me, I'd say 10 units, because you know why? It gives a lot of chances to other folks who have come here and spoken. I totally agree. I didn't even want to propose it because I know it would be shut down if I say increase from 4 units to 10 units, because we're going to say, whoa, that's a lot. But I don't agree that we need to separate the no-fault eviction to focus only on having your family members move versus also including substantial remodel. So
For this, and I totally respect that. Oh man, I was gonna say, like, for the sake of the hour, let's vote on like the Bill of Rights at least, which we all agree on, and then keep discussing this, because it looks like we're differing in opinions. Is that okay? Okay.
I'm okay making a motion. Are we? I mean, we've talked about it enough.
It seems like staff has recommended that we do a whole motion for both items together, to amend it together. Can we make a motion for separate these two things? Because it feels like we agree on the tenant Bill of Rights. I think there's still disagreement on the no fault just cause, the exemptions, the landlord exemption. So can we make it 2 separate motions?
Well, you could do one motion and you could say, we move introduction of the ordinance, et cetera, striking 5-4-104C, and for staff to bring that back for further discussion at a later date.
Could we just bring it back when we do the second read?
Could I just confirm, sorry, Council,
Yeah.
could I just confirm I understood what you wanted there? Is it that instead of this proposed language, 5-4-104C, that the exemption you want to create is just an exemption for a property owner of a non-exempt property that is moving in the same people identified in basically California Civil Code section 1946.2, lowercase b, 2, uppercase A. That's what we're going to have to write in the ordinance. That's a reference to the owner relative move-in. So maybe just without using the citations, is the exemption that you want to create apply to non-exempt property owners who are moving in their relatives?
Or themselves.
Or themselves.
That's
Yes.
what I was suggesting, but now I feel bad because we're not done discussing that. So Councilor Mullins, go to the restroom.
I think to your point, I would like to take 2 votes, because I think it would be fair to allow us to vote on one
Yeah.
part, to have that, so the community knows what parts were, because if all of us agree on the one part,
That's
then-
what I was saying.
Yeah.
I didn't want to make, I didn't want to put Councilor Mullins in the position where it's like, well, now you have to vote on all of this together, and like, you either vote no or yes, which is like, they're 2 separate items. Can we make it 2 separate motions?
Well, in the end, you're going to make, or not make, a single motion to introduce an ordinance.
Yeah.
So you're not going to introduce 2 ordinances.
Yeah, it does.
You're either going to introduce an ordinance with an exception or not.
Can we have, introduce an ordinance of the harassment, and then the second motion is I'd like to add to that ordinance a second part? Can we do that? So it's 2 separate votes? So the
Well, at
first.
the end, you would introduce the ordinance.
Right, so the first motion would be, I want to introduce an ordinance for harassment, anti-harassment, and then we vote on that. And the second motion is to say, I would like to add a second bit to that ordinance.
This is overly complicated because
Yeah.
you're introducing an ordinance without text.
I just don't want to force one of our council members to vote on something that's partly yes and partly no.
At the end of the day, yeah, it's going to have to be, because it's going to all one ordinance.
So, just,
But look, we can-
I mean, I can read the room and count the votes, so it sound like you don't need any further discussion on this matter, that we are going to move forward with the vote and separate the no-fault eviction. That's what we're doing, okay.
I'll, if it's okay, I'd just like to make a motion and then let's move on.
Okay.
Is that all right? Okay. I'd like to introduce an ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank, amending Chapter 4, Residential Tenant Protections of Title 5, Police and Public Safety of Burbank Municipal Code, by adding a small property owner exemption from the increased relocation assistance payment obligation, adding anti-harassment tenant protections with the following direction. First, 54102 applicability of chapter will be copied onto 54105 for clarification that 54105 applies to all tenants. Second, the exemption for small property owners shall apply to all exempt property owners who are moving in to the unit or moving a family member into the unit. Do you need anything else?
The second part makes sense.
Sorry, I was hoping, I don't want to be too, I just want to offer up some language.
Go for it.
I was going to say that the motion could be, we add the following sentence at the end of 5-4102. That is, notwithstanding any contrary provision in this chapter, the protections identified in 5-4-105 shall apply to all tenants in the city of Burbank.
I'll amend my motion to include that language.
Could I also offer up some language for the second part?
Go for it.
That the currently proposed language in 5-4-104C be replaced with the following language. The increased relocation assistance required by this section shall not apply to no-fault, just cause evictions in accordance with California Civil Code Section 1946.2 B2A.
Comma, otherwise known as the owner or family member move-in.
So amended. That's the full motion.
Friendly amendment, please. Also to add on number 16, the
There has to be a second.
Was there a
Oh,
second?
sorry, I'll second.
Go for it.
Can I second and friendly amendment at the same time?
You can just propose an amendment. It doesn't even have to be friendly.
Can it be unfriendly? An unfriendly amendment?
I don't think
Hostile amendment?
I don't know if you're capable of an unfriendly amendment.
You're probably right. So an friendly or unfriendly, however you take it, amendment number 16 to add the words threaten to share.
The maker of the motion accepts the friendly amendment. Does the second?
Yes, I accept my own amendment.
Okay, for the love of God, let's go for a vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
No.
Councilmember Rosati? Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that
Thank you.
Councilmember Rosati recused himself on this item.
Yes. All right, motion passes 3-1. And for the record, I know she had to go and run out of the room, and I'm sorry for prohibiting her from going to the bathroom for 2 minutes. I feel horrible about that. But let the record reflect, too, that she was supportive of the Tenant Bill of Rights, not supportive of the way we did the carve-out. I think it's important. I think earlier she made a wonderful point about what we do up here and who does what, and the minutes won't reflect that. But I really want folks to remember that, and I'll defend that at any chance I get. Okay, moving on.
Welcome back, council member. We solved everyone's problems.
Did you have a good time on your vacay? Yeah, good vacay?
Props to you for not leaving.
To In-N-Out Burger and back, and took a nap. That was great.
To bring enough for the class.
French fries.
All right, now we're going to hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conference, regional meetings, and community events. Who would like to go first?
I'll just be quick. I just had a couple things. I did a tour of the future site of our homelessness resource center. That was awesome. For the folks who haven't gone yet, the council members, that's great with Councilmember Anthony. On the 6th, I, along with Councilmember Mullins, attended SCAG's joint meeting of policy committees discussing fire recovery and emergency planning. And then earlier today, I attended a City of Burbank Urban Forest Master Plan discussion. Thanks.
All right, I'm going to go just so y'all don't say that I always put myself last and then give myself time to find the paper while y'all have to scramble. So on Wednesday, February 5th, I attended the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Regional Housing Trust Board meeting, which I chair. We had a great discussion about Measure A and what's coming down the pipeline for cities and how trusts might make use of that. If you have any questions about that, let me know, because a lot of stuff is in the air and still, and we're seeing how the county decides. And I know our staff is working on how we ask for the funding formula that's most equitable for us here in Burbank. And then at 6 p.m., the same day, I attended my first youth board meeting as a liaison. Yeah, it was great. They heard some updates from FSA, about Teen Violence Awareness Week. They heard some updates from Parks, from the Boys and Girls Club. It's a really great group, and I'm excited to be their liaison. On February 6th, I attended our SCAG Policy Committee and the SCAG Regional Council meeting. Yeah, so I was able to go over there, represent the city, and it was probably, in person, in downtown LA. It was probably the shortest SCAG meeting we have ever had, so not much to report back. And then, the only thing I will say is the Transportation Committee did talk about a new system that's coming online in March, and I'll be sharing this with our transportation folks. Oh my gosh, it's 1241 and the name escapes me, but it's basically a dashboard that SCAG is offering to its cities where you can see traffic incidents in real time on the board, and you can see how intersections have done. It's a really handy tool. They're bringing it online in March, and I'm going to bug David about it soon. Also, Saturday, February 8th, I attended Accent Dance Studio's annual dance concert. They're really great. They're here in Burbank. They were performing in La Cañada, so my goal is to bring them to perform here in Burbank more often, because the studio is actually here, and they were wonderful. And then yesterday, along with my colleagues, on Tuesday, which is yesterday, I attended the BWP thank you lunch along with Councilor Rosati, Councilor Anthony, and Councilor Mullins. We got to feed staff. It was really wonderful. It smelled so good. And thank them for the amazing work that they did during the winds. Still, kudos to BWP. Thank you for all that you've done, and well-deserved lunch. And then finally, along with Vice Mayor Takahashi, we attended the City of Burbank Urban Forest Master Plan. So we got to talk to our consultants about that and share some of our thoughts, and the community will definitely have a chance to do so as well throughout the outreach in the next month or so. So stay tuned for that. All right, who wants to go next? Councilor Anthony.
I'll be quick. Wednesday the 5th, I joined the Vice Mayor on the tour of our future homeless services site. It's looking good. It's coming along. That evening, I hung out with Councilmember Mullins at the Domestic Violence Task Force. That was probably the quickest Domestic Violence Task Force meeting we've ever had. We got business done. Thursday, I represented the city at the Los Angeles County City Selection Committee, and a lot of the discussion was about how the process is not a great process. Literally everyone there was complaining that the Los Angeles County City Selection Committee is a poorly organized and poorly run
Thank you, and I
system.
appreciate you covering me at that because it was at the exact same time at SCAG, and we received about 2 days' notice.
Right. There's a conversation on that, just so everyone's aware, on finding the state law exemptions for Zoom and notification and how this body can use those laws. So that TBD. Then I went to the grand opening for AirFit Bungee, which is very cool. You get strapped in a bungee cord. They did not let me in the suit. No, they wouldn't let me because I did not have insurance or I didn't sign the waiver and all that stuff. I tried to get Ross Benson in the suit, but it didn't work. So it's a fun little thing. It was great. And then this morning we served some lunch. That was really fun with my colleagues. Served some lunch to some hardworking employees, and worked out great. Okay.
You leave Ross alone. If Ross came back with a broken leg, I would blame you. Thank you for covering me at that event as well. I appreciate it, so I could attend our SCAG meeting. Councilmember Takahashi, Councilmember Moore.
It's okay. It's late. We all look the same now.
Councilmember Mullins.
Okay. I changed my hair. Too much fun at 1 o'clock in the morning. Yes, February 5th, we had domestic violence workshop. Well, it's not workshop. It was our meeting, and yes, task force. It is so late. Good discussion. On Thursday the 6th, I had SCAG meeting, followed by the tour for Front Street and Buena Vista location with Councilmember Rosati. We did the tour. Then we went from there to the city of Pasadena to attend the Arroyo Verdugo Communities GPA meeting, where Councilmember Rosati also came along to meet the team over in Pasadena. On Monday the 10th, we had the master plan for urban forest. We had the interview, and then also went to lunch today for the barbecue by BWP. It was a good event, and thanks to all the employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zizette Mullins, for that update. I'm so sorry. Oh, my goodness. And on that note, now is the time for additional agenda items. Does anybody have items while I stare at you angrily?
Yes. These are quick. I got two.
I'm going to go with Councilman Rosati first because you're still looking and he's ready. Oh, wait, you haven't reported. Oh, my God.
I know I've been gone a while, but
Councilmember
I
Rosati.
don't have to report out, but real quick. February 6th, I went to 323 North Front Street and 2244 Buena Vista Street for a tour. I also went that same day to the Arroyo Verdugo Communities JPA meeting, the Urban Master Plan stakeholder interview on Monday the 10th. And then, as we all said, we all went to the barbecue today. I think I was most impressed by the fact that they barbecued from scratch. They didn't order out. They actually cooked and barbecued, which I was very impressed by that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Rosati. And you know, I thought you already had because you were like a guest appearance in all of our reports. Well, thank you for that. Now is the time for additional agenda items. Councilman Anthony.
Yes, thank you. I'd like a first step report, just super pared down, something as simple as you can get on the feasibility of a city council town hall, whatever that would entail. And then a first step report on updating our building code to require air conditioning on all residential housing.
Just to clarify, the town hall, is there a subject matter for the town hall? Is it just a
No,
open
just
town?
the feasibility of
doing a town hall?
how we would
Got it.
operate a town hall.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yes, if I may report out, the very first thing I ever did in the city that was city-related was a town hall. I attended as a resident. In like 2011 or something.
Yeah, give me that. I'd bring that back. I want to know.
Anyways, any other additional agenda items? No? Thank you to the rest of you. I'm giving you laser eyes right now. All right. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 for a joint meeting in the council chamber, 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. Thank you, Burbank, and happy Valentine's Day this Friday. Have a great night.